in at least 8 matches that the Southern Brave played in the 100. So quite why he's not involved in the squad, why he's playing for the seconds, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he's just not selected.
Borthwick on strike here, pushes this one towards mid-on and goes for a sneaky single.
Sorry, just to finish on that, Martin, but yeah, I mean, I spoke to George beginning of the season. He told us in the interview, which is on the record, that he was very keen to play 4-day cricket. He'd had a couple of missed seasons. He'd had problems, complications following COVID. He felt he was fit and really raring to go, and felt he had a point to prove. So clearly something has happened, and he's not in the first team squad.
Carvelis flicked by Lees down the leg side. Keeper got a hand on it, but it ran away from him. Down towards fire leg. In fact, it's come off the thigh pad as leg by is signalled. I can't get the live stream to work here on the YouTube thing. Something gone wrong.
Right.
Just keeps resetting itself back to the beginning of the day. Now it's come back to life again. What's the score? 25 for 1. Yeah, seems to be back up to date. Borthwick's on 3 from 12. Lee's on 13. But Borthwick is on strike. He goes forward to this one and the ball squirts across the floor. 2 point. Scott Borthwick coming into this match with 399 runs. An average of 33. That's from 15 innings this year. Mentioned that century against Worcestershire earlier in the year. Carvelis bowls. That's away along the floor down towards third man. Borthwick should get 2 here. Very quick run for the first one. There was up the other end in no time at all there. Got 53 for Durham in a win at Bristol in late May. And that's Durham's only victory in a county championship visit to Bristol this year.
Ever?
Only, yeah.
Well, it just seems he must have played a good few times down in Bristol.
Their only win away to Gloucestershire was in Cheltenham in the 90s.
Okay. So, Durham have recovered from that early loss this morning. In the opening over, Michael Jones caught by Ollie Carter off the bowling of Harry Carvelis for just 6. And these two rebuilding a partnership now of 21 as Anecdotes is in bowls to Alex Lees, who drives sweetly through the covers. That's a lovely looking shot. I'm not sure it's going to make it all the way to the boundary. Jack Castle is in hot pursuit and he can't overhaul the ball. And the ball hits the boundary. Well, they're not boundary ropes. What do you call them, Martin?
Sponges, Toblerones, they call them, don't they?
Yeah. It was one of these, wasn't it? Reece Topley, who just before the World Cup, didn't he go over one of these and he very badly damaged his ankle and then missed out.
His dad rang me from Singapore airport. He was on his way out to Australia with Julia and rang up to say, "You're not going to believe this one." And, so I think they got out there and then more or less came quickly back home again.
Lees goes to 17, 31 for 1. Durham. Now there is a change in the field. Now the slip cordon, there are just the 2 slips. Now I would say they're almost at sort of second and fourth slip. And then there's a backward point. Just break off as and Caddy's in. He's all ends up.
It's a snort.
How on earth did that miss hitting the stumps? That was a terrific delivery, and Lee's prodding forward.
Actually, I think it stayed quite low and just missed the off stump.
Well, that was a cracking delivery. So just to describe that offside field, there's a backward point, and then there's sort of 2 fielders in cover, 1 at extra cover, 1 at mid-off. The cover fielder is only 3 cut strips away. As Lees takes stride and the cat is on his way again. Bowls and Lees drives firmly to mid-off fielder there by Pajara. And there is no run. Good tight cricket here this morning. Sussex knowing they need to take wickets. Paul Farbrae saying last night they're going to have to bowl well, they're going to have to catch well if they're going to get themselves back into this game. He dismissed my thought that maybe there was a bit more in this pitch, maybe a bit of turn, etc. And he really feels that it was a 400-plus pitch. Just slightly worried here about J.W. Anecdotes, because he just seemed to be doing some stretching exercises. Now, whether that's something, maybe he does that all the time, but he just looked to be sort of stretching out. Now, there's another change in the field, and that fielder who'd gone into that cover position has now come across to a shortish mid-wicket. James Coles is saying, well, where exactly do you want me? But he's in there at shortish mid-wicket, and there is a man back at deep square. And the cat is on his way again. Bowls, and Lee's tucked this nicely off his hip down to finally. He's quite an imposing figure at the crease, isn't he? Alex Lees.
It's an update coming for Radio Newcastle any minute, any moment.
At least 18. I'll let you get on with it, Martin. 32 for 1.
So he scored 717 runs in his last 7 innings.
Wow.
Well, Durham bowled Sussex out yesterday for 266, 4 wickets for Matt Parkinson, 3 for Ben Rain. Rain getting 50 in the championship for a 3rd year, and they resumed this morning on 6 without lost Michael Jones in the first over for 6, caught behind off the bowling of Ari Cavalis. But since then, Alex Lees has moved on to 18 and Scott Borthwick on to 5. So Durham 32 for 1, trailing by 2, 3, 4, I think that says. Interestingly, Lees has been in a fine run of form in the county championship, and he now boasts more than 700 runs in his last 7 innings. So he's on 18 and Borthwick is on 5. Commentary on the BBC website and the sports app. $717 in 7 overs. Can you do this? That's 100.17 in innings. Is that right?
Tremendous performance, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the cat is in again, bowls to Borthwick, who's solidly 4 bat and pad close together, plays it onto the onside. Tidy again from Jedab Ancat. He's bowled his statistics: 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11. And Durham are 32 for 1 in reply to the Sussex total of 266. The man out this morning, Michael Jones, caught behind by Ollie Carter off the bowling of Ari Cavalis for just 6 without adding to his overnight score.
Well, these sides are meeting for the 38th time in first-class cricket. Durham have won 13 to Sussex's 19. Been 5 draws as well. Of all of the teams who have beaten Durham as many times as Sussex have, how many do you think have beaten Durham more than Sussex have? As Cavalis comes in here, this is flicked off the legs by Lees.
Which county have beaten Durham more than Sussex have?
Yeah.
Surrey.
No.
Lancashire.
Well, they're up there.
Warwickshire.
Lancashire are up there, not Warwickshire.
Nottinghamshire.
No.
Okay.
The answer is nobody.
Ah.
In comes Cavalis and bowls. This is played towards the covers, so no run there. Sussex have beaten Durham 19 times. Yorkshire have beaten them 16 times and Lancashire 15.
Okay.
In fact, I mean, I'm saying here Durham have won 13, Sussex 19. 9 of Durham's 12 wins. No, 13 wins now, isn't it? 9 of Durham's 13 wins have been since 2007, so they had it.
Yeah.
They've never had the sniffings for years. Bowler comes in, Lees pushes this up to mid on no run there.
Well, there was one game, Marty, I actually didn't cover it. It would have been around about 2012-13 when Sussex were beaten up here in 2 days.
Yeah, it was their lowest aggregate score since the 1930s.
They got trounced.
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that they can see the live stream, but they can't hear our effects. So I
don't know what's going on there. That's been a problem for weeks, but interestingly, they're saying they can hear our effects in the studio along the corridor. Bowler comes in. It's turned off down towards fine leg for 2 by Lees. Certainly, the effects were that loud during the T20 that it kept pausing the stream because the music. YouTube had a policy where they kept pausing the stream because of the live music. So,
yeah. So there we are. So thank you for pointing that out, Andrew, who's been in touch. Bob asked the question as well. So we do all we can to sort it. But thank you for getting in touch anyway.
Well, the effects mic's
I
on,
can
so
hear
you
it.
can hear it.
Yeah, I can.
You can hear that grunt there. That was from the bowler as Lees plays this to square leg, no run there.
T20, they get well attended here, Martin?
Yeah, they get about, on a good night, about 7,000 or so.
Okay.
I can't really recall the ground ever being full for one. But
if people come down from Newcastle or wherever, I mean, how far is the train station from the ground? I mean, is that a bit of a hike?
It's probably, well, it's the other side of Chesley Street. It's probably about a mile.
Right, okay.
Something like that. There's in again, he bowls. Lees plays this to short mid-wicket, no run there. I mean, I think the worst ground to get to is Southampton. It's absolutely miles from anywhere.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Unless you've got the car. Trying to get into Southampton from the ground takes easily an hour, and that generally includes a lift to the train station. It's a 45-minute walk to the nearest train station, I think.
No, I would agree. And in fact, this year we were down at Hampshire, the Aegeus for a T20, and Ravi Boparo, no longer with the club, but was the Sussex captain for the T20. He didn't travel on the team coach to that game. He travelled from his home, wherever that is, directly to the ground, got caught in an accident on the motorway just outside of Southampton on the M27, and missed the game.
Yeah. I reckon you could probably come out of that stadium in Southampton in the car and reach Portsmouth before you reach Southampton city centre.
I think you probably could. Now, there's a big debate going on here about where the field is going to be. One thing Sussex haven't been great at this year, they were penalised in the game against Yorkshire, from memory, 4 points for a slow over 8. And over it hasn't been terrific here. What have we had? 9 overs this morning only. And we've had 40 minutes play. Now, I'll describe the field in a minute because Anecdotes is on his way in to bowl to Borthwick, and Borthwick is forward of good length, and he defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So there are 2 slips who are almost standing, I would say, in position 2 and 4. There's an orthodox point cover and mid-off, plus a mid-on. But then on the on-side, there's a shortish mid-wicket. James Cole's in there, his sun hat. And almost next door to him, I think that's Tom Haynes in there with his cap on, in a position between mid-wicket and square leg. But in a position he's close enough whereby he won't be walking in. He'll just be standing with his hands on his knees waiting for a catch. And comes into cap, bowls to Borthwick, who gets that one to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, whose throw comes in. It misses the stumps. It misses Ollie Carter, backed up by Haynes. And there's 1 run. And Borthwick has looked a little uncomfortable here against an Ed Cap this morning. And wanders back to his mark. He's not quick walking back to his mark here, Marty, is he?
No. There was something that was announced yesterday afternoon, which I think missed our radar, that basically means Bryden Carse is probably not going to be seen by Durham again this year because he's been added to the England one-day squad.
Oh, that's good for him.
And I think he's going out of the World Cup.
Wow.
Who's John Turner?
Yeah, he's the lad who was at he was at Exeter University. Played at Hove actually in a pre-season match.
Right.
And Cat is in, bowls, and Lees plays through mid-wicket. Not quite where he intended that to go either. He picks up a single. He goes to 21, 36 for 1.
I bet you're going to tell me he plays for Surrey, are you?
He plays for Hampshire.
Hampshire.
And he's quick and has made quite an impression. And he was going to play in these T20s.
Yeah.
And then got injured.
So Bryden Carse was called in as his replacement, and now he's going to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, I think he took, I don't know if Graham Owen's probably listening as the Sussex scorer. Good morning, Graham, if you are. I think Turner took a fifer in pre-season for Exeter University against Sussex down at Hove. And the Cat is in, bowls, and Borthwick lets that one go outside of the off-stump. There is no run.
He's obviously, Durham don't play Hampshire in any format, so...
No, well, we only played Hampshire twice this season, which is crackers when you think of the neighbouring county.
Yeah.
Twice in T20s. The same with Kent. We only played in 2 T20s this year. one of which was rained off from memory. I think it was this year it was rained off. And Cat is back to his mark. Still the field as it was with those two close fielders on the leg side. He's in and bowls, and forward is Borthwick, plays to mid-on, fielded there by the eager Henry Crocombe. And there is no run.
Did you say he played for Devon or not? No.
He played for Exeter University.
Right.
And stretches out again, does...
No, it'll be him. No.
And Cat is and might still be at university, actually. He comes, bowls to Borthwick, who plays onto the onside. There is no run. End of another over. So at the end of the 10th over of the morning, Durham are 36 for 1. Lee's on 21. Borthwick is on 6.
So he's from South Africa.
Yeah, I was just reading here.
From Johannesburg.
Yep, he is born on 10th of April, so he's 22.
Yeah.
Made his debut for the Seconds last year. A high score of 12 against Glamorgan at Neath, but his bowling is what he's picked for. Best bowling, 5 for 25 against Lancashire at Southampton last year in the Royal London One Day Cup.
So Bryden Cast, born in Port Elizabeth in South Africa, replaces Johannesburg-born John Turner in the England team. So, Calves to continue here. 1 for 21 in his 6 overs so far. Get after that. That has been wellied for 6 over mid-wicket. Where's that come from by Alex Lees? Picked it up on a length as well, and
First 6 of the match.
to coin a phrase, he poked it. But his wrist's right through it there,
Yeah, he
towards the castle stand. So this year, he played against Sussex, didn't he?
He played against Sussex. I'm fairly certain Turner played against Sussex in a pre-season friendly at Hove, and I'm fairly certain he took a fifer and bowled very quickly. And he bowled against Sussex, I think, in the T20 at the Aegeus as well. I will double check.
He did play in the T20. Yeah, I've got that one there.
Sussex got hammered down at the Aegeus, and then beat Hampshire at Hove from memory.
He took 5 for 68 for Exeter University.
Right.
That was on the 1st of April.
Right. Which, from memory, was a glorious day as well.
Yeah, that was the sunny day this year. Calves in again and turned by Lees off towards square leg for 1. He moves on to 28. Durham 43 for 1. The deficit 223 here on the BBC.
Turner. In fact, he didn't play at the Aegeus Bowl in the T20.
He has played against Sussex in the T20.
Yeah, that must have been the game at Hove, which I will find in a mo.
In June.
Who won the T20 this year? Oh, Somerset.
Somerset, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hampshire won the toss and decided to field, and Sussex won by 6 runs, as this is played to third man. No run there by Borthwick.
Yeah, Turner 3 overs at 2 for 30. He took in that game. Wickets of Harrison Ward and Ollie Carter. And he was 1 not out. Yeah, you're right. It was a good game, actually.
I very rarely see any other cricket these days. I just haven't got the time.
Yeah.
So you sit here all day watching 7 hours. The last thing you're going to do is go home and watch more on the telly. And I honestly haven't got the time. I've got a week's worth of the Vuelta to catch up on. They're an hour-long episodes. The Tour of Britain started yesterday. I've got to try and squeeze that in somewhere. It's football.
Too much going on, Martin.
Yeah. Oh, that nips in. And an inside edge under the thigh pad there for Borthwick.
I started. Sorry, Martin.
3 kids, school runs, tea,
Sunderland.
getting home at whatever time of night.
I started watching and only watched one episode. Watched it weeks ago. Was a Netflix series about the Tour de France.
Yeah, we've been watching that. Yeah,
I just watched one of them, and and it was really good.
It is good, but the narration, the Scottish commentator's a bit weird because it's clearly not live. It's clearly scripted, and Gavayas comes around the wicket here, and this is played to mid-wicket. So it's a sort of narrative commentary based around the storyline of each episode. So it's obviously written after the event.
Yeah,
they'll fit in with the pictures, and somebody who watches a lot of cycling, it doesn't sound right.
Right. Okay. Well, the episode I watched was a cyclist, I forget where he came from, who was in a dreadful crash and broke umpteen bones and then got back and won a stage.
Yeah. This is defended on off stump. Yeah, that was a really horrible crash in the Tour of Poland where the other rider elbowed him and he went flying through the barriers at the side of the road and smashed into the finish line gantry and thought he was going to die. Very badly injured. The other rider was banned for quite some time. He was riding for Jumbo Visma, wasn't he? What was his name again?
I don't know. But horrific injuries. Anyway, he got back and then won a stage of the Tour de France. So that was. But it's like all it's finding the time to watch these things.
Yeah.
Interview over. It's going to be. Udenkatu's going to carry on.
Fabio Jacobson. He was the one who suffered the crash, and it was Dylan Groenewegen who pushed him into the barrier, who got banned. 2020 that happened.
Udenkatu's in bowls and helped on its way by Alex Lees. Back to the square on the leg side. It was Fish. Had there been a fielder at orthodox square leg, the ball would have just ballooned and he would have been out. But unless he takes a single. This is just sort of like an early warning, really, for Sussex, that their over 8 is very slow this morning. This is only the 12th over of the morning. And we've had 50 minutes to play.
Are they trying to stupefy the game so they can go for the 10th draw? Their cunning plan.
Well, it's slow, and so we'll see how it goes as the game progresses. Now they've got those two men in on the leg side for Scott Borthwick. Neither would have caught that had they had Alex Lees in position because it was backward of square. And then Cat is in again, bowls, and he beats Borthwick outside the off stump, taken bow down by Carter, and there is no run.
I'm looking at the scoreboard and think, well, actually, they've not done too badly there, 14 overs today, but then I remembered there was 3 last night, so they've only bowled 11.2 so far, and we've had 50 minutes of play. So they're certainly not going to get 16 in, are they?
No, they're not. Nothing like. Very, very slow walk back to his mark. And then he hesitates as well. There we go. Now he's on his way. But he's bowling tidily enough. He's in his 8th over. Runs in and bowls. Oh, that's another good delivery. Playing a miss from Borthwick? I think it was.
Left that.
Okay.
Pulled his bat away.
Through to Carter.
This is an issue for the batsman, though. If it's this slow and there's such a delay between each delivery, to try and keep your concentration going.
It is. It's not just my impression, is it?
No.
I mean, it's a funereal walk back to the mark. It really is.
Yeah.
Tosses the ball from hand to hand. It's not a long run up, I have to say.
He would be inside the 30.
Yes, he would be.
If it was
yes, easily. Yeah, absolutely. Left arm over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and that's clipped away. Now, they have got that leg side trap set, but it's clipped away. But I think, in fairness, it was a good way away from James Cole's. Nice looking shot that was by Scott Borthwick, and he picks up a boundary. He goes to 10, and Durham took 48 for 1.
Had a forward square leg in there, but he's turned it behind him. I think from this angle, initially, it looked a little bit of a worry, but looking at it again, it's gone well clear of the fielder.
Yeah. So, Borthwick to 10. And these two, rebuilding work this morning because Michael Jones was out in the first over of the morning, caught behind by Ollie Carter off the bowling of Harry Cabellas, without adding to his overnight score, without Durham adding to their overnight score. And the Cat is in again, bowls, and this time it is a distinct leave from Scott Borthwick.
Right, Bernard sent an email. See if I can read this email, which is lengthy, before the next delivery.
Okay.
Dear Marty, years ago there were no drinks breaks after 1 hour of each session, but one simple change would be to make each of the first 2 sessions 2 hours and 15 minutes long, with the day starting at 10:45 hours. If tea was at 15:55 hours, the end of play should be at the completion of 90 overs. But they play 96 in a day, though, that's the thing. Unless he's on about test matches.
Yeah. Well, it's painfully slow, isn't it, in tests? And it's expensive to go. And the cat is in. Oh, it's a goal. Well, I thought he'd bowled him then for a moment. Anyway, it was right up in the block hole. It's taken by Ollie Carter.
Swung away.
Borthwick survives. Durham up 48 for 1 at the end of the over. Lees on 29. Borthwick on 10. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex. BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Hums, Martin Emerson, Tom Alsop. He's just trotting off the field for Sussex, and Daniel Ibrahim is coming on. One of the big questions yesterday, lots of questions yesterday, where's Ollie Robinson? Why isn't he playing? And if you missed the answer to that, I did ask Paul Farbrace the question last night, and he said it's an England decision. England, after the Ashes, wanted Ollie to do some fitness work, and he would be available or they've said he would be available for the last 2 championship games of the season, which is probably not an awful lot of good to Sussex, in all honesty.
Wasn't he playing golf in Spain or Portugal or something?
He was, yeah. He was shown on social media. He was out last week or the week before. So that full interview is on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed. But to be honest, if Sussex don't win here and they don't beat Leicester this week, I'll be very surprised if Robinson plays in 2 games, which are not going to have an awful lot of meaning. But we shall see. But it's very much an England decision, and Hudson Prentice is replacing Ari Carvelos at the lovely end.
Here he comes, right arm around, who turned the game on its head down at Hove earlier in the year. Sussex winning by a narrow margin of 2 wickets in the opening round of matches. Remains their only win of the season as well. They've drawn all of the others. The other 9 matches have been draws. So Nathan McAndrew took a 5 for us. Durham were dismissed in their first innings for 376. Alex Lees made 79 and Michael Jones 87. Their opening stand was worth 142. And Cheteshwar Pujara scored 115, but Sussex were bowled out for 335. This is played by Lees up to mid-on to give Durham a 41-run lead. Then things changed on day 3. Enter stage left. Finn Hudson-Prentice came in as a concussion substitute for George Garton, who'd taken just 1 for 64 in 10 overs in the first innings. Hudson-Prentice took 4 for 27 in 12 overs, and Henry Crocombe took 4 for 47. Durham dismissed for just 189. Leaving Sussex with 4 sessions to chase 231. Comes in again and bowls. It's gone on the leg side, taken sharply by the keeper. They got there, but only just on the final day. Sussex resumed on 172 for 5. They needed 59 more to win that morning. Tom Haynes made 64, and crucially, Ollie Carter 33 not out. Sussex were reeling, though, on 202 for 8 in the 62nd over, and still needing 23 to win before Carter got them over the line. Matt Kuhneman nearly saw Durham home with 4 for 17. Bryden Koss 3 for 38. It was a knife-edge morning on day 4 in Hove. Oh, this is in the air, and a false shot there from Lees, but it didn't quite carry to mid-wicket. Thought he was a goner there. And the man fielding in there is Tom Haynes. Initially, it looked like it was just going to be a straightforward catch.
Did. Yeah, it was in the air, wasn't it? I reckon that fell about a yard short.
Yeah, something like that. So Finn Hudson-Prentice, he started off at Sussex, didn't he?
He did.
Made his debut in 2015, then he had a few seasons at Derbyshire, and then has returned to the South Coast. Here he comes again. He's bowled, played away by Lees. I think he had a ponytail in April. Looks like he's got a top knot today.
He has. Yeah. When he takes the top knot down, he's got long hair as Finn. Yeah, 17 wicket at 40. I think he's had a decent season, Finn Hudson-Prentice. He has been disappointed with his bowling. 6 half centuries. He's averaging over 40.
Lees is on 29. 48 for 1. And that is smashed back off the bowler and hits him on the knee. That's giving it a bit of a rub now. Bounced into the ground first end of the over, so he starts with a maiden. Now, Bernard goes on to say, no time appears to be allowed for DRS reviews or medical treatment of the batsmen if they're hit on the helmet and receiving concussion tests. Fining players part of their match fees never worked, and banning the captain for one match has never been a solution either. The extra 30 minutes was an agreement with Channel 4 for their coverage of games, so it didn't disrupt their schedule too much all those years ago when they broadcast live cricket.
We're going to get some spin, Marty. Jack Carson is coming into the attack, which, if nothing else, will hasten along the over rate, because we've had an hour's play and Sussex have only bowled 13 overs in that opening hour. Well, we saw how well Scott Borthwick bowled yesterday, so I think this is good captaincy from Cheteshwar Pujara getting the spinner into the attack nice and early. Now, what's his field going to be? He's got two left-handers out, but he's got a slip and a short leg. Backward point, cover mid-off. There's a... I call it a sweeper on the cover boundary. Some people call it a boundary rider. But you'll know what I mean. Then on the on-side, there's a mid-on and mid-wicket and a backward square leg. Are we ready to go? Just about. Ollie Carter seems to be directing his extra cover from behind the stumps. That is to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's come a little straighter. Anyway, here we go. Bit of spin. Carter comes in and bowls, and first ball, Borthwick just eases the ball through the covers. Picks up a single fielded by Henry Crocombe, who trots in off the boundary to field. Jack Carson, I think he'll be disappointed this year. Jack, 18 wickets. I mean, maybe the wickets aren't conducive to spin. I mean, that's a debate perhaps for onward going throughout the day. 5 for 79, his best return. That was that game against Yorkshire.
He's Carson.
Yeah. But his 18 wickets have come up at 52 apiece.
He got 5 for 85 last year against Yorkshire.
And comes Carson again, bowls and leases forward down the onside of the track, fielded by Carson. There is no run.
He got 5 for 79 against Yorkshire this year.
Yeah. There was a debate on TMS during the last day of the Test series against Australia, and they were talking about who would be, who are the spinners who are up and coming, who might be around in 4 years' time. Here comes Carson, bowls and leases down the wicket, and he thumps it for 6. Super shot, just used his feet. He's not going to get tied down by the spinners as Alex leads, and he just belted the ball over long off for 6 runs. What's made you laugh?
Well, the 6 has just missed the guy sitting in the front of the stand with his dog in the pushchair.
Oh, yeah, I could see him down there.
And he just watched it sailing straight towards the seat next to him. It's bounced off the seat next to him.
Thank goodness it avoided the dog. Mm-hmm. And immediately that brings a
50 up for Durham, by the way, with it.
Yes, thank you, Martin. 55 for 1, leads to 35. And immediately there was a long debate. The ball is retrieved, and umpire Chantry is just going to check it isn't damaged in any way. Please don't put your long off and long on back. Come on, Sussex, you need to get on with this. It's taking far too long in between deliveries. Now, the umpires are having a look at the ball, so there are extenuating circumstances. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that. So he's bowled his third ball. He's been hit for 6. Okay.
Yeah, it's 11:30, by the way. It's 11:32.
Oh, my Lord. Thank you. I can have a rant later.
Yeah. I think they're going to continue with the ball for now. Jack Chantry showed it to Michael Goff. They've had a look and they've handed it back to the bowler. Lees moves on to 35. As Carson comes in again round the wicket. He plays the ball back along the ground to him. That butterfly still fluttering around outside. So Durham getting to their 55 for 1 with that 6 in 16.3 overs. Carson again bowls a sweep shot from Lees. There's a fielder sweeping up, and it's a good diving stop actually way on the far side of the ground. brings up the 50 partnership with these two. Lees 38, Borthwick 11, 79 balls. Carson, last ball of the over, comes in around the wicket. Finkel end. Borthwick defends. And that is the end of the over. The previous sweep shot looked like it was going for 4, and it was Harry Caveas who dived in along the boundary rope in front of the TV screen, which sits between the health club and the pavilion. Managed to stop it one-handed, but he's now covered in mud on his back. Lex Lees is waving to the pavilion for something else now. He wants a drink, signalling that Scott Borthwick might well want a drink as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice is preparing for his second over by scraping away lots of debris and dust off the track. Meanwhile, the umpires, I think they've now decided this ball needs to be replaced. So it's lasted 17 overs. Yesterday morning, the ball lasted 17.3 overs. So Sussex was 70 for none when they replaced the ball yesterday morning. Today, it's been replaced after 17 overs, but it was actually a shot on 16.3, the 6 into the stand, which has got them concerned about the ball, and now they're going to replace it. So 17 overs gone, 58 for 1.
And both umpires suddenly have to go over. Well, I suppose the reason they can't have a ball in their pocket, I guess, is because you never know quite when it is going to go out of shape. But now they've got to find a ball which is going to replicate one which is 17 overs.
Have you done your
old? I have, yeah. Yeah, they came to me on time, so we're all done. Thanks, Martin. So we've got a break in play. Just picking up on that, we speak about Jack Carson in that previous over. So you get hit for 6 off the third ball that you bowl. He's hit straight down the ground, so it's not a bad delivery. It's Alex Lees is in good form. He's looking to impose himself. He's not going to get tied down by the spinner. I'm not sure I want to see you long on going straight back after that 6. That's just a personal opinion, really. You're saying to Lees, okay, you've done it once, why don't you try and do it again? And at least keep your fielders up for a little while longer. But it seems to be very much the way these days that the minute a spinner gets hit, the protection goes out on the boundary, and I'm not convinced that's the right way to go. However, we now have got a ball which hopefully replicates one which is 17 overs old, and it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to run in from the Lumley end. He's got 2 slips in place, or a slip and a gully. He's in bowls to Lees, who drives firmly through the covers. Beautiful shot, 4 runs. No point chasing that. Overpitched, hammered away by Lees, who looks in absolutely tremendous form here. He goes to 42 and Durham to 62 for 1. Sussex with an early breakthrough. Harry Caveas accounting for Michael Jones, caught behind by Ollie Carter. But since then, these two have initially seen off Caveas and Unedcat, and now we've got another break in play as Chechishwa Pujara comes across and has a word to Finn Hudson-Prentice. The field is going to say as it was. So Tom Alsop was almost at second slip, and Tom Clark at 4th. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Lees is forward this time too. A ball pitching around middle and off, and plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. Lees wanders away to square leg. Takes off his gloves. The rest of the field, there's a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep square leg and a fine leg. just down below us as we look out with Lumley Castle away to our right-hand side, the Union flag fluttering away on top of the castle. And Hudson Prentice, who's not remotely concerned about that, runs around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Lees, who's forward and clips to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. Springing up today with scores in the other games in Division 2 of the County Championship today. That's what we're really interested in. So down at Worcestershire yesterday made 284. Glamorgan in trouble in reply. They're 41 for 3. Worcestershire with 4 wins in the Championship already this season. And I think for the sake of everybody who's chasing or looking for this second promotion place on the assumption that Durham are pretty much home and hosed, probably most people wanting Glamorgan to win that game, but if Worcester were to win 5, they're going to take some stopping in the quest for the top two. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Lees, who drives without timing into the offside, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. Leicestershire are also not out of contention. They're 150 for 3, just trailing Gloucestershire by 9 runs. Now, had a really good season, haven't they, Leicestershire, through to the One-Day Cup final. Colin Ackerman, who is bound for this neck of the woods, I think, next season. He's out for 33. Rishi Patel made 73. In fact, they've lost another wicket of Leicester. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and Lees forward plays down the track, and there is no run. They're now 150 for 4. So Gloucestershire fighting back, having had a poor day yesterday, bowled out for just 159. The other game in the second division is at Scarborough, where Derbyshire are going along very nicely. They're 103 for 2 against Yorkshire. A name I'm not familiar with is in the runs. Mitch Wagstaff is 52 not out. Wayne Madsen on 34, a name that we are familiar with. Makes a lot of runs. Hudson Prentice around the wicket in and bowls to Lees, who cuts this one firm. Well, drives the ball firmly away through extra cover. They're going to pick up a couple of runs. Cheshire Pajara chasing back fields, but not before Lees comes back for a comfortable second. He goes to 44. And at the end of the over, Durham are 64 for 1. Lees on 44, Borthwick on 11. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson. An email address if you'd like to send emails through, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you wherever you're listening from. In fact, a couple of clouds have just appeared here at Durham. High cotton wool clouds just drifting over the top of the pavilion away to our left-hand side. And Jack Carson, the off-spinner, is going to carry on the attack for Sussex. And it's the Finkel end of the ground with a slip and a short leg. He's in and bowls to Borthwick, and Borthwick is forward and clips the ball through square leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but Cavelos is quickly back and gets in the throw. He loses his sun hat in the process, which James Coles very obligingly picks up and throws a bit like a frisbee towards Cavelos, who catches it. And the field changes around for Alex Lees. Now, I wonder whether the long on is going to go back. Immediately, he was hit for 6. That seemed to be the tactic. And I think Tom Haynes is saying, right, do you want me back on the fence, Skip, or what do you want me to do? And Pajara said, yeah, I want you back, Lees. There's a long on. The short leg has been dispensed with. And Carson is on his way again. Bowls and Lees is solidly forward. Plays the ball into the covers, fielded by Pajara. And there is no run. In the first division, just to give you an idea, Surrey all out 396 against Warwickshire at the over. There's something of a collapse from Surrey this morning. Comes Carson, bowls, and Lees is forward, plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Carson, no run. Ed Barnard picking up a 5 for 66. I think he's a terrific cricketer, Ed Barnard. But Surrey, who were at one stage 343 for 4, bowled out for 396. Ben Folks making 125. Carson in bowls to Lees, who plays that back to Carson, who fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. So Warwickshire, I think, one of those sides who, if they could beat Surrey this week, are not out of the running for the county championship, but they've got a lot of work to do. Carson in bowls, and Lees drives down the ground, fielded by Pujara at mid-off. No, not by Pujara, I do apologise. Udikat at mid-off. Yeah, I keep getting that wrong.
Do you?
Yeah. And there is no run. One game has started today in the First Division, 6 at 68 without loss against Middlesex. I'm presuming that game's at Chelmsford. Chelmsford it is, yeah. Carson in bowls to Lees. He plays into the offside. There could be a problem here. If he hits, he could be gone. No, he didn't hit, and he isn't gone. It was played into the offside. There was indecision between Lees and Borthwick. They went through for the single. Pujara was in from extra cover, threw the ball at the stumps, missed. My feeling was that Borthwick was probably home. But a brief alarm. Leeds goes to 45 at the end of the over, and Durham are 66 for 1. Is that correct? Yeah, 66 for 1. And we have had 16 overs so far today. So that gives you right up to date with the scores in...
Matt Parkinson was saying last night that he doesn't know if he's going to play any more games for Durham on loan or not. It's down to Lancashire to decide, and I think a lot of it's determined by where Lancashire are in the table at the end of this week compared to where Kent might be. Finn Hudson Prentice bowling to Lees at the start of a new over. It's gone up to mid-on, no run there.
Struggling a bit today. Lancs 107 for 4 in their first innings to reply to Northamptonshire's 232.
Yeah. Well, things have got a bit better for them because they're now 110 for 4. So my computer's slightly quicker than yours for some reason. Which website are you looking at?
The BBC one?
I've got freaking 4.
Oh, right, okay.
He is going to Kent next year anyway, Matt Parkinson. Kent second bottom, Northampton's bottom, Middlesex third bottom. This is pushed away off towards mid-wicket for no run. So it was...
it's tight at the bottom there, isn't it?
Middlesex and Notts went up last year, so they're the 4 bottom teams, Notts, Middlesex, Kent and Northants.
Yeah, that's a big game, isn't it? Essex-Kent, Essex Middlesex this week.
Kent and Northants were the promoted teams from the year before, weren't they? They'd actually got themselves promoted at the end of the 2019.
Yes, they did.
But then couldn't take up their position until last year.
That is tight. I didn't realise quite how close it is at the bottom. You got Northamptonshire almost look as if they're down. They need to win a couple of games at least, don't they?
Hudson Prentice around the wickets to Lees. Lees plays that up to
Victor's fielder then, didn't he?
4-1, yeah.
Yeah, Northampton's bottom on...
Pujara up there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and he saw and decided to take the single. Northampton's on 59, then Kent 81, Middlesex 84. Lancashire not out of trouble, 112, and Nottinghamshire 114. So there's, right up as far as, 5 counties there will be looking slightly anxiously over their shoulder. Northampton...
You're looking at the league table on the BBC, which hasn't been updated with the bonus points, so I can tell you that things aren't as bad as you think for Lancashire, because they are ahead of Notts on points, 115 to 114.
Still possibly not necessarily out of trouble. You'd think probably another win and they'd be fine.
Well, Alex Lees is on non-strikers in now, but he's on 46. Borthwick's on 12 as Hudson Prentice comes around the wicket. It's turned away down towards long leg for 1. Now, Lees this year has managed to get to 50 8 times in the championship, and he's converted half of those innings into hundreds. He's on 46 now. He's on strike. So if he gets to 50, there's a 50% chance to go on and get 100.
Yeah.
Seeing the first clouds of the day.
Yes, I was just saying. Not any complaints, I think. Oh, it's Paul Farbrace down below us. Whistling as he walked down the boundary edge.
Hear that going? Name that tune. Hudson Prentice in, driven by Lees, stopped short in on the offside by Pujara.
That was a good stop.
Diving down to his right. A few messages on Twitter. Damo says a very good morning to Marty Cricket and Adrian Harms. The comms on the Durham Sussex game today. It's a sunny day down by the banks of the River Cam. I am listening to you. A few messages from Paul as well. Over in Roker. So Hudson Prentice comes around the wicket to complete the 20th over. Bowling to Lees. And Lees plays that nicely out through the covers, wide of mid-off. He's going to get 2 here. Take him on a, he's coming about one for the throw. Take him on the 49 and keep strike as well. Paul, morning chaps from a sunny Roca Riviera, continuing my back rehab. Looking forward to today's play. Hopefully a run fest from Durham. Enjoying the dulcet tones of Adrian, balanced with the boyish enthusiasm of Martin. I've never been accused of that before. A perfect match. And he says, am I right in assuming if Durham win this, we are champions and a scoring draw guarantees promotion? No, it's not as straightforward as that. Durham have to win this, take maximum points, I think, and hope other results go their way. But certainly they could secure promotion this week. And it would basically push Sussex out of the equation as well.
Yeah. Just a nice line here, talking about that Essex game today. A message from the Sussex scorer, Graham Owen. All the scorers stick together. There's a nice story coming. I'll just read it to you in a moment. Here comes Jack Carson, running in and bowls to Lees, who punches that through the covers. And there we go. You should have done that delivery, actually, Martin, 'cause that's 50 for Alex Lees.
9th time this season in the championship. 72 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Fine player. And if nothing else, Martin, we were discussing this earlier on in the season about Alex Lees, and because of the way England play now, does it mean he's out of the frame for England? But they've gone quickly, 50 and 72 balls. In comes Carson bowls to Borthwick, who plays into the offside. They take a single to Pajara's right in the covers. Well, judge signal, Borthwick to 15, 74th one. For second, Graham, he says the Essex first 11 scorer, Tony Choate, rang the bell at Chelmsford this morning to mark his last ever home match as the club's scorer. So thank you, Graham, for letting us know that. Tony Choate, I wonder how many years he's scored for Essex. But his last game today, in comes Carson and bowls and eased down the ground by Lees, too long on, fielded here by Tom Haynes. Another single to Lees. After that opening wicket and a good opening spell from Carvelos and these two have batted very sensibly and very well. Carson in again, bowls, Borthwick forward, steers that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, they're very good at scoring, Martin, I have to say. I'd always sort of, get to the end of the over and I'd missed a ball or whatever, and certainly the level that I played, if you weren't scoring back to umpire, in comes Carson, full toss, clipped away, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a poor delivery by Jack Carson, and he knows it. Full toss, and Borthwick just clips the ball away through mid-wicket for a boundary. He goes to 18, 78 for 1. Yeah, there's always something to do in village cricket. If you're not batting, when your side's batting, you were either umpiring or putting up the numbers or scoring or something like that. Pajara comes across and has a word to Jack Carson, who's in his 3rd over, but already he's gone for 19.
Have you ever played at Tilford?
Yes.
Gorgeous little ground.
Yeah, how do you know that, Martin?
Been there a few times.
Oh, yeah, lovely ground.
Well, just thinking about the tins.
Carson comes in and bowls, cut away by Borthwick through backward point. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2. They're going to have to get a move on here. Crocombe gets in the throw. That was good running by Borthwick, my word. Taking on Henry Crocombe, who's pretty quick across the field, but it just shows the intent here from these Durham players this morning. Borthwick to 20. Durham at the end of the over are 80 for 1. I think they may have been the statistics read out of Alex Lee's innings. Tilford, yeah.
Yeah, so it's near Farnham.
Cheers.
And you go across a little bridge over a stream to get there. And the ground is basically the village green, isn't it?
It is.
And the boundary's the road around it. And
there's a pub.
The Barley Mow.
Well done. I'm impressed.
And the players get changed in the toilets at the Barley Mow from memory. And at one end of the ground, there is a tithe barn, slatted wood tithe barn. And they hang the tins off the end of the tithe barn. That's the scoreboard.
Yeah, when I played them, it's many, many moons ago now. I think we changed in the village hall,
Right.
Which was over the road.
Mm. Hudson Prentice to Lees. Lees drives at that one. It's gone up to mid-off. No run there.
In the winter, Martin, if we get heavy rain and I'm sent out doing some flood reporting, that's where I tend to go because it's on the River Way, and it always seems, if it's flooding there, it's going to be bad. Well, there you go.
It's a lovely little area. So years ago, I had a mate who was living in Farnham, and he worked for a firm which sold filters to power stations, and they were a particular type of filter. They were a new development at the time. In Hudson Prentice with a half volley outside of off stump. It's clipped by Lees too.
Lucky to get
extra cover.
Lucky to get away with that. A yard either side, and that was 4 runs.
Yeah. Pujara's positioned himself in there though. Yeah, so the guy he worked for made a lot of money out of this business, and the offices were a former recording studio at Cookham Dean, which went out over the River Thames, and I think it had possibly been an old mill. And it was a gorgeous place to visit, really nice. Some Prentice in, played away by Lees towards deep point or 2. He's telling Borthwick, get a move on.
Very good.
Very good running. He was coming back to the keeper's end. He's ended up about 15 yards beyond the slips now.
Real intent here, isn't he, by these two? They're not hanging around this morning. I'm not sure there was 2 there. I mean, he's a good fielder, James Coles, but he took him on.
It was quite a deep boundary, though. It's got to be about 80 yards towards the pavilion.
Well, they're rattling along here. Durham, what's that run rate on the clock?
3.8.
Okay, I thought it was better than that.
Well, in the last few overs, it might be.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Hudson Prentice right arm over now to Lees. Lees digs out a foot-length ball on middle and off. Plays it back to the bowler. Where are we? The run rate. In the last 5 overs, as they've gone along at nearly 5.5 and over. Yeah, so anyway, went down to see me mate, touring around the area for a week on holiday, and had a weekend there. Stayed in I think the hotel was called the Bush Inn in Farnham. Would that be right?
I don't know.
Might have a totally different name.
Yeah.
But he took us one Saturday evening across to Tilford, and it was fantastic. Driven by Lees to Pujara and short extra cover. So we caught the end of the cricket match, and everybody was just sitting on the village green having a drink, and then
a lot of people watching. You get a lot of cars parked around the boundary watching.
Well, then everybody had to move because some guy came flying in a helicopter and landed on the village green to go for a pint in the pub.
It's Surrey, dear boy.
Yeah. Well, just down the road from there, you've got Hazelmere, haven't you? And then Petersfield, which is very, very wealthy stockbroker country. Hudson Prentice to Lees. Lees plays it back to the bowler along the ground. No run at the over. Just the 2 from it. Lees has 53, Borthwick 70, 82 or 1. So these two have put on 76. I went another time. I was on my way down to Portsmouth with my dad. About 1996, we'd called into Wembley on the way down to watch Darlington against Plymouth in the playoff final. And then that match finished and we were driving down towards Portsmouth, and I said, I'll take you to this little village cricket ground. It's gorgeous. And when we arrived, it was quite cloudy and quite a chilly evening. And a little bit cold because it was May. He basically said, what have you brought me here for? And I said, it's a lovely place. It's quintessential cricket, you know. And then suddenly the sun came out and it all changed, and the match finished with the team who won hit a 6 into the bar, right into the bar of the Barley Mow. Was it the Barley Mow?
Yeah, it was the Barley Mow.
Barley Mow.
Yeah.
And it was just a lovely place, and I think I've been once since then.
Yeah, I've not played there. But
I think Johnny Barron, who used to do some of the Surrey commentaries, he played there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he lived down that way.
Yeah, it is a lovely cricket ground.
Change your bowler, yeah.
Yeah, Jack Parson taken out of the attack, and Sussex, he's just trying to juggle things around here, Judge Robicaro, because the run, not only have Sussex not taken the wickets they'd have hoped to have taken, but also the runs are coming at a decent lick here now for Durham, and certainly the way these two have run between the wickets, they've been showing some real intent. So, Henry Crocombe into the attack. Jack Carson's 3 overs cost 21. In comes Crocombe, bowls outside of the off stump, taken by Borthwick. There is no run. The 2 slips still in place. 3 men saving 1 and a ring on the offside. On the leg side, there's a mid-on, a shortish, close mid-wicket. A square leg and a long leg way down in the distance. Henry Crocombe wanders back to his mark. 14 championship wickets this season.
Tell you where else is 2 parts out today.
In comes Crocombe, bowls wide of the off stump, 4 runs. Can't really afford to bowl there, I'm afraid. That's a wide swinging half volley, and I'm afraid that's meat and drink to Scott Borthwick. He goes to 24 and Durham to 86 for 1. I'm going to guess Seville.
Skiathos.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it raining?
Yes. It's not just raining, it's absolutely hoying it down, according to David Burden. He says, "Hi Martin, really enjoying the match from sunny Chester Street. I'm watching your stream from sunny Skiathos, and it's absolutely hoying it down."
Right.
So it's not sunny today.
Crocombe runs away from us, round the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, who plays firmly. That's a good diving stop, actually, there. Or a tumbling stop, I should say, by Jack Parson. And they're going to make another change in the field. Pujara, is he going to reinforce this offside field? No, he's not. He's moving his square leg. James Cole is going to deep square. So Haynes is on his own there at mid-wicket. 86 for 1. If you're just joining us this morning, Sussex getting a wicket in the first over, but since then, these two have added 80. Crocombe in bowls, and that's another boundary, and that's unfortunate. Now, you've got your second slip is standing where first slips would be, and had first slip been in a first slip position, he'd have been straight to Tom Alsop. Instead, they've got the slip coordinate, I would say, positions 2 and 4, and the chance goes a begging. Well, it wasn't a chance because it didn't go to hand. But that's where they've got their slip cordon set. Full shot from Borthwick, probably the first one that he's played. He gets a boundary, and Durham go to 90 for 1. Unfortunate for Crocombe. Why the slip like that, Martin? There's a massive gap between Carter and Alsop, which they're keeping the same. Crocombe in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. There's a bit of extra pace there from Henry Crocombe, and the ball climbed into the glove of Ollie Carter. There is no run. I mean, I know it's all about shutting the stable door and all that, but I just wonder with that chance having gone through where first slip should be, whether maybe Tom Alsop should be at an orthodox first slip. There's a huge gap between keeper and slip. Sure, there's a good reason. Crocombe in, bowls short down the leg side, and so short actually that Scott Borthwick was actually down on his knees as the ball went through to Ollie Carter. So 8 off of the over, 4 of them with a lovely shot through the covers, the other 4 with an edge through where first slip would have been. End of the over, Durham are 90 for 1, Lee's on 53, Borthwick on 28.
Suggesting we could get to 27 degrees this afternoon here. It's about 22 at the minute. New over from Hudson Prentice. First ball played by Lees out into the covers, no run. It's a very sunny day here in Chester Street. There's a little bit of cloud, just a very thin line of cloud just to the north of the ground, up towards Washington. Looks like it could have possibly come from like a cooling tower somewhere, something like that. They've brought in A silly mid-off for Lees. Hudson Prentice going to bowl right arm over from the Lumley end. They've got a short extra cover in there as well. Scott Borthwick's moved wide of silly mid-on. So he's more or less 2 wickets away from where they're playing. And Hudson Prentice on his run it and then gave up. So Lee's now got 752 runs in his last 7 innings in the County Championship. He's on 53. Borthwick on 28. Hudson Prentice bowls, and he's launched himself at that one, and it skews out high over the covers to safety on the far side of the ground, and he gets 2. And is then on his hands and knees as the throw comes back in from the boundary. I think possibly Jack Carson with that throw, with his back to the pavilion. .92 for 1, trail by 174 here on the BBC. Hudson Prentice in again, whipped away nicely by Lees. That might go for 4. Oh, it's cut off. Diving stop. Sliding in there, Henry Crocombe, just that long leg down to our right. 2 runs. Whipped it away nicely, though, there, Alex Lees. There'll be an update for Radio Newcastle in a moment. Great North run this weekend. Could be quite a warm one as well. And I will be keeping up my 100% record in the race. Lees on strike as bowler comes in, and he cuts that one off towards deep point for 1 run. 23.4 overs. Remember, lunch is at 12:30 in September with a 10:30 start each day. Going to come round the wicket now to Borthwick. That's a leave. So 95 for 1. This partnership is currently 89 from 121 balls. Right, here's an update. It is a beautiful day here, and I think we're expecting to break temperature records for the 4th of September. It's a pity we're indoors, though, in the cold, but Durham doing nicely. They're making hay in the sunshine. They're currently 95 for 1 in their first innings, a deficit of 171. Alex Lees has 58. Scott Borthwick, 28. Their partnership's worth 89, and Lees keeps his fine form going. In his last 7 county championship matches, he's now amassed 757 runs. 1 wicket to go today. Michael Jones caught behind off Ari Cavalis in the first over of the day for 6.
Well, it's been a good partnership between these 2, Martin. I wonder when Sussex got that early breakthrough this morning, whether that might be the sign of better things to come. But these 2 have really got their heads down, and the run rate is now up to 4 and over. Just look at that over rate. Does that say -2?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, because Sussex have been slow this morning.
This is actually, I mean, obviously there was the wicket first thing this morning, but it's more or less mirrored what Sussex did yesterday morning, hasn't it?
Crocombe in, bowls to Lees, who drives through the covers, and they take a single fielded by Hudson Prentice at Backwell Point. There is no run. Yeah, absolutely.
They put on a 110 run stand.
Yeah, they did.
Put on.
Yeah, it was 100.
90.
Exactly 100 for none at lunch.
Yeah.
But then Sussex rather threw away that good start. And certainly these 2 are, so I did suggest to Paul Parbrace that maybe there's a bit more in the pitch. But he said no, it's a 400 plus pitch. Crocombe in bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss outside the offside by Borthwick. Crocombe thought he got a little nick on that. Through to Carter. Crocombe runs a long way down the pitch and stares at Scott Borthwick. Perhaps he heard a little noise, Henry, but Borthwick wasn't going anywhere, and Jack Chantry is not to be moved. So another dot goes in the scorer's books. Well, I don't think it's not in books anymore, is it? It's on a computer system, I'm sure. But it would have been a dot ball. Crocombe in conversation now with Pujara. There's going to be another fielding change. Now that flip cordon has now gone closer together after that chant, so they have actually changed it. They've got an orthodox first and second slip now, all a bit late, really. Crocombe in bowls, short from Henry Crocombe. Scott Borthwick was in a bit of discomfort from that delivery, looking to play it away off the hip on the leg side. In the end, I don't know if it came off a bit of arm pad or a bit of glove and just dropped onto the leg side, fielded by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. 96 for 1. A few more high-level cotton wool clouds just drifting away at the Lumley end of the ground. But it's a glorious day. Great day for watching cricket. Bit of a breeze as well. Crocombe in bowls, and good delivery by Crocombe, pitching around middle and off, and played into the offside by Borthwick, and there is no run, just the one run off the over so far. But Sussex desperate for a wicket. England under-19s in action today. Oh, where's that game being played? Oh, it's Hove. Australia 142 for 4. Down at the county ground. I know they played one of the games there earlier on this week, or last week I should say. Crocombe in bowls and cut away by Borthwick. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, I have to say. It was a little too wide of the off stump, and he stood up and he just steered the ball through backward point. All about the placement from Borthwick. 100 up for Durham. 100 for 1, and they're starting to put this Sussex total of 266 into some sort of perspective. Nicely played by Borthwick, who goes to 32. Came in at an awkward time this morning. A wicket had gone down in the first over. But battled away. And the run's coming a little too quickly for Sussex's liking now. Sussex really do need to keep an eye on this over 8. I mean, they're now changing the field again. And the point is going out to deep backward point. Well, probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Pin Hudson Prentice, in fact, more than that, 3/4 of the way back. Crocombe in again, bowls, driven away, 4 more. Well, in fact, he may just catch that up inside the bat. In fact, he does. That was poor commentary by me, but they're going to come back for 3.
98 partnership it would have been, but it's not. It's 96.
Over pitch, Henry Crocombe tosses the ball to Tom Haynes and gets his cap and walks away. He's annoyed with himself, Henry Crocombe. It was over pitched, and Borthwick just drove the ball away for 3. He goes to 35, 103 for 1. As Martin says, the partnership between these two now worth 97. Borthwick to 35, Lees on 59, and Henry Crocombe's 2 overs have cost 16 runs. And Cheshire Pujara desperate, not just for wickets, but also for a bit of control. And now we're going to get a change of bowling. And this is taking. I'm sorry to sound as if I'm like a broken record here, but the Sussex are changing the bowling, and they're bringing on to bowl Jadev Unadkat, who was fielding down here at third man, and he's now walking all the way to the far end of the ground, where he's going to bowl the next over from the Lumley end. So there's going to be a delay while he sets the field. Anyway, the Indian paceman is coming on from the other end. See if he can do the trick for Sussex.
Yeah, if it gets round to it.
Well, I was going to say, it's painful, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It really is. Sussex have bowled 23 overs this morning.
Here he comes, left arm over from the Lumley end. Borthwick turns this short to mid-wicket, no run there.
I mean, I see no reason at all, and certainly in the 50-over competition, sides were comfortably bowling 16 overs an hour. And I do understand that, you know, you do get delays, you get a ball change, and that has happened this morning, in fairness, so that will be one of the reasons. But
didn't take long, though, did it?
It doesn't. I mean, you've got to be bowling at least, I think you should be able to bowl 16 comfortably, to be honest. I think that the penalty should be points deductions, Martin. Well, they are, but...
Oh, that's a daisy cutter. Borthwick looked at it, pitched on a length, it was wide of off stump. Borthwick looked at cut it, and it's gone straight along the floor.
But they seem to be, the penalty should be points deductions, which they are. But I just feel that there should be just a rule that all this sort of it's -1, it's -2. If you don't bowl 16 overs an hour, then you're going to get penalised. Let's soon hurry up then.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, what should the penalty be for a slow over rate?
Or deduction of runs, maybe that would be more
Keep
appropriate.
it clean.
Yeah.
At Marty Cricket on Twitter, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on the email. Ball that comes in, and that's played by Borthwick to mid-on, no run there.
But for the record, there is a scoring computer system, Martin, and a score book. How on earth do you do both? Well done to Graham, and is it William who's the Durham?
Yeah, well they do, yeah, because they keep a paper copy going.
Well, that's very good.
Well, you see, computers, they sometimes break. So
They do.
You need your linear copy.
So I wonder whether the guys use a special type of pencil.
And I'd cat in. Borthwick digs out a Yorker length ball. Now, is it going to be signalled a no ball?
I thought he was going to signal a no
No,
ball.
he hasn't.
He looked like he was raising his arm,
Michael
didn't he?
Goff jumped out the road there as that ball was coming back to his
He
end.
did.
It looked like he was going to signal a no ball. He spotted something on the track he's not happy with, so he's just cleared a bit of debris away.
So I wonder what, I don't know, because when you have a pencil, isn't there the different sorts of lead in a pencil? Don't you get HP2 or?
Yeah, well, you see, I keep my scorecard with a V5.
Is it a pencil, is it?
It's a pen,
Okay.
but it's nice and thin, whereas a V7 is just a little bit too thin. Well, plays this one safely away up towards Pajara at mid-off.
When we used to score in when I played my village cricket, one of the problems would be if you had an over, because you only get that little box, don't you, to put the 6 deliveries in, and so if you had a wide or a couple of no balls, then I was always struggling for space to put all the dots and the.
I used to use lots of different pens for wickets and
Did you?
sixes and
Okay.
things like that. I used to, against each batsman, I'd have how many balls had faced, so dots, ones,
Yeah.
twos, whatever. A few years ago now, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, Ash thought we were doing a T20 and Ash's son Michael was here and he taught my daughter how to score. This is pushed away by Borthwick one-handed, around about off stump. And it was during a T20 game. We downloaded an app which didn't cost very much at all. It was a fairly basic online scoring app, but you loaded the players in, put in whether they're left-hander, right-hander or whatever. And then at the end of each over, it would update and calculate the score. And, you would tap on each bowler as they were coming in the bowl. It's a fairly simple system. And she really got the hang of it and came in very handy as some games away from home in the T20. She came down to Northampton with me where the scoreboard's awful. And every time there's a boundary there, you get an advert for a local brewery on the scoreboard instead of the score. So that was very handy having her there. But then COVID and lockdown came and she's not really done much scoring since. Did a game with me at Grantham last year.
No,
But it's a simple way of learning the basics. A lot of them use a sort of central scoring system now. Is it PCS Pro or something?
Right. Well, a lot of clubs now as well, in terms of scoring, they also have electronic scoreboards.
Yeah,
don't
well,
they?
they do in the Northeast.
You know,
Premier League.
I always used to, one of the great things I used to do as a kid, we were down the local club and putting up the numbers. Oh, it used to be great fun. Come on, Sussex. They're now fiddling around setting this field. They spent a good minute setting it. Broken. It's going to come in from the Finkel end. Here comes Sam, running in and bowls. And Lees pulls it away onto the leg side and picks up a single. Does Lees? He goes to 60. 104 for 1, Durham.
Why is that pointing at the wall, Sam? It's not on. Just charging up, is it? Right.
What's Sam's...
Is it going to be pointing at our ugly mugs again, is it?
Oh, dear. What's Sam's official title? Is he the media officer, the media manager?
Chief exec.
Right. Well, it's always good to see Sam, not least because he's always smiling. Said that to him yesterday.
Sam's the PR man here, but he says he's been working in the box office this morning because the international tickets have gone on sale today for next year.
Right.
For members? Yeah.
Was there a rush, Sam? Was there? Was it? Wonderful.
Queue out the door, that's good.
You're not missing any cricket because there's another change in the field. Sussex bring up a third man now into second slip. As Crocombe runs away from us. 104 for 1 are Durham. Crocombe in, bowls to Borthwick. Borthwick lets the ball outside the off stump go through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So that's a one-day international. Sam, who are they playing, England? Right. So the West Indians and Sri Lanka are here for tests next summer, but the Australians are here for a one-day series. That's weird, isn't it? Well, there'll be a big crowd for that, no question about that. So they get a daylight today. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and they get a bit low, and it's worked by Borthwick to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So how long we got here to go till lunch? Only another 10 minutes or so.
Tell you what, at this rate, the clocks will have gone back before we get to lunch.
Well, Sussex have only bowled, by my reckoning, this will be the 24th over they bowled this morning. So that it's been a very slow. Now, we have had a ball change, but as I say, I mean, the over 8 is, it's very small, that number over there, but I'm pretty certain that says -2, and that's not going to improve anytime soon either. Crocombe on his way, bowls away by Borthwick. He's going to get one down to deep backward point, fielded out on the boundary in front of the empty stand on that side by Finn Hudson-Prentice. But Borthwick goes to 36, Durham to 105 for 1. Here on BBC Radio, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson enjoying the lovely northeast sunshine, as are the spectators. Never rains when I come here, Marty.
No. Jay's tweeted, the punishment for a slow over 8 should be getting locked up in a tiny room with only piped, disembodied voices whinging on about slow over 8s.
In comes Crocombe, bowls to Lees, he pulls that one away to sort of a wideish mid-wicket fielded by tumbling Tom Haynes. And it's the 100 partnership between these two. Alex Lees goes to 61, Borthwick on 36. It's coming 139 balls in 107 minutes. As Durham really putting their stamp of authority on this game. I'm sorry, I won't mention. Who is it sent the email in?
Jay,
sorry, I won't mention it again.
He actually goes on to say bonus cruelty if it's done in a Scouse accent.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a bore about
pick any accents, really, couldn't you, suppose?
Crocombe in bowls to Borthwick, looking to bang that one in. Henry Crocombe didn't get up at all, passes the outside edge. Borthwick didn't play through to keep Carter. There is no run. 106 for 1, lead 61. Borthwick on 36. Which clock do we go by here, Marty, for lunch?
Main scoreboard. Over there.
Where's the
12:20? The big sign, the big clock at the bottom of the scoreboard in the blue band, right in the centre.
All right, yeah, what's the matter
That
with
says
me?
12:20.
It does indeed.
That's just above the over 8. That says -2.
that is in smaller. Is that the one that says Durham 106 for 1 as well? That scoreboard there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Deficit 160.
Point made. We've had an email in from Ben Silk. Oh, this is a good email. I'll read this at the end of the over, Ben. This is something that's close to my heart, this. Read it in a moment.
Start of a new over. Lee's on strike, and that's bat and pad goes off towards short point, no run.
So he says, Ben says, Dear Adrian and Martin, thank you for the coverage, which I'm enjoying while I clear out my shed on my allotment in sunny Rottingdean. It's that time of year for allotments when all of a sudden all the veg suddenly comes at one time, doesn't it?
Rottingdeans, it should be. That's one of those places where really it should be sort of Rodine and miss out the rotting bit, you know what I mean?
A friend of mine will be coming round saying, oh, do you want some more courgettes, some more runner beans, Adrian? I say, you brought around a load last week. It's very kind of you, but I think we need any more.
And out cat in, and Lees turns this through mid-wicket and sprints to the other end. He's coming back for 2 now. The ball goes off towards the castle side of the ground.
Consider what there is, Martin, in terms of picking your runner bean. There is a glut of blackberries this year, I was reading.
It's so wet.
It's been ideal conditions, and there are thousands and thousands of blackberries, probably millions, around the UK.
Well, my mother-in-law was on the patch for some sugar yesterday because she's making some jam.
Right, some blackberry jam.
Probably.
Yeah, lovely.
There'll be a few in the bushes along the riverbank here.
Well, they say it's been ideal weather and the bushes are laden with blackberries.
Short ball pulled into the ground by Lees off towards deep square leg for 1. Don't eat the ones that are dripping and look a bit yellowy.
Right. All right. Ben says, not cricket related, but a reminder that the dog swimming starts this weekend at Saltdean Lido. The Saltdean.
I've heard about this last year.
Yeah, it's a wonderful swimming pool, and it's been renovated by volunteers, and it's now up and running, and they've got all sorts of fundraising going on. It's in an Art Deco style, and every year they have dog swimming. And you can go in with your dog, which I do.
Borthwick defends this one. I had to order a new pair of swimming shorts when we went to France. What? Is it facing us, is it? All right.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, in France, you're not allowed to wear swimming shorts. They've got to be like a Speedo.
Really?
Tight to your skin.
Oh, dear.
I don't like the look at that. And it's been a law for more than 100 years because it's considered baggy shorts are not clean enough. They're not hygienic enough in France.
Right.
So I bought this pair of shorts, ordered them offline. I got them sort of like a surfer short length just above the knees. So they do actually look like the first pair of cycling shorts I bought in the 80s. And I had balls, Borthwick defence. Ordered them online, waited for them to arrive, packed them. First thing I packed. Never got them out of the bag on holiday. I think they've still got the labels attached to them. And thinking, when will I next be in France?
And that cat is, he's just being told here by Michael Goff again to not run down the line of that stump. He needs to be careful here because Michael Goff has had a couple of times, he's mentioned it to an cat who's, if he does it too much more often, he might find himself getting a warning.
Paul's been on about slow over rates. Regarding penalties for slow over rates, give them a warning as this is hooked by Borthwick and he's just got away with that one. That's gone for 6, I think. Towards a long leg. There was a fielder down there, Henry Crocombe, but it was just beyond his grasp. And a nice shot in the end. Hooked it for 6. He said, anyway, give them a warning, then runs added for each over lost at 10 runs per over. Well, that doesn't seem much to me because you could probably get more than 10 and over, couldn't you? If persistent over the whole match, then a deduction of 5 points plus any accrued bowling points. It would literally vanish overnight, he says.
Well, I think they should do something.
115 for 1 the score at the end of that over, and we are 5 minutes away from lunch.
So thank you, Ben, for getting in touch. And I'm sure all those volunteers who work so hard down at Saltdean Lido, just outside of Brighton, will be hoping the weather's like this for the weekend for the dog swimming. They tend to do 2 weekends of dog swimming. So if it's like this, it'll be glorious.
And is that just before the...
Crocombe comes in, bowls to Lees, who pulls it out. Has he hit the square leg fielder there?
He has.
Yeah, it was short. It was pulled away by Alex Lees.
Turned his back on it, didn't he? But
he did. Now, who's in there?
Got it right in the spine there.
Is that Tom Alsop who's in there?
15?
Yeah, it is. And that's nasty. He's...
I can't see a 15 on my scorecard.
45, I think it is.
45, is it?
Now, where did that hit Tom Alsop? He's wandering away. He's okay. He's not making.
I think he turned his back on it and it ricocheted up his back.
He's okay. It's Tom. He split the helmet down, walked away, went to his position at first slip. So he's made a tough stuff. Make him tough down in Wiltshire, where he comes from. Yeah. So it's generally sort of the concluding weekends before the pool will shut for the winter months. But they've raised an awful lot of money. Some tremendous volunteers down there. So if they're listening, well done, everyone. Crocombe runs away from us. That was a single to Lees, by the way. He goes to 65. Bowls to Borthwick, who works this one backward of point. Picks up a single because Hudson Prentice is out on the deep point boundary and runs coming. Got a good pace here for Durham. They're going got 4.1 and over, 117 for 1.
Kevin Ramsey's emailed. He says, enjoying the commentary. We'll be up at the Riverside this afternoon, listening to your response to the question, automatic promotion or champions. And then he comes along with a very interesting conspiracy theory here. I need to cough, so I'm going to turn my microphone off for a sec.
That's all right. We've got another change in the field here. We will get one more over in before lunch. As Crocombe comes over the wicket on this occasion to beat Scott, to bowl to Scott Borthwick. He's in and bowls short, pulled away by Borthwick. Not fielded cleanly at mid-wicket by Tom Alsop. He's in the wars out there. He manages to stop the ball, but not before Borthwick goes through for a single. Lees goes through to a single. Come on, 8. No, get it right. Borthwick goes through. No, Lees. Blimey.
Lees.
That's 4 times I got it wrong.
Well done.
Lees goes to 66. What I do know is it's 118 for 1. I need my lunch, Marty.
Borthwick's lit up in yellow.
He is. Yeah, thank you. Crocombe in bowls.
Is there anything else you need?
Borthwick punches the ball down the ground and picks up another single fielded by a tumbling Tom Haynes. I can see that because it's right in front of me, and Borthwick goes through to a single. He goes to 44, 119 for 1.
Kevin says every Durham fan knows the powers that be will probably find a reason to deduct points off Durham before the end of the season. So, measure all bats, mind your language, and have the rollers calibrated in the coming weeks, just in case, says Kev, from sunny Aycliffe.
Crocombe in again over the wicket, bowls short, pulled away by Alex Lees, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Despite the trap being set there on the leg side boundary, it was short, it was down the leg side. He swivelled around Alex Lees and helped the ball backward to square for another boundary. He goes to 70, and Durham to 123 for 1. And if Sussex aren't careful here, this is going to be the last over before lunch, because the clock is saying 12:29. We've still got a ball to be bowled. What we had there, Martin, is that 20? It's the 29th over.
5, yes.
Right, so we'd have only had 26 overs in the morning. Crocombe runs away from us. In and bowls, pulled away again by Lees. And it's along the ground, and he picks up a single, does Lees. He goes to 71. It is the end of the over. 124 for 1. The umpire, Michael Goff, is coming wandering in. He's walking very purposefully, is Michael Goff, as if to say we damn well are going to have another over before lunch. Let's see what happens when he gets to the stumps. He is there now, and we are going to have another over, but that clock's about to tick over, which will mean that we will have 27 overs in the morning, which I suppose isn't a disaster, but it's over 8 is still minus 2.
Short.
It is 5 short. It is 5 short.
Very poor.
Yeah. Still minus 2.
Michael Ventris said it should be a 5 runs deducted from the bowling side for every slow over.
There we are, 12:30 now, so they haven't started the over, but they were lucky to get Sussex to get another over in.
It's been pedestrian, hasn't it?
Oh, dreadful.
And add Cat to Lees. Lees plays the ball off towards the point boundary for 1 run. Mike says, like the banter. So it should be 5 runs deducted from the bowling side for every slow over, like the banter. So I presume that means for bad language, or does he like the banter? Mervin's been on. Mervyn says, going by what happened to Durham and how Yorkshire were dealt with, any over 8 penalty would be dependent on which club it is. Thanks, Mervyn, he says. That card coming in. Bowls, that's left alone through the to the keeper. Davy Fenwick says, I'm just about to eat a turkey sandwich and you're on about wearing tight Speedo trunks. Away, man. Yeah. Past Davy on the seafront on Saturday tea time. Heading back from Whitburn Cricket Club, and he was walking along towards the bay. $125 for 1. 4 balls left of this morning session. And add Cad in. That's left by Borthwick. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Jones caught behind in the first over of the day. So that was to the bowling of Harry Cavallas, and it was the 4th ball of the day. He went for his overnight score of 6. Durham were 6 for 1 at the time. Partnership since then, though, 119 from Borthwick, who has 44, and Lees, who has 72. And I'd cut in again. Borthwick leaves. That one zips past the off stump and is then taken down the leg side by the keeper. Quite a bit of swing on it after it's past the target. This ball is bowled to Borthwick. Gets up on his toes and pushes it back past the bowler. It's gone right down the ground, actually. Thought initially there'd only be a risky single in there, but it's been missed by Avelis diving in. It's Ralph down towards long on for 2. So he moves on to 46. 1 ball left before the lunch break. This season, Borthwick's managed 2 50s and had a century as well. Highest score 108, not out against Worcestershire, which was the opening home game here in April. And Cat in again. A bit of a plainer miss there. And that is lunch. So 30 overs gone. 27 bowled out of the 32 that should have been. It's been a really slow morning. The over rate says -2. I don't know what Sussex are playing at here. They need to get their act together with these over rates, though, because that could easily be more than -2 come the afternoon session. We did have a ball change, but it didn't take forever. It's been all the messing around at the end of each over and the beginning of another and in between overs. And remember Glamorgan coming here with a very negative approach like this a few years ago, and they ended up losing. Maybe the umpires will say something during lunch. But Durham, 127 for 1, Leeds 72, Borthwick 46. And they have added 121 in 158 balls. So 25 to 1 now. And they'll be back out playing after lunch, 1:15. We'll see you then.
Occasionally, when there used to be something on in the lounge, so that one up. That's it. You didn't spot that, did you? You wouldn't be able to spot that. Nice height. It's just a nice angle.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalising selection of global flavours. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket. So he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think the home of cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so. But we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers. So that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Had sausages, sausages with mash and a big Yorkshire pudding. But we've got an issue here, and it's a really serious issue here. The plastic forks they give us are so thinner that when you go through a meal on a lunchtime, the chances are you're going to snap at least one. One of the lads, they snapped two, and that was just trying to cut the Yorkshire pudding, which actually was tasty. It wasn't rough. It was so it's more a reflection on the fork than the cooking, because the cooking's generally being canny. Anyway, cricket-wise, it is lunch here, and Durham are doing quite well in their first innings, 127 for one. Alex Lees has 72, Scott Borthwick 46. These two have put on 121 and 158 balls. That was after Michael Jones was out, fourth delivery of the morning, 4-6, caught behind of Ari Carveas. But a good partnership, and Durham, as a result of this, are 139 behind at the moment. The over rate, though, has been slow. There's still 69 overs left in the day.
The sole background. Talk to people. You hear the people. I don't think there's any 100 one. Good one.
Well, welcome back to the post-lunch session. The players making their way out onto the field, and it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to get things underway for Sussex after lunch. Worth mentioning that the Sussex over 8 is -3 at the moment. They were painfully slow before lunch, and one thing Sussex won't want to do is to lose any points in this match for slow over 8. It's already happened once this year against Yorkshire. And I'm sure they'll be looking to try and up the ante in terms of the over 8 after lunch. What they need more than anything else, though, Sussex, is wickets, because they are considerably behind the game here. Durham, 127 for 1. Alex Lees, who's batted beautifully as he has all season, on 72. Scott Borthwick on 46. Sussex yesterday making 266. So the arrears at the moment, 139 on a glorious day. Having said that, the sun has just momentarily just disappeared behind one of the high cotton wool clouds that's just drifting across the ground as Carson gets us underway after the interview, coming in, and a switch hit immediately by Alex Lees, and he gets a single down to what would have been deep point for the, or deep backward point for the left-hander. Always becomes deep backward square, I guess. An adventurous shot from Lees straight after lunch. He goes to 73 and Durham to 128 for 1. We haven't looked at the scores in the other games, but I'll give you those lunchtime scores, particularly in Division 2, and a close eye being kept on matters down at Worcester. Worcester with 4 wins to their name already. They're not going to overhaul Durham, but if they could beat Glamorgan this week, they'd be in pole position to secure the second promotion spot. And I think a win here or a win for Worcester would make it nigh on impossible for Sussex to be in the shake-up at the end of the season. In comes Carson, bowls, and Borthwick is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Down at New Road, Glamorgan are 101 for 5. Kieran Carlson is still there on 24. Billy Root is on 12. At one stage, Glamorgan was 76 for 5, so something of a recovery from Glamorgan. In comes Carson, bowls, Borthwick forward to a ball of good length, punches it into the offside. There is no run. So Glamorgan trailing Worcestershire by 183 in that game. Leicestershire have had a bit of a collapse at Grace Road against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire making 159 yesterday. Carson in bowl, short cut away by Borthwick. He gets his first run after the break as well. Fielded by Henry Crocombe on the cover boundary. Total goes to 129 for 1. Yes, Leicestershire 185 for 6. Having been 150 for 2 at one stage. So Leicestershire leading by 26. Leicestershire not out of the running. If they could win their remaining games, they come to Hove next week. Carson in bowls, and Lees tucks that backward of square. They think about a single, but a very alert Tom Alsop fields a backward square, and there is no run. You heard the loud cry, I should say, of no from Alex Lees, who remains on 73. Carson in again bowls, and Lees is down the wicket driving, and that's going to go for 4 runs, gun barrel straight. Back over the bowler's head. The ball rolls over the boundary. One bounce, very nearly went for 6. Tom Haynes is going to retrieve the ball. So Alex Lees very much carrying on where he finished at lunchtime. 6 off the over. Lees goes to 77. Durham 133 for 1. And a miss of me. I didn't make a note of the lunchtime score in my books. Let's amend that. 127 for 1. Lees and Borthwick. I'm sure Martin would have made a note, so I'll tap him up. So Alex Lees very much. The lunchtime score, Martin, I didn't make a note of the respective batsmen's scores.
I did.
Thank you. You're going to tell me.
Do you want them? Lees had 72. Borthwick had 46.
Thank you. A low risk, really. 6 runs in that over. A couple of singles, and then just a 4 belted down the ground. It is Ari Cavalos.
Oh, what on earth's that?
Well, that should be a wide. Well, I'm very, very surprised that Michael Goff has not signalled that a wide. That was way outside the off stump from Ari Cavalos.
That's hit the white line.
Well, I'm amazed he hasn't given that. That was way, way outside the off stump. He just gets away with that. That was a real loosener after lunch. Cavalos has picked up the only wicket. 7 overs, 1 for 28. Nadcat has got the most economic figures, 11 overs, 3 maidens and 0 for 30. In comes Cavalos from the lovely end, round the wicket bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Scott Borthwick, and there is no run. But so the over rate was really pitiful for Sussex before lunch. Just 27 overs.
Apparently it only changes on the scoreboard when the umpires message the scorers to say it needs altering.
Right. Okay.
So they are doing the calculations on the field.
Okay. Yeah, there's no escape. I mean, Sussex do have the option of James Coles, who rattles through his over. So that may happen a little later on, but the first thing Sussex need is wickets. Cavalos in, bowls. Borthwick steers that to backward point, fielded there by the aforementioned James Coles, and there is no run. The problem that Cheteshwar Pujara's had is really getting control. Henry Crocombe is going at 7 and over. Jack Carson at 6 3/4 and over. He's been coming pretty freely. Durham scoring at 4.2 runs and over. If that carries on for the rest of the day, I mean, things can change. But Durham could be looking at around about 400 by the close if this carries on. Cavalos in, bowls to Borthwick wide outside the off stump, and Borthwick mistimes that completely. He's annoyed with himself. He should have thumped that through the covers for 4, but he played it straight to Pujara at mid-off. And there is no run. A little more cloud around since the break, but it's high cotton wool cloud. The castle lit up by the sun. The flag is limp to the flagpole, which tells you there's very little breeze around at the moment. Cavalos in, bowls, Borthwick covers up. Nice and tidy from Ari Cavalos in this over. But now Michael Goff's going to have a word to him as well about running too close to the stump. Certainly he's had a couple of words earlier on to a Nadcat. Maybe just a couple of, we'll just watch yourself there. The patience won't last forever if bowlers are running down the pitch. Cavalos bowls, and Borthwick is forward. Plays it back to Ari Cavalos, who starts with a maiden over after lunch. So nice and tidy from Ari Cavalos, who's now bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, and has taken 1 for 28. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson, every ball, every game, every competition across the BBC right through the summer. Right until the end of this month, when we'll all get packed up again. Another season ends, a season that's going to end almost certainly with Durham in the first division of the county championship, and increasingly looks like it's going to end up with Sussex being in the second division of the county championship, which will mean I won't see you next year, Martin. That's all, probably.
There's always a silver lining.
Unless we meet in the 50 over.
Start of a new over then from the Finkel end from Carson. With his spin. First ball played by Lees back up to mid-on.
He'll be going to the big boys next year, Marty, to the Oval and Edgbaston and Trent Bridge.
Soulless balls. Provincial soulless balls. Lees plays this to an Adcad.
You'd miss a trip to Hove then, Marty, would you? You've got to say yes.
Well, I think you could. I think you can improve the weather down there because it was freezing when I was down there in April. Blowing a hoolie off the English Channel. Rains a lot down there. Too far south to guarantee the weather. Bowler in again in reverse sweep, and that is played down towards long leg by Lees for 2. I never made it for the one-day cup this year because I just had that horrendous barking cough.
That's right.
The previous match, Durham played here against Worcestershire on the Tuesday. I managed about 2 overs out of the 100. Just couldn't speak. It was horrendous. 2 years ago, drove down there and it rained, so I never saw a ball bowled for the one-day cup.
Hove?
Yeah. You weren't there that day. Another reverse sweep. I've brought a man in to try and cut that off, but it's going to be another single down towards long leg. You were at Lord's, I think.
Oh, was I?
Yeah.
What was I doing there?
You'd gone with your future son-in-law and his mates.
Oh, yes. It was a Sunday game.
And you didn't. I don't think you saw a ball bowled, did you?
No, we didn't. No, it was a double header. A game in the 100. That's right. Crumbs, yeah. That was a Sunday then, Marty.
Yeah.
Right, that's right, yeah.
Yes.
You have got a good memory, I'll give you that.
And the wicket comes Carson, played by Borthwick up the mid-off, no run. At least it wasn't so bad as having to drive all the way down to Neath to watch the rain to then drive all the way home because...
Well, it's a long old haul there.
Well, that was 351 miles.
Did you stay in Neath?
I stayed in Swansea on the night before, knowing I wouldn't see any play the next day. It's defended by Borthwick. That was basically fill the phone with podcasts, drive down the motorway, go to the hotel, have something to eat, go to bed, go to the ground, drive home again. I knew what was going to happen. There was never going to be any play because of the rain. So I think we left the ground about 1:30 and it was chucking it down. And on the satellite, it suggested there was only rain across the south of Wales, just a thin band. But by the time the rain stopped, I was north of Birmingham. So it was a lot worse than it looked on the radar.
What's that like as a cricket ground, Neath? Well, you didn't see it in all its glory.
Muddy.
Right.
Very muddy the day we were there.
I think they did. They got another 50 over on.
Yeah, they played against Warwickshire a couple of days later.
Yeah.
But at least when the game was called off at Hove 2 years ago, it was part of a 3-match tour of the South because Durham had played Kent before that and were playing Middlesex at Radlett a couple of days after it.
Here comes Harry Cavalis from the Lumley End, bowls to Alex Lees, who drives to mid-off. There is no run.
I'll tell you what, though, you're looking at a map, right? And Radlett is just inside the M25. It's literally the last village/town before the M25 comes cutting through. And it took me 3 hours to get from Brighton to Radlett on the Monday. 3 hours.
That's madness.
I don't even think it was 70 miles.
Welcome to traffic in the south of England, Marty. In comes Cavalos, bowls and Lees. Oh, he almost plays the ball on, actually, and he kicks the ball away. And Tom Clark comes into field, and there is no run.
Born in Halifax, Alex Lees, but I can't remember if he's a Leeds United fan or a Man U fan.
He should be a Halifax fan.
Well, exactly, yes.
2 slips. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Sweep on the cover point boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a long leg. Cavalos in and bowls. Lees drives down the ground and he's going to get at least a couple of runs. I don't think he's quite timed that, Alex Lees. In fact, well, he timed it well enough for it to go to 4. It looked like it had come right up the middle of bat. No, but he picks up a boundary and he goes to 80 and Durham to 136 for 1.
Looked like it was more toe of the bat than it.
Yeah, it did. No, it definitely did.
Yeah, so it would have to be one day cup, I suppose, wouldn't it then?
Yeah. Well, you've been to Durham came to Arundel a few years ago, didn't you? Did Durham play any outground cricket at all, or is it all played here?
South Northumberland.
Right. How far is that from here?
It's just either side of Newcastle. It's where the Great North Run starts on Sunday morning.
Okay.
You've got behind that all this huge green area is the town moor, and South North's just at the top of the town moor.
Cavalos In and bowls, Lees drives into the offside. He's getting a single to James Coles, who trots in from the cover boundary to field. Lees goes to 85, 141 for one. Yes, you were saying about the Great North Run.
Yeah.
My son-in-law's mum's doing it.
Oh, right.
She lives in Liphook down in Hampshire.
Uh-huh.
She's getting the train up. Well, I hope the trains are running this week.
I think so.
And so she's doing it.
Yeah.
Is it a half marathon? Is it?
Yeah. I'm keeping up my 100% record in it.
Of never having done it.
Exactly.
Carvelas around the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, who leans on that ball, plays it to backward point. There is no run. I mean, it's a big deal, though, isn't it?
It's huge, yeah. I mean, every year they go on about 50,000 runners, but it isn't. There's 50,000 places, but there's never 50,000 runners. And
right.
I think the average number of people who finish the race each year is between sort of something like 34, 36,000.
Presumably, it's a big fundraiser, though, Martin, is it?
Massive fundraiser for charities.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Yeah, millions raised every year.
Carvelas around the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, who defends. So tidy from Harry Carvelas. He conceded the one boundary in the over. 141 for one. Carvelas 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Durham 141 for one. Alex Lees on 88. Scott Borthwick on 47.
I commentated on it a few times for Radio Newcastle, and 1 year Paula Ratcliffe won, and she broke what was the world half marathon record. But then the International Athletics Federation said they weren't prepared to accept it as a world record because of the slope of the course. There was too much gradient downhill.
Right.
And so, which is a shame, because, I mean, that's compounded by some pretty nasty headwinds running north along the cliff tops at times. Carson in, starting you over. Lees plays this out into the covers. And there was another year I did it where Benita Johnson from Australia, she won. Commentated when Mo Farah was competing. But there was one Sunday morning I was on the finish line commentating, then I had to leave to get here to do a cricket commentary on the afternoon, the one-day league. This is defended by Lees, and I'd arranged with the organisers that I could get my car off the cliff tops at the end of the race through a little gap that they created for emergency vehicles and stuff like this. So it was all done properly, and that turned into fun and games as Carson bowls again. Quite a few years ago now, it's played back to the bowler by Lees. Yeah, these two women who were stewards just wouldn't let me through this gap, and I said, I work for the BBC and I need to go. I've got to commentate on a cricket match in Durham. I've got to be there in half an hour. And they sat on my car bonnet and wouldn't let me off the site. I had to go and get the police to get my car released. Lees plays this to cover. No run. It's coming up to 1/2, mind, Adrian.
Oh, crumbs, thank you. I think he's been a bit tidier, Jack Carson, since, excuse me, 3 overs for 21 before lunch. Lees and Borthwick just sort of settling themselves.
He's out, is he? No. He thought he'd played that straight into the hands of leg slip, but it must have come down off the ground. No, I was expecting everybody just to leap up and cheer there, but
yes, he
gloved it down into the ground first.
They go in a minute. I'll see this ball out, Marty. Go on. Oh,
tries a reverse sweep again. Big appeal for LBW. No, says Jack Chantry.
He just looked at the ground, Jack Chantry, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
No response. Right, I will disappear.
Well, he tried to reverse sweep that, but actually, although he was turning leg stump into off stump, it was definitely missing leg stump. 130. Carvelas coming in. Right arm round to Borthwick. Borthwick drops down onto that ball and
Halves it nicely out through the covers. It's a lovely shot, that. Not sure it's going to go for 4. It is. Just made it to the boundary in front of the TV screen. Really nice shot that, the way he just went down on top of that ball. And brings up his 50. So with his century against Worcestershire here in April, and this today, 51 in 85 balls, 6 fours and a 6. That is the 4th time he's reached 50 in the Championship this year. Yes, balls. That's played to gully, no run. The bigger picture, which I'll bring you in a sec. So 6 fours, 1 time 6. The 6 he hooked down to long leg just at the front of the County Durham stand where his dad and his uncle are sitting. Yeah, so he now has in first class cricket. As Carveus bowls. Oh, he's nearly played on. He doesn't know where the ball's gone. It's bounced behind him. He's looking all over the place there, Scott Borthwick. I think it's looped away, though. Looped up in the air and over his head and looped away behind him rather than to the wickets. It went off towards square leg. So in terms of half centuries, that is number 60. He's got 21 hundreds and now 60 50s. 1400s for Durham. And that is his 44th 50 for Durham. Gets a single here to wide mid-on. So the next thing there is, can he keep it at 43 50s for Durham by making it a 1500 for them instead? His 207th first class match, Scott Borthwick, 33 years old now. Came through the academy here, then a few seasons at Surrey. Returned to Durham 2 years ago. Got 100 in his second match back at Chelmsford. Lees is on strike on 85. They brought in it to City mid-on. No run there as he plays this up to Pujara off Carveus. He comes, turned by Lees towards mid-wicket. He's going for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps from side on, and it's been missed by everybody backing up. But Lees is so far past the stumps at the bowler's end, there's no chance of coming back for an overthrow. Throw was hard, came in from Henry Crocombe. Square to the wicket. So these two have now put on 146 runs. So Durham at 147 for 1. Frail. Sussex by 119. Carson starts a new over to Lees. That's played out towards point. 1 run.
That looked quite close to a run out, Marty.
Yeah, but
had it hit the stump.
Yeah, but it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Crucially. So what's Lee's done in terms of centuries this year? So if he gets to 100 today, it'll be his 5th this year. I think the record is 7 in a season by Keaton Jennings in 2016, I think it was. Oh, an edge by Borthwick, but there's no second slip in place, and it's away down to vacant third man for 4. There is a first slip, but it was wide of him.
Yeah, it's just not going Sussex's way at the moment.
150 up with that 4.
And the runs are coming in the 36th over, so they're going on. But well, we'll look at it in a minute, but it's about 4 and over. Yeah, 4.2.
Damo says, with the slow over rate today, are Sussex playing a timeless county game? Carson to Borthwick. Looks to cut and it's gone into the keeper's gloves. Derek earlier said it was like a childhood summer day.
Yep, it's beautiful.
Like a childhood summer's day today. In comes the bowler. This is played back to him by Borthwick. Scott Borthwick in his overall career, it's the 60th 50 he scored. He has 21 hundredths. That's in the air and he's out. He's clipped it to backward point and he departs on 56. So disappointing to see him go there. He just tried to cut the previous delivery from Carsten and missed it, and then that one straight to
Hudson Prentice, I think it was.
Hudson Prentice at backward point. And simple catch for him. Borthwick looks really disappointed with himself and waxes pads with his bat as he wanders off. And that brings an end to the partnership at 146 runs with Alex Lees.
Well, that came out of nowhere almost, didn't it? I don't know if there was a bit of extra bounce there as well. Did that deceive Scott Borthwick, or was he? As it just wasn't a great shot. He looks, as you say, sort of dragging himself off the field. So some relief for Sussex. At least they picked up a wicket.
Arson with the wicket, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Good applause for the Durham skipper as he makes his way off. Bringing out David Beddingham, who's got previous against Sussex this season, particularly in the one-day cup where he made 100 in 52 balls from memory. The ball was disappearing out of Hove at fairly regular intervals, and Sussex won't want a repeat of that. So as Marty says, partnership of 146 between the pair. Sussex will at least hope if by taking a wicket it may do something to check the scoring rate. Yeah, that innings down at Hove. I'm trying to look at the first match.
144 in the one-day cup, which is the highest score by a Durham opener in a one-day.
Right.
Got 75 in the championship, was it?
Yes, in the championship, Alex Lees made 79 in the first innings. David Beddingham made 10. But the second time around, Beddingham made 15, Lees 17. But Beddingham's innings in the one-day cut was a terrific performance. It really was.
Carson to Beddingham then. Bowls is defended. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, Beddingham in the one-day cut made 102 in 52 balls, 6 fours and 7 sixes. And Alex Lees made 144, as you say, before he was LBW to Jack Johnson. So, a breakthrough for Sussex. The deficit 114. Well, when Marcus North was with us on commentary yesterday, he was saying that, one wicket can lead to 2 here, and I know it's an old adage, but Sussex could do with a little bit of that. Let's see what Ari Cavalos can do. He's in his 10th over. He runs in towards us, bowls to Lees, who works out into the offside. There is no run. He's on 87. 152 for 2, just the one slip in place. There's a fine leg, deep square. A shortish mid-wicket, then a very, very close straight mid-on, almost standing on the cut strip is Tom Clark. An orthodox mid-on, mid-off cover, and a deep backward square. As in comes Cavalas again in bright sunshine, bowls to Lees, who covers up and plays into the offside, fielded by Finn Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. A lot of, just reading an article on the BBC website, a lot of English players or England players have been going to be playing in the Big Bash. I guess that's all going to get underway around about Christmas time down in Australia as a franchise tournament. Cabellas in bowls, and Lee just works this, dabs it into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, but not before Lee's go through for his 88th run, 153 for 2. No one from our counties, I think. I mean, unsurprisingly, Harry Brook, Sam Billings, Paul Walter from Essex, Tom Curran, James Vince, Rehan Ahmed, Jamie Overton, Adam Hose. He's had a good season. And Zach Crawley, Laurie Evans, Alex Hales, Chris Jordan, Sam Hain. All the sort of regular names you expect to be around the franchises. A slip of a gully in place now for the new man, who's David Beddingham. He faces his first ball from Ari Cavalis. He's in and bowls and clips that to square leg, and there is no run. Made that one slowly across his front pad, David Beddingham. I was just thinking if he needed to make sure he hit that, because it had been thumb in front, had not. But he's a fine player. The Durham number 4, 153 for 2. Jara quite rightly using this opportunity to attack. Sussex have to take every opportunity they can, as Carvelos is in again, bowls, and Bellingham lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Carvelos in his 11th over, figures of 1 for 40. He got the early breakthrough this morning when Michael Jones was caught behind by Carter for 6. But Sussex had to wait another 146 runs until the next wicket.
This is actually Lee's best season in terms of centuries and half centuries.
Carvelos, final ball of the over, in and bowls to Beddingham, who's forward and plays that into the covers. There is no run, so nice and tidy from Eric Carvelos. Beddingham remains yet to score. Durham 153 for 2. Alex Lees is on 88. The deficit for Durham is 113.
This year he's had 400s and 450s. In 2019, for Durham, he had 3 centuries and 450s. 2016 for Yorkshire, 3 centuries and 7 50s. And in 2013, which was his breakthrough year really for Yorkshire, 3 centuries and a 50. So this is 1,152, 1,199. So it's his second best season at the moment.
Well, he'll be relishing the prospect of playing in Division 1 next season, Martin. And I would imagine relishing the chance maybe to prove a few people wrong as well.
Oh, he's facing here Carson. 1 run up to long on. So 1152 plus.
I think a lot of people felt that he was, a bit unfairly done by England, really. And suddenly,
he didn't get the long stint at some of them had.
No, I mean, Zach Crawley had a lot of time, didn't he? Lees wasn't really given that sort of time.
Played by Beddingham out through mid-wicket for 1. So this is his best season in runs terms in the county championship. He's currently on 1,241. Which beats 2016 when he made 1,199. He's on strike as well. It's played back to Carson.
I was a little critical of the quick move to put a player back here at long on. You can see the reaching to get down the track to Jack Carson, and just that fielder right here is maybe just preventing him from doing that.
This is played short to mid-wicket to Pajara.
He's just walking around the crease as if he's desperate to launch another big 6. Alex Lees.
Next ball comes in, and he whips it away off towards long leg. Bit of a spin. Cavalis Fields that one. 1 run.
There's no hurry here for Durham, is there? I mean, they're in a great position. 158 for 2. Is it 158, 156, 156 for 2, trailing by just 110 now.
Bellingham on strike now. It's gone down the leg side. It's taken by the keeper. That is the end of the over. 156 for 2. Deficit 110 here on the BBC.
That's been better from Jack Carson since lunch. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 fourth. 38. Picking up the wicket of Scott Borthwick, who was caught by Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point for 56. Elsewhere, Glamorgan in a right old pickle down at New Road. They're 130 for 6. In reply to Worcestershire's 284. Change of bowling at the Lumley end. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to come into the attack. Billy Root holding things together for Glamorgan. He's 21 now. They do bat a long way down, do Glamorgan. Chris Cook, who's a fine player, coming in at number 8. So all not lost. Down at Grace Road, Leicestershire bowled out for 204 by Gloucestershire. So they haven't picked up any batting bonus points, Leicestershire. They lead Gloucestershire by 45. As in comes Hudson-Prentice in. The lovely sunshine comes in and bowls to Lees. Down the leg side, clipped away by Alex Lees down to fine leg. And at Cat Fields. And it's 1 more to the total. Lees goes to 91. Durham to 157 for 2. Derbyshire 173 for 4 in reply to the Derbyshire total of the Yorkshire total. Come on, Adrian, of 297. Wayne Madsen 74 not out. Warwickshire in a complete mess at the Oval. 59 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 396. Wickets there for Worrell and Roach. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls. Forward comes Beddingham, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Paul Summerside says it's a beautiful day, warm and sunny, but also great for cloud watching. I've just seen a rabbit chased by a crab and a Yorkshire Terrier. Mind you, I am on high-strength medication for my back as well, he said.
Was it Paul who commented? Was it Paul he was saying earlier on about our conversation about cricket at Tilford?
Yes.
I think Hudson-Prentice bowls, Beddingham lets it go outside the off stump.
It was more about the pub, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it was, yeah. Taken by Carter, no wrong. Beddingham just getting used to the pace of the pitch. Very handy player is Beddingham. Hudson-Prentice in his 6th over. Oh, hush around the ground at the minute. People just enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the cricket. A slip of the gully in place for Sussex.
You think they've dozed off in the warmth?
Could be. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls. Beddingham drives down the ground. He's going to pick up runs here, at least a couple of runs. Procurement is in hot pursuit, and they'll have to settle for a couple of runs. It was just in the air for a little while there from David Beddingham. He didn't time that quite as nicely as he'd have wanted to. He goes to 3. Durham to 159 for 2. The arrears down to 107, and still... Crikey, we've still got another 59 overs to be bowled today, Martin. A lot of cricket to be played.
I said the clocks will have gone back.
Yeah, the Sussex over rate is still -3. That hasn't changed since lunch. In fact, they've been getting through their overs a little quicker since the interval. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, and it's nicked away through the slips by Beddingham. It's going to roll all the way down, just literally below our commentary box for 4 runs. He didn't intend it to go there, did David Beddingham, nonetheless. It certainly wasn't a chance to the slip cord. It bounced well in front wherever a slip would have been, 2nd or 3rd slip. And Beddingham picks up his first boundary. He goes to 7, and Durham to 163 for 2. Tom Alsop runs down and picks up the ball, then trots back to his fielding position in the slips. Hudson-Prentice is back at the end of his run and on his way in. Bowls, and Beddingham defends. Hudson-Prentice fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. End of Hudson-Prentice's 6th over, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 26. Durham are 163 for 2, just trailing now by 103. Who's that going off the field? Harry Cavalos, for some reason, is leaving the field, and Daniel Ibrahim comes on to carry out some 12th man duties. Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara are in deep conversation as the field changes round. Alex Lees is ready to face the ball. Maybe the discussion is maybe Tom Haynes is going to come and bowl. Well, we shall see. But that little chat means that we've got a delay because Haynes now has to sprint down to the long-on boundary to his fielding position.
He used 9 bowlers against Durham at Hove last year, including the wicketkeeper. Carson in. This is played to short extra cover, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Really?
Yeah. I remember. Who was the wickie last year?
Well, probably should have. Oh, yes, it was Mohammed Rizwan.
Yeah, he had a ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was here just for a season, well, half a season, really.
Carson once again. This is flicked off the legs by Lees, off towards deep square leg for 1. He moves on to 92.
Well, the runs aren't going quite as quickly as they were before lunch, Marty, but Durham are still going along at 4 and over.
Lees did get 100 in Hove last year. Him and Sean Dixon put on 313, I think it was.
Oh, I remember it, yes.
This is defended.
He's betting him likely to come skipping down the wicket here. They've got the mid on and the mid off up, Martin. So there's the encouragement in here to hit the ball over the top if he so decides.
Ball hammered down the field for 1 run by Beddingham. Picked up by Nadcat. Now, just trying to see what that was. The second highest opening stand for Durham, I think, that one last year. Only missed out on the record by 1 run. Next ball is bowled to Lees. Skids in low and quick. Played away safely.
Yes, he's probably a little loath to toss the ball up here too much to Alex Lees.
Lees made 105 on that occasion. Opening stand of 313. Sean Dixon scored 186. Carson bowls. Oh, it's looped away towards point. He's played around the ball there. I'm just wondering what that actually hit in the end.
Rather sort of
blue for LBW from the bowler, but nobody else. And the over there, 313 last year, 1 short of Durham's record opening stand in the county championship, which was a figure set by Michael DiVenuto and Kyle Coates in 2009 against Notts. Durham eventually ended up 49 runs ahead last year when the game ended in a draw in Hove, but that game against Notts was Durham's highest score in a championship match at the time. And it was the week they won the county championship for the 2nd year in a row in 2009. Went through the entire season unbeaten.
In comes Hudson-Prentice from the Lumley end bowls to David Beddingham, who plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Pujara at a straightish mid-on, and there is no run. Hudson-Prentice in his 7th over, figures of 0 for 25.
I commentated on that Notts match for 4 days on my own with what I thought was laryngitis at the time. And then after that game finished, there was a 1 day the next day that I had to do. So 5 days of commentary on my own.
Was that here?
Yeah. And then took them at bed. I was in bed for about 10 days. It turned out I had swine flu. Can you remember when that was a thing?
In comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls to Beddingham. I thought we'd been caught behind. He was playing for good delivery by Hudson-Prentice. Left the right-handed Beddingham, who played and missed. Taken by Carter Nera. I do remember swine flu, yeah.
Yeah, September 2009. And then Durham were away at Hampshire the following week, but they'd already won the title. And back in those days, we didn't go home and away all the time. And I did get myself fit to go to the final away game of the season, which was at Worcester, where high-scoring draw.
So they won the championship with a couple of games to spare then, had they?
Yeah.
In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, Beddingham again, plays slightly across his pad to mid-on, there is no run. Nice tidy little spell this from Hudson-Prentice.
That game at Worcester, Durham went through the entire season unbeaten. Worcestershire were relegated that week and hadn't won a match. And the weather was like this all week. Final week of September was gorgeous. The temperature never dropped below 19 degrees. They've got a thermometer on the front of the pavilion at New Road. It was shorts weather all week. And then the weirdest thing at the end of the game, when you feel there's somebody watching you.
Some Prentice in the bowls, and Bedingham is forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. Played that very late, actually.
Put in a bit low as well, didn't it? And it was, I was interviewing the Durham skipper, Will Smith, who's actually the match referee for this game. And halfway through the interview, we just felt there was a presence. And the sun suddenly went in. And I stopped and I'm like, what's going on here? And he looked up and like, what on earth? And there was this hot air balloon coming past with a scantily clad model on the side of it, a woman advertising Playtex bras or something like that.
That's Prentice in bowls to Bedingham, who tucks it around to the leg side, down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They won't take a couple because Coles comes in. Bedingham goes to 9, the total 167 for 2.
And it was really low. It must have taken off from the racecourse just across the way, and it came low, really low above us. You could hear the burners on the thing, you know. It's the most surreal thing.
It's not a bad place to finish your season down at Worcester, Martin. You've got to go there again, haven't you?
Yeah, in 2 weeks.
Nice. Yeah, you look forward to that. Worcester might be up by then. You never know. Hudson Prentice in bold. Played into the offside by Lees. Picks up another single. He goes to 93. 167 for 2. In fact, they probably won't be up. But they might. That'll be their second last fixture, I think. I don't think Worcestershire play next week either. End of the over, 167 for 2. Bedingham 9, Lees 93. And the lead is now below 100 for Sussex. And it looks as if we're going to get a change of bowling. And it looks as if Mr. Anecdotes is going to come back into the attack. I wonder whether someone's had a word to him at lunch and said, you need just to make sure you walk back to your mark a little quicker, old chap, because we are behind on the over rate at the moment. We shall see.
I'm just going to get an up-to-date look at the Division 2 table, taking into account the bonus points for the games so far this week as an Adcat comes in. From the Finkel end, it's a bouncer which Lees rocks out the road of. So as things stand, Durham have 177 points. Worcestershire have played the same, 135. So Durham have opened up a 2-point gap so far in this round of matches. Worcestershire playing. They've gone Glamorgan in Worcester.
Yeah.
Worcestershire all out yesterday for 284. Glamorgan 140 for 6. In comes the bowler. This is pulled away towards long leg for 1 run by Lees. In fact, then they've got 2 bowling points on the board now, Worcestershire, so that'll be back to 40. Well, Durham got 3 bowling points, didn't they? So they went up to 177. Worcestershire didn't get a batting point. No, they got 1, didn't they?
1 batting. Yeah, they got 278.
So they've got 3 out of that game. So it's 40 points the difference at the moment. 168 for 2, 98 the deficit, still 56.4 overs to go. And Adcat in, and it's flicked in the air by Bedingham, and it's a soft dismissal. He's played it straight to Jack Carson at square leg, and he's out for 9. Very soft dismissal. He seemed to be through the shot before it really got to him there.
He did.
168 for 3.
Well, a couple of bits of joy for Sussex. After all, it's been a So far, a really long day in the field. He didn't look quite comfortable to me, David Bedingham, today. He just clipped that straight to Carson. So Anecdotes' first wicket in Sussex colours. You said at lunchtime, didn't you, that they had a similar feel about it to yesterday.
Yeah.
When Sussex had a big opening stand and then lost wickets regularly during the afternoon. And I wonder if the same's going to happen today. But here comes out a fine wicket keeper. Fine batsman as well. That's Ollie Robinson making his way out to the middle, who made runs down at Hove. He made 30 in the first innings and 58 in the second innings in that match. But Nagcat picks up a wicket. He probably wouldn't have expected it to come in that way. Caught a square leg, but they all count, as they say.
So Durham trail by 98, and they've lost 2 wickets for 16 runs there after lunch. 168 for 3. Sussex were 144 for 3, then 153 for 4. They lost Pujara and Coles in the run up to tea yesterday, both for 4. Carson's been involved in the last 2 wickets. It was his bowling that saw Borthwick out, and then he's taken that catch. Yeah. Ollie Robinson's the new batsman, and he leaves this one. Hasn't really played any cricket for the last few weeks. He's been one of the players who's been sitting out matches at the what do you call it, the 100?
Yeah. He'll be glad to be playing again. It's all very well already called up for these franchises, but I mean, I know you collect the money, don't you? But I'm sure he'd like to be playing as well.
Ball push 2 point. Do you think you get paid in £100 notes just since the team going?
Yeah, I think you probably get a nice transfer into your bank account, Marty. Sussex will just feel here that the door is just slightly ajar now, having looked as if they were almost out the game. I mean, the prime wicket would be Lee's, of course. They might just feel if they could pick up a couple of wickets here quickly that they've fought their way back.
Robinson on strike, plays this towards the point area, no run there. Just give you an idea of what he's done this year. 764 runs, an average of 58.7, 3 centuries and 3 half centuries.
Well, he's been a terrific acquisition, hasn't he? Who did he take over the wicket-keeping gloves from here?
Well, last year it was Ned Eckersley, who left midway through the season, and then Tom McIntosh took over towards the back end of the season and suffered a hand injury. So Chris Benjamin was brought in from Warwickshire for a couple of games at the end of the year. But he did play here in the T20 last year as Duncan Prentice bowling now. I'm about to do an update, so...
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's a lovely day here. It reckons on my computer it's 28 degrees out there today, so if that is the case, then it's a record for September the 4th here. Durham had been going along nicely, but they have lost a couple of wickets since lunch. Scott Borthwick out for 56, and David Bedingham has just gone for 9. Borthwick clipping a ball from Jack Carson to Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point, departed for 56, having put on 146 for the second wicket with Alex Lees, and then David Bedingham's just clipped a simple catch to Jack Carson off Jadev Udnakat for 9. That was at square leg. But Alex Lees is having a cracking season. It's his best season in terms of runs and centuries in county championship cricket. He is on 94, so he's looking at century number 5 if he can get another 6 runs on the board. And he's doing a sterling job here. Durham 168 for 3, trail by 98.
Some apprentice wheels around the Lumley end. And he's on his way to bowl to Alex Lees. He's in on bowls, and Lees works this too. They're going to take a quick single here. The throw comes in.
Hit the stumps, but
it did hit the stumps, and it's bounced the wrong way as far as Sussex is concerned. They come back for a second run. Good bit of fielding there, though, by Henry Crocombe. I think you're entitled to have a shy at the stumps there. Lees goes to 96. I think we ought to let you commentate here, Marty, because he's 4 away from 100.
Paul says, regards the Indian summer, we had 42 days of rain in the UK after it rained on the 15th of July, which was since Swithin's Day. So we've earned this Indian summer.
Yeah, we have got many.
June was lovely, and then
the
weather just broke in July. August was manky. That's a technical weather forecasting term, manky. He's on 96. That's some Prentice balls, and it's a bit of a sort of check drive from Lees here. He plays it short too. Silly mid-on. So he is looking for his 5th century of the season.
Oh, terrific effort.
He got 101 and 145 at Leicestershire at the end of June. And then as he drives this one to mid on no run there. He then followed that up with 195 against Gloucestershire. He's also had 171 the week after that in Derby. 65 not out at Scarborough. Plus a host of half centuries this season as well. So if he gets there today, that will be his 23rd century in first-class cricket. And his 12th for Durham.
Just their runs here since lunch, haven't they? What have we? They've scored 43 since lunch, Durham, in 14 overs. So the run rate has, since lunch, has been sort of 3 and over. They've picked up a couple of wickets. It's going to be Anecdotes who's going to carry on, having picked up his first wicket in Sussex colours, to bowl to Ollie Robinson. He's in and bowls, and Robinson lets that one pass by outside the off stump with a flourish as he lifts the bat. Ball goes through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Joshua Vajara just has got the field in. There's just the one fielder out at fine leg. That looked like it's probably Henry Crocombe out there, I think. And now Cat walking back a little more quickly, perhaps, is he? Well, maybe not. Maybe he did before lunch. And he's coming in again. Not a particularly long run to bowl to Ollie Robinson. He bowls, and Robinson takes his hand off the bat as he drives it into the covers. They were thinking of taking a single then. The throw came in. That was good work out there by James Coles. Because Alex Lees had backed up quite a long way as the throw came in. It missed the stumps, but certainly on their toes. I can see the Sussex lads seem to have a nickname for J-Dev already. Come on, JD boy. You can probably hear them. Come on. They're yelling from the slip cordon. And that cat runs away from us. Bowls and good delivery that would have hit the stumps, but Robinson up to the task and clips the ball to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Pujara.
Hear that bee?
I think we've got a bee or a wasp around our effects microphone. It's that sort of time of year for wasps now, isn't it? You know, you get a nice hot September and they'll all be out buzzing around.
Drunk on apples.
Yeah. Well, apparently they're good for the environment, wasps. I can't stand them myself, but anyway. Apparently they do some good. And had cat in bowls, and Robinson's going to get runs. He's going to get 4 runs as well, outside the off stump, and I think it's fair to say guides that one down to the vacant third man area. Picked up the first boundary for a while, actually. He's on his way with a boundary, and Durham to 174 for 3. John Morelli, who's the Sussex physio, makes his way around the boundary edge. He's got a big bag on his back of all his bits and pieces in there. I wonder if he's got a drink with himself as well. So maybe he's going to, one of the Sussex lads needs a bit of treatment. Now, this is where Sussex haven't done themselves any favours here today, Martin. So that cat's just gone for a boundary. Now there's a discussion mid-over between Pujara and Anecdotes, and presumably about a fielding change. And I don't think the umpires look particularly favourably upon that sort of thing. Now, the field is going to change, and they're putting in a gully. And Anecdotes going to change the angle of attack as well. He's going to come around the wicket. So the slip called, there's a first slip, and I would say there's a first, third, and fifth slip. I'm going to say they are. There's a big gap between the three of them. And they're cat in bowls, and Robinson up on his toes plays that 2-pointer as fielded by Jack Carson. And there is no run. 174 for 3. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson from the Riverside in Durham. And as in keeping with the rest of the country this week, so it seems the weather is absolutely glorious and forecast to stay so. And the cat wheels round literally in front of us and runs away from us. The single end of the ground in and bowls. Robinson drives into the offside. It was slightly uppish. Caused a few arms to be raised. End of the over, just the 4 runs conceded. And that cat's bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 35. Durham 174 for 3 at the end of the over. Lees on 96. Robinson on 4.
This would become century number 340 for Durham in first-class cricket.
Right. And did you say this would be Alex Lees' 5th century of the season?
Yeah.
That's some going, isn't it?
He got 4 in 5 innings a few weeks ago.
I remember Ed Joyce scoring, I think it was 7 in one season for Sussex. And that took some doing as well. That was in the old First Division as well.
Hudson Prentice to Lees.
Oh,
hit him on the pad. There's no appeal. Now then, did it hit any bat as well? Or is this going to be leg by nuts off the bat?
Yeah, I think
under 97.
I think had they not got a little inside edge on that, that might have been a good appeal, you know. He's just looked a little impatient here, Alex Lees, to me, in the last 10, 15 minutes. But he's been so positive, hasn't he? Perhaps he just feels he's getting a little tied down.
Well, Durham have lost a couple of wickets as well.
Yeah, they have.
Mindful of that.
Yeah. Prentice bowls, and that's going to race away for 4 byes, I suspect. Yes, indeed it is. Down the leg side, no chance of getting anywhere close to that. But it's 4 more to the total, which goes to 179 for 3. Chris Wright, who's coming to Sussex next season from Leicestershire, has picked up a wicket for Leicester in the Gloucestershire second innings. Gloucestershire 10 for 1. Still trailing Leicestershire by 35. A win for Leicestershire would make things interesting at the top of the second division. Hudson Prentice turns. Is it me, Martin?
It's your end, isn't it? So, yeah.
Hudson Prentice runs towards us. Bowls, and Robinson defends stoutly to mid-off, fielded there by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run. Morgan's recovery continues down at...
He's still got a bit of work to do here if he's to get to the Durham record of the most runs in a season. And this was completed in that game at Worcester. I was talking about the hot air balloon a few minutes ago when Michael Di Venuto finished on 1,654.
Hudson Prentice again bowls to Robinson, who defends into the offside again, and there is no run.
So he broke Wayne Larkin's record, which had been set in 1992, Durham's first year in first-class cricket, which had been 1,536. Keaton Jennings then came close in 2016 with 1,602, and I think 7 centuries that year. He holds the record for the most centuries in a season for Durham, and he was the first Durham player to be the leading run scorer in the country as well.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and Robinson places into the offside, fielded by Jack Carson, who needs to move smartly to his left to field at cover. Before Robinson goes through for a single, I'll hand the mic back to Marty, because Alex Lees is on 97.
And in his first season here in 2006, Dale Bengenstein ended up with a perfectly round 1,500 runs. Lees is on 97. And add that to the 1,152 he's had so far this year. As Hudson Prentice comes in, too short on the leg side. He plays this off towards deep square leg for 1. And he'll keep strike on 98.
Well, you better keep commentating, Marty, because it could happen at any time. I just think he looks an imposing figure at the Cross. Alex Lees is. He's a well-built chap and hits the ball hard. And championship hundreds are hard to come by, you know. Don't give them away.
Beautiful sunny day. The breeze has picked up a little bit, but it's not windy by any stretch of the imagination. The wind was non-existent earlier. The flags were just hanging there.
Yeah.
And Adcat to Lees. Lees plays this out through mid-wicket. He might get 2 here. He's going to come back for the second. He's going to take on the arm of the fielder. He dives in and he's there. And he's got his 5th century of the season. And that is something like 5 centuries in 7 innings. 138 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes. And what a season he's having. The 23rd 100 for him in first-class cricket and his 12th for Durham. Wowzaroonies.
Well batted. Terrific knock. He's probably a bit puffed out coming back for that second run, but he was determined once he'd played the shot. He wanted to get to that 100, didn't he? And he's just having a little natter away there to Ollie Robinson, who pats him on the back. And well done, Alex Lees. That's a tremendous effort.
So he's now got 1,252 runs this season.
Well, you keep on going.
I need to do an update for the BBC, so you can take over if you want.
Oh, right, okay. And that cat runs in over the wicket, bowls wide outside the off stump, swinging away, and a good sprawling save by Tom Clark in the gully. And there is no run. Now, again, this prompts Pujara to come over and have a word to Anad Cat, who's wandering back to his mark. 183 for 3. Ollie Carter claps his gloves together. Alex Lee surveys that leg side boundary. There's 2 men back on that leg side boundary. There's a fine leg and a deep square as in comes, and that cat runs away from us. In and bowls to Lees, who defends and plays into the offside. And there is no run. I'd say the Sussex bowling has been a lot better since lunch. Durham going to lunch 127 for 1. So they've added 64. Is that right? Yes, since lunch. $54 since lunch. Here comes the net cap bowls, and Lees again is forward, plays into the offside again. There is no run. I'm talking nonsense, aren't I? 56 they've added since lunch. My apologies. In 17 overs, so the run rate has fallen below 4 and over, and helps when you pick up wickets. And that cat seems to have this habit when he's walking back to his mark. He stretches both hands high above his head. I don't know if that's something that he does the whole time, or whether he's got some sort of a strain that he's just relieving. Runs away from us now. It involves a swinging Orca that Lees does well to keep out, and plays back down the pitch. And Pujara trots in from cover to field, and there is no run. 2 slips still in place. There's a first slip. I think there's a regulation first slip, Tom also. Maybe first slip. Tom Clark looks like he's in almost a 4th slip. Not really a gully position. Sweep on the cover point boundary. And there's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square and a fine leg. And Nedcat Figures of 1 for 37. Final ball of his 14th over in bowls, and Lees dabs that out in the offside. He was looking for a single, but it was never there, and Ollie Robinson at the non-striker's end was quite within his rights to send Alex Lees back. It is the end of an over, the over that saw the 8 fours and 2 sixes for Alex Lees, and is exactly 100 not out. Very fine innings. And he's leading his side into a good position here. 183 for 3. There's still work to be done for Durham. They're still in arrears by 83. But this ball now 47 overs old, and you would think that if Durham decided that they want to put their foot to the accelerator, I mean, there's plenty of time left in the match. They'll be looking to bat as long as they can here, the hosts and leaders of the second division of the county championship, as in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and Robinson is forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. So when you've finished your typing, Marty, and I'll hand back to you. Hudson Prentice in his 10th over, figures of 0 for 32. And don't forget, if you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Marty Cricket at BBC Sussex Sport. A variety of ways to get hold of us. In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery that cut back into Robinson, who played firmly to mid-on, and a good stop by Ari Cavalos. There is no run. I see Steve Finn was on the ground at lunchtime, wandering across, who's had to call time on his first-class career. What a career it's been as well, but he was wandering across to the net area with some of the Sussex players. I saw someone very tall, towering over everybody else. It looked very much like Steve Finn, and it was. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Robinson is forward, building off his own bowling, and there is no run. Good line being bowled here by Sussex. Just trying to keep this scoring rate down, just trying to put a bit of pressure on. Exactly what Durham did yesterday when they picked up all those wickets, particularly after lunch, and then with the new ball, when the last 5 Sussex wickets went down for just 19. Hudson Prentice bowls to Robinson, who plays a lovely shot, beautifully timed. That really was a very good shot. It was just slightly overpitched by Finn Hudson Prentice, and Robinson, with minimal backlift, just sort of eased the ball through the covers for 4 runs. It was beautifully timed, beautifully played. Robinson goes to 9. Ollie Robinson, who shares the same birthday as his namesake, who plays for Sussex. Both of them have a birthday on the 1st of December from memory. The Kent Ollie Robinson, though, several years younger. As in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls, and he's at it again. There's 4 more. 2 wide of the off stump. And he's not going to miss out there. Belts that ball away through backward point for 4 runs. 2 lovely shots in the over from Ollie Robinson, who was born on the 1st of December 1998. The Sussex Ollie Robinson is 5 years older. 1993. .191 for 3, back-to-back boundaries. Having said Sussex had clawed the run rate back a little. Hudson Prentice in bowls and clipped away down to fine leg by Robinson. Picks up a single off the last ball of the over. Yes, it is the last ball of the over. So expensive over from Finn Hudson Prentice. 9 coming from it. 10 overs, 1 maiden. No wicket for 41. Durham 192 for 3. Alex Lees exactly 100 not out. Ollie Robinson on 14. These two coming together after a couple of wickets had gone down after lunch. Scott Borthwick caught by Finn Hudson Prentice at point off the bowling of Jack Carson for 56. And David Beddingham clipping to Carson at square leg off of the bowling of Connecticut for 9. And it is going to be the Indian left armour who's going to carry on. And Nadcat, and it's the Finkel end. He's going to be bowling to Ollie Robinson. The over 8 is still showing as -3. There's a Nadcat is on his way. racing in around the wicket bowls to Robinson, who drive. More runs here down towards third man. Carson is in hot pursuit, and he's just going to get there, overhauls the ball. And before Robinson comes back for 3 more, he goes to 17. And Durham to 195 for 3.
Paul Wilson says, how do Marty and Adrian? Greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costa del Hartlepool.
Oh, nice.
Just got in from work and find the game evenly poised at the moment, but work to be done by Durham still. Have fun and come on, Durham.
Well, thank you for your message. And Nadcat, I'll nip next door at the end of this over and do me update Marty as in comes Nadcat bowls to Lees, who stretches forward to a ball pitching roundabout off stump. And a model full defensive shot by Lees, plays it out into the offside, no run. You know Alex Lees, I mean, is he looking at this thinking, right, I've got my ton, now I'm going to get my head down and get another one. Can't see he wanted to give this away. It's a good track, beautiful day. And Durham batting themselves into a very strong position here. The arrears are still 71, but 7 wickets in hand. This ball is still got Sussex got to bowl another 30 overs yet with this ball. As Lees waits, he's got a high back lift. What's it kept waiting for now? Why is he waiting, Martin?
There's a conversation going on there at the minute.
I mean, this Sussex really aren't helping their own cause here today. And they get in and bowls a swinging Yorker, which Lees does well to dig out, plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Sussex are already -3 on the over rate. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they're not that far off, -4. Because an Nadcat does walk back to his mark painfully slowly. Sussex only bowled 27 overs before lunch. And we've still got now, Martin, there's 18 overs to bowl until tea. Tea should be, I think, at 3:10 today.
Yeah.
Well, there's absolutely not a hope of that happening. Nadcat runs away from us. Bowls to Lees, and Lees plays firmly down the ground, fielded by Tom Haynes, who scurries across from a wideish mid onto field. And there is no run. I'd better go, Martin, because I don't want to miss me up.
According to the Microsoft weather service, which crops up on my laptop, the temperature is now supposedly 25 degrees here, and that is a record high for this day in September in Chester Street, but it's suggested it could go up another 2 degrees. We're indoors, but quite a few people in the sunshine in the County Durham standing all right in shorts and t-shirts. As another card comes in, Lees plays this off towards the covers for 1 run. The Met Office weather app suggesting 25 degrees between 3 and 4, and then drops off considerably after that, all the way down to 24 and then 23. It's going to be a warm night, 16 degrees, 14 the low. Another lengthy delay. Get on with it. 1 ball left of the over. And Nadcat eventually starts his run up, left arm round now to Robinson. It's fired in short to Pajara in the covers, end of the over. 196 for 3, so Durham still 54 runs away from what would be their first batting point in this game. Meanwhile, Sussex, having taken that 3rd wicket of Beddingham, have a bowling point on the board. They were all out for 266, so they only managed the 1 batting point of the 5 available. If you're wondering how the bonus points work, you can get a bowling point for 3, 6 and 9 wickets. So a point as you reach each of those milestones, but it's got to be done in 110 overs. Similarly, a team from 250 through to 450 can get a batting point for every 50 runs they add from 250. Again, it's got to be done in 110 overs. And then there are no bonus points in the second innings, just the first. 16 points for a win. Now 5 for a draw. It was 8. It's gone back to 5. So if you pick your maximum bowling points and batting points up, you get and you win. You've got 24 points from the game. So that's got to be what Durham are thinking about here at 196 for 3. They've got to try and get to 450. Change of bowler, and Carson's returned. And this time he's bowling from the Lumley end rather than the Finkel end where he was bowling before lunch. Comes in and bowls again. Ball played back along the ground to him. So this is the 50th over. He's come on to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's taken none for 41 in 10 overs. 1 maiden. Jaydev Anadkat 1 for 41 in 15 overs. 3 maidens for him. Carson in again. This is played by Lees up to long on for a single. Jack Carson's 22 years old from Craigavon in Northern Ireland. Flicking the ball from one hand to the other, and again and again and again and again. Now he comes into bowl, and Robinson's lobbed him over the top of Tom Haynes at mid-on for 4. Quick movement of the feet there. That brings up Durham's 200. 200 for 3, 49.4 overs. Next ball in. And it's the same again, but it's a bit more height on this one. That might actually go for 6. I think it has. It has. He's hammered that up in the air. The last ball cleared Haynes at mid-on by a few feet, but that one was miles above him. And it's come down, landed on the grass and hit the fence in front of the health club. Long on. So 10 from 2 balls there. Robinson moves on to 27 from 23, strike rate of 100. And 17.4. Lees at the other end has now faced 150 balls for 102 at a strike rate of 68, but he's keeping things ticking along nicely from a Durham point of view. Carson again, it's a reverse sweep. That's 4 more. That's a really nice shot there from Robinson. Strong wrists, and he played that right out of the middle of the bat with a lovely little flick away down to wide third man, which he turned into a long leg. Productive over from Durham's point of view. They passed the 200 mark in it, and now 211 for 3. $15 runs from the over. Deficit's 55. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey. At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to send a message in. And wearecricket at yahoo.co.uk on the email. Jaydev Anadkat to continue bowling. This will be over number 16. He's been giving the ball a polish. Now he starts his run up. Comes in and bowls, and half volley just wide of off stump, driven by Lees out towards mid-off, no run there. Bowler comes in again. Oh, it's cut down in the grounds, missed time there by Lees, and he's Ended up playing that one-handed and looks very disappointed in himself because it was a shortish ball and he was looking to cash in there, but he mistimed the shot and it ends up being a dot ball. Jadev Anandkat is 31, but as he walks back to his marker, you'd think he was 91, the pace he goes. This is played by Lees up to mid-on, no run. In fact, he's got 91 on his back. There's a thing. "32 overs to remain before they have tea, which should really be at 3:15 today. They were 5 minutes slow going off for lunch, but still 48.3 to go. So it's another hour, really, before tea. Lees plays us towards square leg for one. Not sure that's where he was aiming to put it, but that's where it's gone. Given the over rate's now -4, the idea that Sussex will suddenly bowl 16 overs in an hour is fanciful, so it's probably going to be tea will be after the time that tea is meant to be at an 11 o'clock start.
No, the over rate's been shocking.
So it's going to be probably around about 3:45, 10 to 4.
Well, now there's even longer delay, and Anandkat is wiping the ball on his trousers, or shining the ball, I should say.
Should time his next over. Comes around the wicket to Robinson. That's played off towards the point boundary for 2. Everything's just slow about it, isn't it? It's just such a pedestrian pace. I'm just saying that the speed he walks back to his marker.
Well, it's so slow. I mean, as I say, perhaps he's been playing a bit too much. Well, he's only played 3 tests, I think, but with the Pujara just said, come on, you need to get a move on with it, old chap, because at this rate, they will be -5. It's not funny because they can't, I mean, it could be immaterial anyway, but it's not good to bowl your overs this slowly.
Here he comes again. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So that's the end of over 51. 48 to go. So another 16, which is supposedly an hour of cricket until tea. And his next over, I'm going to time how long the over takes.
Yeah. So 214 for 3. Again, I've just upped the ante here of Durham, principally through Ollie Robinson, 33 off just 26 balls, who's clearly taking a liking to Jack Carson in that previous over. Carson's figures now 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 55. And Alex Lees, who's been relatively sedate since he's got his 103. 214 for 3. The arrears now just 52. In comes Carson, bowls to Lees, who helps his way. He's going to be caught. And the catch is taken, and he's really annoyed with himself, Alex Lees. He'll feel he's rather given that away. He swept the ball out into the deep. It came off rather bottom of the bat, and it's caught out to deep mid-wicket by, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice out there, who's taken the catch. And another wicket goes down, and Alex Lees is annoyed with himself. He looked as if he wanted to get on with it. Hudson-Prentice takes the catch, and it's another wicket for Jack Carson. That's his second of the innings. And Lees is on his way for 103. A partnership between the pair of 46.
Are you sure?
I think.
Yes, it is.
But a good round of applause, and rightly so, for Alex Lees, who makes his way off. Raises his bat. I thought he looked a little tired, Alex Lees. I've got to be honest. He was a tired-looking shot, wasn't it? I mean, it's a warm day, and mind you, he chucks his gloves and helmet. I think he's just annoyed that he's got out. But a fine innings. And the new man coming in is Graham Clark. Perhaps a slightly unexpected wicket for Sussex. So the arrears are still 52. So there's sort of plenty of batting to come, isn't there? I mean, Deleda,
Graham Clark,
Rain, Potts, they can all bat.
Had 100 at Bristol this year. Got run out on, I think it was 92 by Ollie Robinson at Leicester.
Be hoping that doesn't happen again. But Sussex pick up another wicket. Jack Carson 2 for 55 in his 11th over. The new man in is Graham Clark, slipping a short leg in place as in comes Carson bowls, and Clark turns that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Pujara.
Got exactly 100 at Bristol in May, 92 at Leicester, 25th of June. He's had an 82 against Gloucestershire and Chester Street, and an 80 against Glamorgan here as well.
Carson in bowls, and Clark drives to mid-off, fielded up there by... Who's that up there? Looks like Henry Crocombe. There is no run.
He was quite emotional when he got his 100 at Bristol because he didn't think his days in the county championship would be seen again.
Right.
He was just limited to white ball cricket in previous seasons.
Carson has a quick delivery that Clark plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
And at Bristol, he came in. Durham had lost about 4 or 5 wickets, and to me, he didn't really have enough runs on the board at that time, and he put on a big partnership there. And got them out of trouble, gave them a decent score.
Carson in again, bowl stretching forward is Clark, plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. Glamorgan have lost a couple of wickets. They're now 169 for 9 down at New Road. Still trailing Worcester by 115, so the home side with a big advantage there. Looking for their 5th win in the championship. Carson in bowls, Clark defends down the offside. That's going to be a wicket maiden for Jack Carson, having been given a bit of stick by Ollie Robinson in the previous over that he bowled. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55 for Jack, who takes his son out, wanders away to his fielding position. Having taken 2 wickets, I've now decided he's going to be my interview for tonight, whatever happens.
Clark came in Bristol at number 6, which is where he's come in today. Durham were 149 for 4. They just lost 2 wickets on 149. He then put on 65 for the 5th wicket with Ollie Robinson, who made 38, and then 124 for the 6th wicket with Deleda, who made 65. So looking at the batting still to come, Deleda knows which end of the bat switch. Ben Rain's got a century.
And change of bowling, Marty. Henry Crocombe back into the attack.
214 for 4, right arm over, Finkel end. And that is effortlessly driven by Ollie Robinson. What a beautiful strike of the ball through the covers for 4.
Good shot, wasn't it? I mean, it was a bit of a loosener from Crocombe. He shouldn't really have looseners at this level, but it was a half volley outside the off stump, and Robinson's not going to hang around, is he? If it's there to be 37 in 27 balls, Ollie Robinson. He's in the mood to get on with it. And immediately there's a change in the field. The slip coming out to short extra.
Look at it. One down the wicket. Keeper's taking that on the bounce down the leg side.
It was a good take, to be fair to Carter, wasn't it? It was to compensate for that previous delivery, Henry Crocombe.
Where was Finn Hudson Prentice for that catch? Was he deep mid-wicket, would you say?
I would have said he was deep mid-wicket, yes. Yeah.
It was a slog sweep, wasn't it?
Yeah, he sort of towed it, really, didn't he? It was a...
I've got my stopwatch ready to time when that caddy's come off. Turn that off now. That's just dawned on me, that one. Crocombe bowling his 5th over. This is played back to him by Robinson.
Well, I guess Sussex are just sort of taking wickets with enough regularity here to feel that they can get themselves back into the game. Still in arrears of 48, but still, Marty says plenty of batting to come.
Bowler in again, and this is pushed up to an ad card at mid-on. No run there.
I think that's Steve Finn down on the third man boundary now, talking there to Jack Carson. Is that Steve? A long way, it's 150 yards over to that side of the ground. Certainly one of the coaching staff is out there chatting away to Jack. It's 2 for 58, his figures.
Next ball is a daisy cutter, passed off stump, a playing a miss from Robinson, and it hits the keeper in the foot, I think.
Did that keep low?
Yeah. It hit the keeper on his left foot, inside of his left foot.
He's looking for...
Just missed the off stump.
Looking for a peak performance there, Ollie Robson was looking to drive the ball away through the offside, having hit one lovely boundary in this over already.
Two balls left of the over from Crocombe. Robinson plays this up to an Adcat at mid-on.
In the first division, Lancashire 238 for 6. Josh Bohannon has made a century for Lancashire. He was being talked about a lot beginning of the season, wasn't he, Bohannon? He seems to have sort of slipped off the radar a little bit.
He's a kind of useful little all-rounder. I remember him playing against Durham at Sedbergh School about 4 years ago in the county championship.
Yeah. Well, he's made a ton today. Lancashire 238 for 6, leading Northamptonshire by 6 runs with 4 wickets remaining. I think defeat there for Northamptonshire would pretty much consign them to relegation. If we go to Old Trafford next year, Scotty, or maybe Sedbury, you never know. I don't know if they play 4-day games. Did you have a 1-day game or a 4-day game?
We played a 4-day game.
I remember seeing your pictures up there.
Yeah,
we had a 1-day game. They're beautiful.
Yeah, you were there the next year.
Yeah, lovely it was. Yeah. Carson. Couple of wickets to his name, comes in and bowls to Clark, who drives without timing down the offside of the track, fielded by Jack Carson off his own bowling. There is no run.
I think Durham were there in 2019, and then the following year everything was scrapped, wasn't it, because of COVID? And then I think you were there in 2021.
Yeah.
For a 1-day cup game, because I went across to Sedbergh that week and I watched Lancashire play Cumberland.
Carson bowls, Clark defends into the offside, no run. What a cricket ground. Well, the day we were there was a day like this, Marty.
Yeah.
And you could see
that day we were there, it was like, this was gorgeous. I took my daughter and her mate over and went over with my dad, and it was really warm. It was a beautiful day.
Yeah. Carson just slipping a short leg in place, in and bowls. Clark drives, and that's going to be his first run as he plays it down to Tom Haynes, who fills at mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I stayed in the... Well, Scott Reed, our colleague, did a great job. We stayed in the pub there. I forget what the name of the pub is now. I ought to be able to remember.
Blackpool?
No. Something. Oh.
Cumberland Arms? One in the centre of the village?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And very nice it was too.
Well, I ended up staying at Ravenstonedale in the Swan, which was 12 miles away. By the time I found out the game had been moved there, it was originally meant to be Southport. It was 2019 because it was the year of the World Cup.
Here comes Carson bowls. Oh, and Robinson looking to play out on the offside was rather squared up by Carson then. I don't know whether he started to do a little bit. Who knows? But Robinson was certainly deceived.
I'll tell you when the period was. The Australian batsman for Durham got a big score at Hove.
Carson in bowls, and Robinson just nudges that one down to deep backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 38, 220 for 4. The Australian who was playing for...
Yeah, there's a big partnership. Cameron Bancroft made 158. Durham win at Hove in 2019. Ned Eggersley 118. And Alex Lee's got 143 in the second innings.
Carson bowls to Clark, who doesn't quite get to the picture. That plays to mid-wicket. There was a cry of catch. I don't think it was in the air that long. End of the over. Sorry, Marty. 220 for 4. Clark 1. Robinson 38.
I think Lee's that match got a duck in the first innings and then got a century in the second, which was a rarity in Durham terms. So that was mid-June, and I got the train back up from Hove on the morning, and the train was packed leaving King's Cross, and the World Cup was on, and I think the West Indies might have been playing Sri Lanka here.
Right, okay.
And the three lads sitting on the table next to me, one of them got out this big sort of iPad television screen, and I thought, oh no, what's this going to be? As Crocombe starts a new over here, and this is played to short. Extra cover, no run. And everybody in the carriage seemed to be with these lads, and they were all heading to a wedding in Inverness.
All right.
So they had quite a few hours on the train. Anyway, the lad said, do you mind? We're all cricket fans and we want to watch the World Cup. So I said, yeah, be my guest. And they said, are you interested in cricket? And I said, well, there's a funny story. Crocombe comes in and bowls, and that's played back to him by Robinson. So I remember coming past here through Chesterley Street on the train, watching the match live on this guy's screen on the table on the train. I never got to a World Cup game here that year. And I think Durham's next away game, having played at Hove that season, was at Sedbergh.
Right.
Because Bancroft then got runs there, and he was then called into the Australian Ashes team. Short one, pulled away by Robinson down towards the long leg for 1.
The pub in Sedbergh, Martin, was called the Dalesman.
Ah, that's it, yeah. Yes, I've had a pint in there with Spatey. After a day's play, Spatey's former Sussex batsman, of course. And Durham.
Has he just left Sedbergh School?
He is leaving.
Yes.
He's
who's going there? I read somewhere.
Yes. Trying to remember who it was now. Next ball is bowled by Crocombe. Defended. It's a former county player who's going there.
Yes, because Martin Spate's going to Repton.
Yeah, which is in Derbyshire.
Yeah.
So Repton's where Frank Watson, who does the BBC Hereford and Worcester commentary.
Yes.
He was a school
That's right.
teacher at Repton.
Yes.
Involved in the cricket coaching there. It looks like a beautiful school.
Yeah, I forget who it is who's gone to Sedbergh.
Robinson plays this up to an ad card at mid-on, no run there. Was it a former Lancashire player?
Yeah, I was going to see if I can remember, Martin.
I think Spatey started at Repton in January. Comes Crocombe again and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on, no run there.
Oh, that's interesting. This wasn't the name I thought it was, actually.
Who?
Jimmy Anion.
James Anion, yeah.
Formerly of Sussex.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that Jimmy had got that job. Wow.
Well, Stuart Manger, who emails us, he lives out in Sedbergh and has links to the school. Sent an email the other day to thank us for the cricket commentaries this season. So, yeah.
He was at Hurstpierpoint College. That's where Tom Haynes went to school.
You have a listener there, don't you? Or is it a Middlesex listener who...
Middlesex, yeah.
Is it Derek?
You're right. He brings the cakes.
Yeah.
Jack Carson's going to carry on. I'll read your email in a moment, Steve. He's been in touch about Ollie Robinson. The Sussex one. In comes Carson, bowls to Robinson, plays onto the onside, no run. Steve says, I watched your interview with Paul Farbrace yesterday and was interested in his comments regarding Ollie Robinson's availability for Sussex. More to come. In comes Carson again. Bowls and Robinson is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Whilst being very diplomatic, I sensed a degree of irritation in Paul's comments, and justifiably so. I reckon that Ollie hasn't played a competitive game of cricket since the third test at the beginning of July. I'm sure that he has been training, etc., but I find it hard to believe that a professional sportsman wouldn't benefit from playing competitive matches. In comes Carson, bowls. Robinson defends to mid-off. There is no run. Well, I couldn't agree more with what you're saying, Steve, in terms of Paul Farbrace yesterday. I thought Paul was being very diplomatic when he spoke after the game yesterday. And a sense of irritation, I think, or a degree of irritation, as you say, I think absolutely right. In comes Carson, bowls. Robinson down the track and hammers that one away over long off.
It was rather dismissive, wasn't it?
It was. 4 runs. Lovely shot. Robson goes to 43, 225 for 4. I understand that Ollie I didn't even realise he'd been selected in the 100, but apparently he didn't play. I don't know who he was selected for, but he didn't play. But I think there is a degree of irritation, and now England's saying he's only available for 2 matches at the end of the season. Well, if they're dead matches, I can't see Ollie Robinson flogging himself in at Derbyshire, for example, on a flat track. Having said that, If England wants him to play to prove fitness for winter tours, maybe he'll have to, but Sussex would have loved to have had him here.
Ball's ended up under the stand there. It has been retrieved by...
Harry Cavalos.
Yeah, I think it's Harry Cavalos, but I was looking through the binoculars. It looks like there's quite a few nettles and stuff under there as well, so I hope he didn't get stung. Derek says, great season for Leeds. There's still autumn and a bit of winter to go too. Paul Summerside says, getting back to my slow overrate suggestion, Sussex would now have been deducted 30 runs.
In comes Carson Bowles. Clipped down the pitch by Robinson, and there is no run, who, having played that shot, then surveys the leg side field. There's a big gap between deep square and long on. So in other words, over cow corner. He's got that area in mind. He's just a little look. Carlson in again, Bowles, and Robinson plays it in exactly the other direction through the covers. Beautifully timed. He's going to get 4 runs as well. Is he? No. Crocombe just gets to it in time. And Robinson picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 45. And Durham to 227 before, rather resigned, Jack Carlson takes his sun hat. The arrears now 39. Carlson 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 63.
Paul says, I guarantee my penalty would have made everybody think again about the deliberate time wasting which is rife in cricket. Chris Tyndall says the Caribbean Premier League's trialling red cards for slow over rates. You can have a fielder sent off in the last over if you are behind.
Yeah.
It's no good though if your bowler still manages to bowl 6 dot balls. Damo says an off-the-wall idea for slow over rates. The offending team, if playing at home, has to reduce the price of the food and drink by £1 per over under the rate. The counties would make sure the players get a move on. This is driven by Clark off the bowling of Crocombe back to the bowler. He said, don't know though. Unsure how this would work away from home. Well, half the problem with that is I would imagine a number of the counties use catering teams and have franchised their catering facilities out. So it's not necessarily the club who runs the restaurants. It might be some independent company. Crocombe to Clark. Clark forward to this one. Plays it up to Haynes at mid-off, no run.
I'm really delighted for Jimmy Anion. No, he's a really nice guy. Didn't, whenever I interviewed him, which wasn't a lot, Jimmy was coming to the end of his career when I started doing this, Martin. But he was always, most cricketers are always incredibly pleasant. Good bowler as well. He could bowl quick.
He knows his onions.
He does indeed. Yeah, nice fella. I'm really pleased for him.
Third ball of the over. 227 for 4. Ball played back by Clark up towards mid-off again. No run. Holding a good line and length here, Crocombe. Getting it right into the foot of off stump. Derek's worried that if Sussex don't hurry up with their run rate, the ECB will invent another faster game and bench our best players so they can eat crisps. Crocombe in. That was a Yorker length ball outside the line of off stump and sort of bottom corner of the bat from Clark. He pushed at it and bounced across towards the leg side up towards mid-on. No run there.
So he was born in Lancaster, Jimmy Anion, which perhaps that gives a nice connection with Severa, doesn't
far
it?
Away then, is it?
Yeah.
Crocombe. Clark drives, and he go for a quick single. Played it up to Haynes at mid-off. There's also a lovely school. We've got this big copper-domed roof at Settle, which I think... Is it Muggleswick School or Giggleswick School? That's a big public school. I'm not sure they play much in the way of cricket, though. They're more, I think, more a rugby school.
311 first-class wickets, Jimmy Anion. So that's pretty good.
Crocombe to Robinson. Robinson drives through the colours away for 4. Timed it nicely. And there's 3 players chasing him, but that reaches the foam in front of the pavilion. It's 3 o'clock. Should be tea in about 15 minutes, but it won't be. Still 10 overs to go to tea. So that, if they were bowling their overs at the required rate, would be around about 45 minutes. So I said we wouldn't be going up for tea until about 3:45, 10 to 4.
Yeah, and how right you are. So, nice little partnership developing here between these two. 232 for 4. Graham Clark has only got 2. Who's this wandering around the outfield? It is Steve Finn. He's walking around in his Sussex gear. In comes Carson Bowles. Clark is forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Well, I wasn't aware that Steve Finn was on the Sussex coaching staff. Maybe that's something that's going to happen. I don't know. But he's certainly here, unless he's just sort of helping out towards the season end, perhaps seeing out the final weeks of his contract. Carson in bowls. Clark stretches forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run.
Stuart's email, he says, yes, James Anion. And he said Martin Spate's going to be one hell of a hard act to follow.
Yeah, finished his career 5th of April 2016 is when he announced his retirement. Persistent knee problems. Carson in bowls. Have it away! Oh, it's just been...
a naughty one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's gone for 4 runs. I don't think you can attach any blame there to Harry Carvalho's. Clark just a bit frustrated there. He belted the ball down the ground. It was one of those... Do you go for it? Don't you go for it? In the end, it was neither one nor t'other, and the ball raced away for 4 runs. But that was going like a rocket.
It was going hard and low, and if he'd gone in hard there at the ball, he would have got a face full of ball. Nasty little length on that one where it was going to bounce.
Sorry, just to finish on Jimmy Annie, he took 199 first-class wickets for Sussex. Comes Carson Bowles and Clark. Just back on his stumps and nurdles that through mid-wicket for a single to pick up his 8th run. Is it going to go to 7? 237 for 4. The arrears now down to... Crumbs in my eyesight, Martin. 29, I think that is. Yes. Carson and Pujara have a little natter. The over 8 is still -4, despite the spinner being on. Sorry, Martin, you commentate because Robinson's 1 short.
Update. Well, in the sunshine here in Chester Street, Durham 237 for 4 against Sussex in their first innings. So the deficit now just 29. The game has included another 100 for Alex Lee. He's eventually out for 103. Well, that's 5 centuries he's hit in his last 7 county championship matches. He's enjoying his best season with the bat as well. And currently has around about 1,255 runs. And as I talk to you, Ollie Robinson has just got to his 50. That's coming 46 balls, 8 fours and a 6. He's played some nice shots here. It's a lovely sunny day. There's loads of overs to go because the over 8 has been so slow.
$100.
Oh.
They're giving him 100.
Are they?
Yeah, he said, Ollie Robinson's 100. If he went, I'd steady on. A little murmur around the ground.
We're talking on our news bulletin, the Anne finally is about sightings of the Asian hornet.
Oh, yeah, it's killing the bees, isn't it?
Yeah. Doesn't this story come around every year around about this time?
We do all that. We like bees. Henry Crocombe is going to come into bowl from this the single end. 238 for 4. He's in and bowls. And, it's uppercut. How? I mean, why? Sussex have a first slip in there and Robinson is out. But they haven't. And the ball goes between Ollie Carter and Tom Alsop.
That has gone a long way behind them there, Adrian.
Do you think so?
The ball has landed on the Daffer Bet sign.
Do you think that wasn't a chance? Well, it wasn't a chance because it didn't go to hand, but it's completely bisected them, hasn't it? Deliberate shot by Robinson, I think.
If you see where it landed on the advert.
Perhaps it was too high for them, but it's gone directly between them. If he'd have wanted to place that Ollie Robinson, he couldn't have done that any better. He goes to 52, 242 for 4. Robinson's 54 off just 47 balls, Marty. In comes Crocombe. Bowl short, poor delivery, pulled away down to fine leg. Lucky to get away with that.
It's the Ryan Campbell way.
Robinson goes to 55, 243 for 4. The arrears are down to, 23. Brings Clark on to strike. We've still got 40 overs to be bowled today. In comes Crocombe. Bowls, Robinson, Clark drives rather on the bounce back to Crocombe, and there is no run. Rick Piper's been in touch. Hello, Rick. He said 2 Sussex legends are old Reptonians. C.B. Fry and Chris Adams. He says, as for Mr. Farbrace being irritated, when he caught his stepson Oliver, I sensed the irritation was with the player just as much as the ECB. In comes Crocombe, bowled, played into the offside by Clark. Well, I agree on both accounts. Rick, thank you for getting in touch. An old Reptonian. C.B. Fry and Chris Adams.
C.B. Fry, first cricketer named after a bar of chocolate.
Yeah. A good footballer, good cricketer, good at everything, actually. Good athlete.
Kites? Was he any good at kites?
I've no idea.
You see, you don't know if he was good at everything, do you?
Well, in comes Crocombe, bowls and let go by Clark. That was a late leave, actually. Just probing away outside the off stump.
And let me ask you this, Adrian. Have you ever held a kite? Because
I was going to say to you, what is a kite?
Well, it's they look like a horseshoe, but the round pieces of steel, very heavy.
Right.
And you throw them into a pit of clay.
Oh.
And there's a spike in the pit, and you've got to try and get the kite over the spike.
Oh, okay.
So it's a bit like darts, but throwing big chunks of
Crocombe in, down the leg side, good take by Carter, poor delivery by Crocombe. Lucky to get away with that. Henry looks a bit demoralised, doesn't he? Henry Crocombe takes his hat from his umpire. 8 overs, no wicket for 43. Sort of walks very fast down to his fielding position, 243 for 4. So is it sort of like a version? Well, it's nothing like ball, is it? But that's
well,
edge.
Yeah, you're throwing across basically a piece of land into a mud pit, a very sludgy mud. They play it in. I think there is a kites at Corbridge Cricket Club in Northumberland. They have a kites team there. I know a couple of people who play there. You see it in the odd pub, beer garden around Yorkshire and whatnot. You over here, from Carson. Bowling to Robinson. The first ball's played back to him. Carson from the Lumley end. You're looking it up kites now, are you?
No. No.
Comes in again and bowls.
I was just
back along the floor.
I was just interested because India are playing Nepal today in the Asia Cup. I presume that's a 50-over competition. Maybe is that a bit of a warm-up for the World Cup? I don't really know. But all the stars are playing for India.
Carson in again in a mistimed drive from Robinson. He's more or less through the shot before he's made the connection with the ball there, and he just bobbles away back to the bowler. Where's it being played at?
What a good question. It is being played in... I'm going to struggle pronouncing this.
Driven by Robinson up to long off for 1.
The Palikelly International Cricket Stadium?
Palikelly, yeah.
Whereabouts is that?
That's in Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Well, perhaps the competition is being played in Sri Lanka then, is it? Let's have a look.
That's a lovely ground surrounded by palm trees and stuff.
Have you been there?
No, I've seen it on the telly. They hosted World Cup matches there a few years ago. Cast in again, and this is pushed away to the cover area. No, the Netherlands, I remember. I think the Netherlands played England there. Certainly the Netherlands played there.
The cricket tournament is being co-hosted by Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Matches
will be played in Multan and Lahore in Pakistan and Kandy and Colombo in Sri Lanka.
This is swept by Clark. Off leg stick for 4 to a long leg right in front of the pavilion. Nicely timed.
Shot, wasn't it?
End of the over. 5 from the over. Durham are just 18 behind now. 248 for 4.
Nice little stand this, Martin, isn't it, between these two? They've only added, 36, but they've 34, but they've just steadied the ship when...
The other thing is here, Adrian, think of how much time is left before tea.
Yep.
There's 7 overs, so that's about 35 minutes, say. Plus, there's 20 overs to the new ball, and then the new ball made a difference yesterday for Durham, didn't it? When Sussex lost 5 for 19 in 10.5 overs. So these two, if they can push on before that arrives, before tea arrives, get Durham into a lead.
Well, it's Crocombe. Comes in and bowls to Robinson. He beats him outside the off-stump. Robinson just needs to work that one down towards third man. He's beaten. The ball goes through to Carter, and there is no run. The sun has disappeared behind a cloud. There aren't many clouds. There's one just drifting across the sun, so some relief for the spectators, particularly that open stand away to our right-hand side. I mean, they're choosing to sit there. You could find plenty of places around the ground that are in shade, but the sun worshippers have got a bit of relief from the sun.
Yeah, at the back.
Crocombe. In again, bowls, and Robinson with a play and a miss outside the off-stump. Crocombe gives him a bit of a stare. Robinson stares back.
He's not quite picking Crocombe's pace up here, is he, Robinson?
Here comes the sun again. Makes his way across the ground from shade into sun.
I don't like the sun too much. I would be in it for a bit, but then I'd be up the back of the stand.
Yeah. Particularly if you're just sitting still.
50 on.
Crocombe wheels around and is on his way. Comes in and bowls to Robinson, who is stuck on the pad. I think the ball runs down towards the fine leg. Carvelos comes quickly running in, fields the ball, gets in the throw, and it is indeed signalled leg by Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire left armer. Didn't he bowl off the wrong foot, Jack Shantry?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I seem to remember, and you're right, he was on the commentary circuit for a little while. He used to join Dave Bradley quite a lot as well down in the commentary box at Worcester. Happy days with the ice cream man.
Sitting next to him, it was the pre-season meeting in London where all the cricket commentators were. He was there, but I think that was the same year he got onto the umpires list and started off doing minor counties matches and second team games.
And comes Crocombe bowls, and a much better over this from Henry Crocombe. Another dot ball as Clark plays the ball straight down the track, and there is no run. Wickets are plenty down at Worcester today. Glamorgan bowled out for 170 in reply. Gareth Broderick out to the very first ball of the Worcestershire second innings. Worcestershire 9 for 1.
Did they have a lead or not?
They did, yeah, 115 or so.
Right.
Crocombe in, bowls, and nicely played by Clark to mid-off. Tom Haynes is in very quickly, and he's good. He's Tom Haynes in that position, but I think Clark was home. But anyway, Haynes' throw missed the stumps. And it's a batting point for Durham, 250 up. And they've got plenty of time in which to get the remaining 200 they're going to need if they're going to get maximum batting points as well, because there are another 38 overs to be bowled.
So that's Durham back to a 40-point lead over Worcestershire then, isn't it? They've got 4 from this game and Worcestershire's got 4 from theirs.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Robinson just eases that out into the offside. Gets a single, fielded out there by James Coles, who hasn't bowled yet for Sussex. I'm a little surprised that might give James Coles a few overs, if nothing else, to try to do something about this over rate, which is still showing as -4. My not great eyesight, despite wearing glasses. Does it still say -4, Martin? Was it say minus? Does it say -2 now?
It says -12.
Did it say 2?
Yeah.
I wonder how that's happened.
It's the umpires have told them to put it on the board.
Oh, surprised at that, because I thought Sussex...
They've had a bit of spin on this afternoon.
Well, they have. I'm surprised it went to -4 not that long ago. Anyways, Carson, carry on.
Right arm around the wicket to Robinson. Dot ball.
Get the feeling every time with Robinson that he's going to launch himself at something. He'd only 57 or 57 balls. Been a super knock.
This is turned away by Robinson out through mid-wicket for 1.
As they close in on this Sussex first innings total, the deficit now is just 14. So you'd have thought, as we've got another 5 overs to go until tea, that Durham will go to tea at least level, maybe a few runs ahead.
In comes the bowler, and a little paddle sweep from Clark. It's gone down towards fine leg. In run 2. Chased by an ad cat down towards our commentary position. And then alongside him, Tom Clark. Beautiful day in Chesley Street. Gorgeous sunshine. Wind's dropped again. Carson over the wicket this time to Clark, and that's gone off down to fine leg for one, and Adcat picks it up again. It's off the pad as well, rather than a leg by. Clark moves on to 15, Robinson on to 58, Durham 255 for 4. These two have put on 41 in 63 deliveries.
Yeah, the Asia Cup is underway, Martin. In fact, India played Pakistan. That's always a bit of a needle match, isn't it? On Saturday, but it was a no result. I can only assume it rained in Colombo.
Too far south.
India made 266 in their 50 overs, but it looks like Pakistan didn't get to bat.
Carson round the wicket to Robinson, who slog sweeps out towards deep mid-wicket. It bounces about 3 or 4 yards in front of an Adcat. He'll get 2 runs.
The sides in it: Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, India, of course. But final on the 17th of September in Colombo. Then it's pretty much onto the World Cup, I would imagine.
Carson to Robinson. Robinson back into his crease, cuts the ball down towards the point boundary for 1. Picked up there by Henry Crocombe. End of the over. 7 from it. Durham are just 8 behind now at 258 for 4. 37 overs left to go, so 5 more to tea.
And as we were just talking about James Coles and whether he might get an over or 2, well, he is going to bowl here just before tea, so that will do something for the over 8 as well here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson here at the Riverside. Lovely castle away to our right-hand side with the flag fluttering away. We're not really fluttering, it's barely moving in the bit of breeze we've got. Lovely sunny day, some cotton wall clouds above the ground.
You were in there the other day, weren't you?
I was on Saturday. I couldn't find anywhere in Durham within the BBC pricing guidelines, Marty. It must be a busy place, Durham, on a Saturday night.
I just think lots of places have fallen out of the guidelines at the minute. They're re-evaluating it all, aren't they?
Are they?
I think one of the reasons is a lot of hotel prices have gone up since COVID.
Well, there was nothing I could find in Durham less than £100 on Saturday night. So, but Lumley Castle was pretty good. It was 60 quid or so, I think. In comes Coles, bowls, full toss, played straight down the ground by Robinson. He picks up his 63 by...
Did you...
Yes.
Did you go into that library bar where we went with Jason Gillespie and Jason?
I wandered through it and I sort of recognised it. That'll be a few years ago now, Marty. 259 for 4. In comes Coles to Clark. Clark drives down the offside of the track and there is no run. I didn't get there till pretty late on Saturday night. I was listening to the boxing on the way out. That's how late it was, the Eubank fight. In comes Coles. Clark defends onto the onside, and there is no run. And
he live in Brighton as well?
Yes. In fact, I have interviewed him many years ago at the Amex. He was down there as a guest in a match. In comes Coles and played into the offside by Clark. There is no run. I'm no boxing aficionado. I don't know why I was asked to do it, really. But hopefully I asked a couple of half-sensible questions. Steve Finn just standing down below us on the boundary edge. Here comes Coles and played by Clark down the onside. There is no run. Interesting that Steve Finn is here. I mean, he's finished his career. I wonder whether he's maybe perhaps just seeing out the last few weeks of his contract in some sort of helping role down the leg side from Coles. Not a great delivery, well taken by Ollie Carter. At the end of the over, 259 for 4. James Coles' opening over just costs the 1 run. We have got, now Stephen's running on the field. What's he doing? He's running on with something for Henry Crocombe, I think. Now I wonder if there's a drink or... Yes, he's throwing him a drink, sort of a little pass a la rugby, like a scrum half giving it to the fly half. And as a natural way to Henry Crocombe, he hasn't had a great day with the ball, in fairness.
Edward Barnes has emailed. He says, I'm loving the commentary and the sunshine. I'm in the Don Robson stand. Do you think the points deduction is the best way to increase the over rate? As Carson bowls here. That's took by. Oh, Robinson's going to go for 4. I thought there was a fielder behind the window frame there, but there wasn't. There's a fielder at deep point, but he's played that out through the covers for 4. Nicely positioned. We didn't suggest it. We asked what you suggested as a punishment, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We didn't come up with anything.
Yeah.
Because we're lazy like that. Carlson round again. Robinson forward to this one. Runs away to short mid-wicket. He said, with Durham in the market for an overseas quick, who do you think they will go for? Well, yesterday it seemed to... Suggestion seemed to be pointing towards Australia, didn't it?
Yeah.
All played out through mid-wicket once more. And Adcap picks this up as Robinson gets a single, and that is the 50-run partnerships coming 74 balls in 41 minutes.
Yeah,
Robinson
very good indeed.
Park 15.
Just wrestled the. I mean, not that Durham were ever behind, but it's just any. Sussex picked up that wicket of Alex Lees. They might have thought they were in business, but these two have dispelled that. Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, Marcus North, saying there's quite a gap in the international calendar for Australia next year. Not a lot of Test cricket between, I think he said February and November.
Yeah.
That's why the feeling seems to be that there could be some Australians looking for some counties.
Casting in again. Clark gives it some Clapey, and I've got no. Where's the ball gone? Huh?
Send it up at deep mid. Gives it some what?
It's gone along the floor. I was looking in the sky there.
Yeah.
How's that gone along the floor to mid wicket? I was waiting to see it bouncing off the gym roof. Clapey was the word.
Right, what does that mean?
Some welly.
What?
265 for 4. Durham are 1 behind now. Cast in again. Robinson. Little defensive nudge to the leg side. Got a long on and a long off in place here, and a deep mid wicket. Deep point as well. And there's a man on the sort of a close-ish fine leg with a sweep top edge. Robinson.
That's a good shout.
Line, and he's been given out. I'm not so sure about that. I'd like to see that again. Oh, yeah, he's gone back into his crease. It's going to hit leg stump, I think.
Yeah.
Michael Goff really gets them wrong. He's out for 67. And Durham still 1 behind.
Oh, 3 wickets for Jack Carlson. And just what Sussex needed on the stroke of tea.
Well, I said Durham needed to get in back intact with these two still out there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Get in for tea, have them in a lead, and they haven't. So there's still 16 overs to go to the new ball, so that's not so much an issue.
Good innings there by Robinson, wasn't it?
Did some aggressive stuff there, trying to get the momentum going. This is past the leader coming out now.
Yeah. I can put the name up. We were talking about Jimmy Anion a little earlier, and Graham got in touch and said he missed the news about Jimmy Anion. Yeah, Jimmy Anion has been appointed as the new, I'm not sure if he's master of cricket at Sebra School, where
I've got the press release in front of me. I was going to read it out, but then something happened. I can't remember what.
Yeah. Here we are. Yeah, Sebra School appoints Jimmy Anion as new director of cricket. Which is great news for Jimmy Anion. He'll be relocating with his wife and their 2 young children from Hurstpierpoint College, where he served 3 years as a cricket professional and the last 3 years of head of cricket. So that was the news on Jimmy Anion, former Sussex quick bowler, took 199 wickets for the county, 311 in total in his first-class career. That was the end of Jack Carson's over, 3 for 87 for Jack, and it's going to be James Coles who's going to buy this next over from the Finkel end.
Driven out towards deep point for 1.
Brings the scores level, Marty.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was for. Why don't they save their applause for when they're in the lead? I've often thought about how you could do something a little bit extra with the bonus points is first innings leads. Bonus points for a first innings lead.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've changed the batting around, haven't they, this year to Sussex is going on the attack a little bit here. Tom Alsop always seems to be the man who's called upon to go into some sort of horrible fielding position. Here he is again. Short leg.
Around the wicket. Coles, and it's played away by Beleda. Towards the covers. Away by Beleda to mid-on for 1.
See, Daniel Ibrahim is on the field.
Durham take the lead.
Sorry, Martin. So I'm not quite sure who's off for Sussex. See if I can pick him out in a moment. Oh, well fielded.
Diving stop there. Short extra. Some short mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Tom Alsop again in there. That was a good stop. That would have been 4 runs otherwise. Tom Haynes might be off the field. Not quite work out who it is.
Coles comes round the wicket. Clark on 17 plays this to Alsop. No run.
No, it's not Tom. He's out there.
2 overs to go after this for tea, so be past 3:30.
Ooh, lucky to get away with that, James.
Full toss, which is whipped away by Clark out the water. Ooh, that wasp's got in. How's it got in?
Where is he?
On the window in front of you.
Oh, I don't like wasps.
One of them evil.
No, I think he's like a fly, I think, Marty.
Is it?
Yeah. I hope so. I don't like wasps.
What was the one in the news? The Portuguese man of war wasp, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Doesn't like cricket commentators, apparently. So Jack Carson, 17 overs, 3 for 87. Going to bowl the next over from the Lumley and 2 overs till tea. It seems like a long time since this session started. We've been going for 2 hours 20. Spectators have been clean to go to the loo or have a cup of tea or whatever it is. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls. Clark is forward, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Can we expect some fireworks down the order from someone like Ben Rain? I imagine he likes to get on with it, doesn't he, Marty? Carson in again. Bowls. Stripping forward is Clark. Plays to backward point. There is no run. Sussex have picked up 4 wickets in the session, but Durham have added best part of 140 runs, 141 runs. So,
yeah,
Durham still very much in the ascendancy. Carson in bowls, quick as delivery that Clark eases through mid-wicket and picks up a single. And he goes to 19, 269 for 5. The lead for Durham is 3. Game is moving on apace. Carson's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Bazdelida. The slip and a short leg in place. Come on, Jackie is the cry. A new ball will be available in 13 overs' time. Carson in, bowls, deleted clips to mid-on. Fielded, well, misfielded actually by Tom Haynes, but it doesn't cost a run.
What's this over the 66th? 65.4 overs, 33.2 to go.
Carson in again. Bowls, the leader is forward, plays him to the offside. There is no run.
Ellie suggests the penalty for Sussex slow over 8 should be them buying the commentators an ice cream.
That would be nice.
It's only -2, so it's not so bad now.
No, it's not. It was shocking earlier on. Carson in bowls. Forward comes the leader. There is no run, just the 1 run off the over. I need to go and do an update. I'll see you after tea, Marty. Hopefully we can find some biscuits somewhere. 269 for 5. I'm feeling a bit peckish.
Yours is the white one, Adrian. Conversation between the umpires here with a ball and over to go to tea. So at the moment, they are 20 minutes behind where they should be in terms of overs bowled. So they are 15 minutes adrift in this session because they were 5 minutes adrift this morning. Clark playing a ball here from Coles, looking to drive through the leg side. He's got a leading edge out towards the covers, no run. Round the wicket again, left arm round. Clark defends that one. Rolls to Pujara, short extra cover. Bowls in, lofts that right up. It's gone down the leg side to fine leg, no run there. It's Cole's 17th first-class match. It's defended by Lees. And he has taken, so far, 16 wickets with his best figures here last year when he took 3 for 91. So that was in September last year in Durham win. Comes in and bowls again. It's played to point, no run there. Started off with Oxfordshire as a schoolboy. And then in the minor counties with them 2 years ago. Played for England under 19s as well. As Clark plays this off towards backward. Square leg for 1 run. And that should be tea. So they're going off at 3:32 for tea. Only 2 minutes later than they should have been going off, but they have clawed the over 8 back. It was -4. It's -2. It may well change again during the break. So Durham losing Borthwick for 56, Beddingham for 9, Lees for 103 and Robinson for 67. In that spell, they were 127 for 1 at lunch. They are 270 for 5 at tea. They lead by 4. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes.
Turn around and come back and think it's not going to happen straight.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Get ready to travel back in time to the vibrant 80s era at Chesterley Eats. Join us for a weekend of incredible music, mouth-watering global cuisine, and non-stop family entertainment. Immerse yourself in the nostalgia of 80s classics that will keep you dancing all day long. Our talented local celebrity bands will take to the stage, bringing the spirit of the 80s back to life. Indulge your taste buds in a culinary adventure as we bring together a tantalizing selection of global flavors. From sizzling street food to delectable desserts, our hot food traders will satisfy every craving. Chesterley Eats is not just about food and music, it's a celebration for the whole family. Kids can meet their favourite mascots, participate in interactive activities, and create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, my first Ashes memory, probably Alan Border wearing the 4X Castlemaine hat back in the 89 Ashes and celebrating the win. That was pretty cool. And then obviously Shane Warne doing the balcony with the stump was pretty awesome as well.
I was a big fan of Brett Lee and the way that he went about his cricket, so he would be up there.
Yeah, look, I think the home of cricket is like in England. You kind of think the traditional, you got Lords, you grow up and you've got the Ashes being played in England. I kind of remember that more than the Ashes played in Australia.
I mean, it's hot in Australia that time of year, I suppose, over the summer, so it's different cricket, where over in the UK the weather can chop and change quite a bit. I certainly enjoy the build-up in England a bit more.
Alex, on our long coach journeys to away games, who's someone in the team or dressing room that's going to liven things up on the long trip?
There's one man and one man only, and they sat with us on this couch, riding cars.
I like to bring the energy and make those journeys feel a little bit easier.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance and transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
diversity
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Well, welcome back to the final session of the day. The umpires Jack Shantry and Michael Goff just making their way out to the middle, followed by the two Durham knockout batsmen. Graham Clark on 20, Basda Leader is on a single, and following them Chetishwar Pujara and the Sussex side, who I feel that they had a decent session picking up those 4 wickets. Durham aren't quite out of sight. The lead is just 4 runs. Still plenty of batting as far as Durham are concerned, following these two, Ben Rain, Matt Potts, George Rizal and Matt Parkinson. But Sussex will just feel with a new ball only 13 overs away that maybe if they could pick up a couple of wickets and then take the new ball, who knows what might happen. But make no mistake, Durham's still very much in the ascendancy in this match. We didn't get a chance pre-tea to discuss some of the other games that are going on. The important game really, I think, is the game down at New Road from the point of view of the second division, where I think to keep the race open, Glamorgan really need to beat Worcester. And Worcester in their second innings are 39 for 1, leading by 153. Leicestershire not out of the race for promotion. They've reduced Gloucestershire to 95 for 3 in their second innings. Gloucestershire leading Leicestershire by 50 runs. Leicester come to Hove next week. But from a Sussex perspective, they'll feel they need to win here to keep their chances alive, and a Durham win would pretty much seal promotion, and rightly so, because they've been the best side in the competition all season. Jack Carson's going to get things underway after he's going to be bowling to Graham Clark with a slip and a leg slip, which is an interesting field placing. In comes Carson bowls, and the ball is I think the ball I think the umpire is signalling there, Michael Goff, and it's nice to see that. I think it came off the 5 pad. The ball ballooned in the air And Tom was sort of struggling to see if he could catch it from leg slip. He didn't get there, but it was off the thigh pad, and that was indicated by the umpire. So good officiating. I like to see that. Carson in again, bowls and clipped onto the leg side by Clark, who picks up a single. Throw comes in from James Coles, backed up by, I think that's Tom Haynes there. There is no run. Nice cup of tea at tea time. Thank you to Sam, who I do like as the Durham communications or media man, who had he's got a stash of biscuits upstairs, Martin. Yeah, custard creams. They said you wouldn't like them. And some nice bourbon biscuits as well, which some of the lads were tucking into. So thank you, Sam. In comes Carson. Over the wicket bowls, and forward comes at leader, plays out into the offside. There is no run.
The over 8's equal now, so
wow.
By the fact they bowled 37 overs in the afternoon session, having only bowled 27 this morning. Had the spinners on for quite a period of time, didn't they?
They did. Carson in bowls and played by the leader to backward point. There is no run. The main problem has been when you'd have... as bowl, because he does seem to take an age to bowl his overs. You imagine when they take the new ball, probably he'll bowl again.
Down again.
Yeah. In comes Carson over the wicket bowls, and the leader is forward. Plays defensively onto the onside. There is no run. You see Durham playing this from here, Marty. Will they be looking to get on the front foot again while this ball is still before the new ball? Or?
Yeah, well, losing Robinson's slowed things, hasn't it, just before tea?
Carson in again, bowls, and the leader flicks this onto the onside. There's a crowd wait from Graham Clark at the non-strikers end, fielded at fine leg by James Cole. So just the one run off of the over. Durham 271 for 5. They lead by 5. 31 overs remaining to be bowled tonight. David Sharp's been in touch, Martin. You might remember earlier on today he was leaving at lunchtime. And he says, greetings from Woodall Services on the M1. He's having a comfort stop. Is that somewhere down near Leeds, south of Leeds?
It's just south of Sheffield near work. So I hope he spotted the overhead speed gantry just before you approached the service station.
He says, Sussex management have got to do something about our slow over rate. Losing points at a crucial time is not acceptable, says David. Safe journey, David. They've got it back to level, so you'll be pleased about that.
Where's he heading in Berkshire, did we find out?
Well, he supports High Wycombe.
Right.
Which I'm not sure that High Wycombe is in Berkshire, actually.
Cole's bowling here as this ball is played by Clark out through towards the covers for one. Wycombe is...
High Wycombe is in...
Not Berkshire, is it?
No, I don't think it is. I'm trying to think where it is. It's not Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire.
Oh, yeah, that's a good ball. I don't think it's quite high enough up to be Oxfordshire.
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire, possibly. Or is that far enough west? We'll have a look.
Cole's round the wicket. Big single here from the leader up to Haynes at mid-on. Haynes has a go at the stumps at the bowler's end, but misses.
I think David, he's sent us emails, but I think he's in Twyford.
Twyford down.
Sounds nice, doesn't it?
Clark on 22. Cole's round the wicket. Clark forward defends this one.
High Wycombe is in Buckinghamshire, I think.
Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, it is Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, next to Aylesbury. Next ball comes in. Flicked off towards square leg for one. By Clark.
What are the chances of Sussex batting here tonight, Martin? I mean, new ball due in or available in 11 overs after this one?
Well, if that happened, then Durham he'd be looking at less than 100 run lead, really.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's possible with a new ball. You never quite know what's going to happen.
Cole's in. That's gone into the keeper's glove as he looks to cut. You've got Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire and Bedfordshire are the three counties, aren't they, for Three Counties Radio? Coles comes round and bowls again. This is defended on a length. End of the over, 3 from it. So my cousin lives in Tring, and I took my bike down there a few years ago and went out with her husband, and where the counties join. You can ride through 3 counties on your bike in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
String's nice, and then you go up onto the tops to the Dunstable Downs. Grand Union Canal passes through there as well.
I think I've ever been to Tring.
It's a nice town.
So it's all sped at the moment. For Sussex, there might even be plus in the over rate, which would be surprising. Because I mean, when you say about, I mean, they're showing us level, but really we should be finishing surely at 5:30 tonight. Really, well, that's not going to happen. So I can't really see how they're level. But anyway, in comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, and Clark is forward and plays to mid wicket, no run. It's been.
Well, some other factors might come into play, such as wickets, drinks breaks.
That's true. Changing the ball. Yeah. Carson again.
They have 3.75 minutes to complete each over.
Carson in bowls, and Clark eases this through mid-wicket, picks up a single out to deep mid-wicket. And a Catfields in front of the pavilion. One more to the total, 275 for 5. The important statistic is probably the one at the bottom right-hand corner of the ball that shows a lead of 9. Carson in again, bowls, the leader is forward, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run. From a Sussex perspective, they'll just be pleased here if they can keep these 2 Durham players quiet and sort of inch their way towards the new ball. It starts to get a problem when the ball is disappearing all over the ground, but that's not happening at the moment. Carson in bowls, well now it does. The leader takes a step down the wicket and smashes the ball over wideish long on for 4 runs. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. That's a big blow.
Yeah.
That's a big blow, right the way down the ground. Well, I just said if the ball starts disappearing, it can be a problem, and that's just what the leader does. Smashes the ball away for a maximum. He goes to 8. Durham to 281 for 5, and the lead goes to 15. Now, what's Sussex going to do with the field here? They've got the long on was up. Well, he's not even a long on. The mid on was up, and he's now coming. Harry Cavelas. I reckon he's probably 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Wonder whether the leader might try it again. He's look the long, the mid off is up as well. Cast in bowls, might get a bit low, and the leader manages to nudge that to a shortish fine leg fielded there by James Coles, whose throw misses the stumps. Tom Haynes is alert and backing up. Well done, Tom. Prevents an overthrow or a buzzer. I hate the expression buzzer. The lead goes to 16. Carson again. Figures of 3 for 97. In bowls, and Clark is very studiously forward, plays onto the onside. And there is no run. 282 for 5. The leader is on 9, Clark on 24. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex and Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson, every ball of every match of every tournament right through the season here on the BBC. And next season as well, I think, Marty, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, but we're still waiting for news of a new deal. There was a new deal announced for the Test match special a few weeks ago, but that didn't involve us.
No. Well, let's hope it...
Well, we were led to believe it did, the way it was written.
But it didn't, did it?
No, it didn't. Cole. Bowling here to the leader. That's a full-length ball. Dips on him late, and he digs it out around about the crease line. Wonder if Coles will be going to Newcastle later on. Comes in again, bowls. And driven by the leader out towards deep point for 1.
But David there at Woodall services on the air. Well, not the nicest places, service stations. However, on the way up, Marty, I stopped at one round about Wetherby, I think it was, which was quite nice.
Wetherby services.
Yeah, the different varieties of food, and it was good.
This is defended on a length.
I think that
calls coming shortly.
Oh, right, I better not smoke.
Yeah, it's a fairly modern one, that one. There's another one built just south of Leeds as well, with a big grass roof. That's quite nice. Bowler comes in again. Defended by Clark. He's on 24. I was down in Bristol a couple of weeks ago for the One Day Cup and watching a documentary on one of the Channel 5 about Gloucester services. There's Coles bowls again, that's defended. And people rave on about T-Bay services on the M6, which has got a big farm shop there as well. Here we go, update. Single here for Clark. They are in front. They have a lead of 18, but they're 5 down. They put on 143 runs in the afternoon session, but lost 4 wickets during it. Scott Borthwick for 56, David Beddingham for 9, Alex Lees for 103, and Ollie Robinson just before tea for 67. They just got to a lead of 4 at tea, so they're currently 284 for 5, now leading by 18. Graham Clark has 25, past the leader has 10. As for Lees, he's had his best season with the bat, and he's had 5 centuries in his last 7 county championship innings. He's currently got 1,255 runs for the season.
I think it was Chris Nash, when he left Sussex and went to Nottinghamshire, ran a thing on Twitter. It was called the County Grind, I think.
Oh,
he
yes,
used to take pictures of the service areas. In comes Carson, bowls to Clark, who nudges that one just backward of square. James Coles is at a shortish fine leg. You can't do anything about preventing the single, and he doesn't. 285 for 5.
Quite a few years ago, when I was doing the drive time show on a Friday night on Radio Newcastle, we had a guest one year, and he was a man who owned a publishing business in Northumberland, lived in a castle up in Northumberland. He'd written a book called Just Off the Motorway, and he'd spent months travelling around the motorway system, investigating the villages just off each junction.
Carson bowls, played onto the onside by the leader, and picks up a comfortable single.
And what he produced was a really good guide of pubs and cafes and stuff within a stone's throw from each junction.
Yeah.
So I used that book quite a lot, actually.
In fact, there was another fellow who wrote a book about various routes around the M25, which is always at a standstill, and we know ways to go, a place to avoid the traffic. And in comes Carson, bowls forward comes Clark, played onto the onside. There is no run.
When you're going up and down the motorway, and particularly when you're on the A1 going through Cambridgeshire and Nottinghamshire and Lincolnshire and whatnot, and you see little signs pointing you to a pub off the main road. I've been to a few, and generally they're quite good, you know.
Carson in and bowls, and Clark reverses that. It's a sort of a mini ramp. They've taken one. They won't take a second because Clark and Coles between them managed to get the ball back to Carter. And there is one more to the total. Clark goes to 27, 287 for 5. The lead now 21. Not huge, but Sussex will feel once it gets beyond 50, 60, 70, then, but I say that the new ball could be really important here. He was a good player, Chris Nash for Sussex. In comes Carson, bowls, and Clark, the leader rather, plays that short fine leg.
Was he the lad who was the lad who got involved with the cycling team when he retired?
Matt Pryor.
Matt Pryor.
Yeah. Chris was retired now, still lives in Hove, still see him at the ground now and again. In comes Carson bowls, played to mid-off. He's heavily involved as the throw comes in from mid-off from Tom Haynes. Not a great throw, in all honesty, and Pujara's very quick to back up. It is the end of the over, 288 for 5, Clark 27. The leader is on 12. He's, I'm not sure if he's president. I always think a president of a club is someone who's sort of quite old, so I don't want to do Chris down and say he's president of Horsham, but I think he might be. That's his home club. Lovely cricket ground, Horsham. Sussex haven't played there since COVID. But nice guy, Chris, and made a lot of runs for Sussex. I'll tell you how many in a few moments' time. Opening in the T20 with Luke Wright, they were a force, those two.
Coles round the wicket, left arm round from the Finkel, and that's driven out through the covers by the Lader. It's got a bit of top spin on it. It's been chased all the way towards the boundary in front of the pavilion by Henry Crocombe. Durham will run 3. The leader moves on to 15. Clark on strike on 27. The lead is 25 at 291 for 5. So Durham are now 9 runs away from a second batting point. They've got maximum points 5 times this season. Quick push and go there from Clark for a single up to Ned Cattett. Mid-off. 4 balls left of the over. The leader digs out a Yorker. Plays it back to Coles. Pajara spotted something. He's coming over to have a chat with Coles because he's got a cunning ploy up his sleeve. Bringing short leg out. Helmet's been tossed away. Short leg. Tom Alsop has gone into short extra cover. Just slightly to the left of Pajara. A few yards in front of him. Coles in. And cut down towards third man. Stopped on what would be the discs in a one-day. No run there.
Henry Carvelos there.
Left arm orthodox spin here from Coles, who is 19 years old. Made his debut 3 years ago against Surrey in the Bob Willis Trophy. His ball's played out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, at that time they thought he was the youngest ever player to play for Sussex. I think it turns out he's the second youngest ever to play.
Comes in again. A drive by Deleda. Bounces out to Alsop, but short. Extra cover, and that is the end of the over. 26 to go tonight then, here on the BBC. And Durham lead by 26.
Chris Nash played 208 first-class matches, the majority of those for Sussex. He made 12,552 runs, a high score of 184. He averaged 37. That's pretty good, you know, for an opening bat. He played all his cricket in the county championship. List day, 129 games. He averaged 30, and in T20, 167 games, top score of 112 not out, where he averaged 26. He was a useful bowler as well, took 81 first-class wickets, 45 list day and 49 T20. Moved from Hove to Trent Bridge, got a nasty shoulder injury when he was at Trent Bridge. In comes Carson, bowls, and Clark plays back down the track. There is no run, and finished his career at Notts. But born in Sussex, born in Cookfield, which is not a million miles from Haywards Heath.
Is that C-U-C-K?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cookfield, yeah.
And there's a cricket club there, isn't
there? There is, yeah. Carson in bowls and whipped away by Clark through square leg. Picks up a single. Fielded out in the deep by the new signing, Nadcat. One more to the total. Clark to 29, 293 for 5. He skipped the club briefly when Luke Wright stood down from the captaincy. And when Mark Davis was coach, but thereafter the club, that's when I think the skip went to Ben Brown after that. Nice guy though, Chris, and still see him around Hove. He might even be listening, you never know. Perhaps I'll say something bad about him. In comes Carson, bowls and played by Deleda down there. He's going to get down the track here, isn't he, Baz Deleda? I don't think he's going to pat the ball around. I think every now and again you get the feeling he needs to sort of let the adrenaline go and smack one down the ground. Let's see whether he does it with this delivery. Carson in again, bowls, and Deleda just defends. Back down the track. Durham looking to build a lead. They'll just be mindful here, Marty, I guess, Durham, that they want to throw this very good advantage away. Maybe the thought is to just push the ones and twos.
There's no hurry. They don't have to worry about anything.
No, the new ball is lurking is the only thing.
I can go to the boundary quicker than the older one, though.
And the leader looking to hoik that one away, and he plays across the line to mid-on. There is no run. The Sussex backroom staff are chatting to the groundsman over there. I can see Ashley Wright, Luke's brother, in his orange trainers, chatting away to the ground staff. John Morelli there as well, the physio, and James Kirtley. In comes Carson bowls, and Deleda plays with great respect out into the offside. Just the one run off the over, 293 for 5. The lead is 27, Clark 29. The leader is on 15. Of course, Luke right now is the England selector. Well, we miss him down at Hove. You'd miss someone like Luke Wright. Not only is he another... Most guys in cricket are nice guys, aren't they? But, you know, the amount of innings I've seen Luke Wright smash all sorts of attacks around the ground, particularly in P20. Sussex have they've not replaced him at the top of the order. And how do you replace someone like Luke Wright?
He was no good against the Colonel, though.
He got him out, didn't he?
LBW 2013. Balls around the wicket, bowling here too. Clark, who calls for a quick single. He plays the ball up to
yes.
Nadcat.
I was at I think
that was the last match of the season.
It was.
Durham had already won the title in 2013, and they went down to Hove. Nobody could stay anywhere near Brighton because the Labour Party conference was on, so we were out in Lewis.
Right.
Came in from there every day. And it was quite an eerie, misty week. And anyway, Sussex won the game, but when they just needed a few runs to win, it's Coles bowls to delayed it, played into the covers, no run. Pajara collects it. The Colonel took his gloves off and his pads, and I think he may have given them to Michael Richardson, can't remember, and he started bowling spin, and he got Luke Wright LBW. This is pushed into the covers, and he ran off celebrating like he'd scored the winning goal in the World Cup final. Did a lap of the ground. And that night, Luke Wright tweeted that, for those of you who don't know, the Colonel bowls a good flipper. This is defended on off stump.
From memory, Martin, as well, that was the evening or the next night was the Sussex end of season dinner that we used to get invited to. Don't get invited anymore. I don't have a dinner anymore.
No.
No.
This is played away by Clark off the toe of the bat there. No, it's not. It's delayed. That was a bit tinny.
Yeah, it was. Sounded horrible, didn't it? Yeah, they do the presentation now on the outfield at the end of the season, which
You want your caviar. Later pushes to an ad cat and made it off and gets a single and keeps strike. Yeah, they used to have it in the little place in the corner, didn't they?
Yeah, well, that dinner, I remember Tony Cotty, former Sussex player, very funny Tony, played for Glamorgan as well, and now runs a sort of a tea room down in Shoreham. And Tony was doing the emceeing, and he's very funny. And that had happened, and he made a joke, and I can't possibly tell it, but something like, it was great to see Durham here in the field, and as Luke Wright would testify, in the field they are as keen as mustard. It was something like that. Phil Mustard having got that wicket of Luke Wright, so it was a very funny joke that Tony told. Jack Carson's going to carry on. New ball is only 5 overs away as he comes in and bowls to Baz Dalida, who just leans on his back, plays it into the offside, no run. The lead is eking out slowly. It's 29 now.
Did Tony Cotney become a match referee for a while?
I'm not sure. He joined the... comes Carson and bowls, and Dalida just plays that with soft hands, and it ends up in the hands of first slip Tom Cartwell on the bounce. He was in the Sussex marketing team for quite a while, and it's just a sort of man for the job, really. Lots of local contacts, but as I say, now runs a tea shop down in Shoreham very successfully, as far as I understand. In comes Carson bowls, and Dalida he just looks.
Does he do Piccadilly blend?
Piccadilly blend, what's that?
It's a tea.
Is it?
Mm.
Oh, that sounds a bit fancy.
We went in this tea shop in Versailles last week. He had 300 different jars of tea on the shelves. Quite pungent in there.
And comes Carson and Dalida. He's just a little bit frustrated to me here. That delivery, he was looking to play through the offside. He got rather squared up. He was playing against the spin. Played it to mid-wicket. No, there is no run. And he keeps surveying that leg side boundary. Marty, I wonder whether he might fancy reaching. He's already found 1-6 over there. In comes Carson bowls. It comes a little low. Dalida just plays that into the offside. There is no run. He's under the watchful eye of the Sussex backroom staff, who have made their way around from the ground staff, who are sitting on their chairs watching the cricket. It's really warm, isn't it, outside?
Mm.
In fact, in a sense, it's quite nice to be in here in the cool. We were in the shade here all day, aren't we?
Yeah, I've had my jumper on all day.
Yeah, I have too.
And outside, it's very warm.
Carson in bowls, and the leader this time does pick up a single backward square as James Coles runs round, rather stiff-legged, to backward square. And Fields?
Tell you where it's sweltering.
Go on.
Bolton.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
John Hutchison says, "Afternoon, Mara. Greetings from a sweltering Bolton."
Right.
Picking up on Paul's slow over rate system of taking 30 runs off Sussex, would this have any theoretical effect on the batting bonus points, or would adding 30 extras to the Durham total be more beneficial?
Good point.
Not sure what would have the most effect, he says.
Cardinal sin for a cricket commentator. I didn't give the score at the end of the over, so I'm going to rectify that now. 296 for 5.
You'll be run out of the church.
Clark is on 30. Dalida is on 17. The lead is 30. Now, there are 4 overs remaining to the new ball, So I'm a little surprised that Sussex
Right,
turned
turn
to
this over.
and had to take the ball. Maybe, unless he thinks he can reverse the ball, maybe he can. I've not seen him bowl before today, the Indian left armour. But he does get through his overs at a snail's pace, and that's probably being kind. So, Martin, when are you going to time him from when he starts his run?
Had the ball in his hand already about 10 seconds.
Okay. And they're still fiddling around setting the field. Right, here he goes.
He's coming into bowl, left arm round to the leader. It's pushed off towards point. It's a single, so getting the ball in his hand, it's going to be overthrows now. Missed being backed up. They needed 3 for this. Means couldn't get it across and get down to it.
Wasn't a great throw from Henry Crocombe, in all fairness. I mean, I think you're justified probably in having a shy, aren't you, from there? But it was pretty wild. Tom's probably got a graze on his he's got sort of a bandage, hasn't he? An elasticated stocking on his right arm as Tom, in fact, both arms.
So that's a minute since he had the ball in his hand for the first time.
Okay.
He bowled 1 ball. 299 for 5, Durham. 1 run away from a second batting point. Comes in and bowls. It's played by Clark to short mid-wicket. I think from getting the ball to bowling the ball and it being played by the leader was 40 seconds. It's this very slow walk back to his marker. Stretches out every time. The ball slowly makes its way around the outfield and is polished a number of times by Haynes.
He pauses at the end of his run as well.
Yeah. Starts his run up for his 3rd delivery. Played by Clark up to Haynes at mid-on. So bearing in mind 3.75 minutes and over. 3 deliveries have been bowled so far, and that's 2 minutes up now.
And now he's doing some stretching.
Haynes has wandered over to have a chat with Pajara. They're both staring at the ball, and Adkad's just made it back to his marker now. So this is where the over rate, which is supposedly level now, will start to drift again. Comes in and bowls, and played by Clark past the gully area. That brings up to 300. He'll get 2. Down towards 3rd man. So 301 for 5, 76.4 overs. Two balls left of this over. Here's delivery number 5. Driven out into the covers, no run there. Can't tell if that sounds like somebody in the net or if it sounds like a gun.
Let's say that.
One ball left.
They're thinking about a fielding change.
He's just having another stretch. Here we go. Final delivery is to be bowled. He starts his run up. Comes in and bowls to Clark. Clark guides it off towards point. That is it picked up. And that is the end of the over. That's taken 4 minutes exactly.
Okay. How long are you allowed?
3.75 minutes.
Okay. So I guess he wasn't way over on that occasion, but keep an eye on that. He is over. Look like the Hove Mafia, don't they, walking around the outside there with their sunglasses on. Morelli, Kirtley and Wright walking around the boundary edge. Sussex backroom staff up here this week.
Who's the far one?
That's Ashley Wright, that's Luke's brother.
Right.
My understanding Grant Flower is with the Twos this week. They're playing down at Peterborough. I don't know how they're doing. I wasn't even aware the Second 11 Championship was going on, which is poor of me. I thought that was generally finished by this time of the season. Here comes Carson, comes running into bowl to the leader who's forward and plays it out into the offside. There is no run. The lead is just sneaking up. 2 overs after this one until a new ball would be available. If you said the new ball was due, and you're with Jason Gillespie, he would say no, available. Which he's right, of course. Carson bowls to the leader, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Fielded at mid-wicket by Pujara. Carson waits. In and bowls. The leader is forward. Plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Jack Carson's going to be weary tonight. He shouldn't be weary at all. He's only 22. He bowled 24 overs. So he shouldn't be weary, really. But he's taken 3 wickets. Comes in, bowls. The leader plays that down to mid-on. There is no run. These two not taking any risks. They seem very keen to make sure this lead just gets eked out. The run rate down to 3.9 and over. Carson is back to his mark already. Slipping a short leg in place. Carson is in. Bowls. The leader stretches forward. Plays it out into the offside. There is no run. 5 dot balls in the over. The mid-off are up. Now, what would the leader do here? Does he think, do you know what, I'm going to have a go at this off the last ball of the over, or will he just see out the main? Are they thinking, right, the new ball's around the corner and we want to be there? We don't want to expose the tail to the new ball. That could be the thinking. Carson in, and the leader just defends out into the offside. I think it could be the latter, you know. 301 for 5 are Durham, maiden over, it says on the scoreboard from Jack Carson. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 103. And the lead, therefore, for Durham is 36. No, it's not. 35. 35.
Coming up to 4:30, Adrian.
Yes, I need to go, and the afternoon presenter is always bang on time, which is good news.
So he bowled 1 over and he's gone off again. Cole's in. Returns to where he was bowling. So this is Cole's 8th over. None for 16 so far. So Jaydev Anadkad had 1 over and then went off. So we'll be back in a minute when the new ball's due, you'd think. This is played away by Clark to short mid-wicket. Tom Alsop fielding in there. Cole's in, Clark drives. Good diving stop from Pujara going forward in the covers. Takes it cleanly two-handed. Bowler comes in again. That's driven down the ground. No run. Picked up by Unadkad at mid-off. Clark on 32. Delayed on 20. Durham 301 for 5. That was a half tracker, that one. A quicker medium pace ball from Coles. Partnership 36 runs from 88 deliveries. Coles round the wicket. Lofts that in. Played to Haynes at mid-on. That is the end of the over. 78.6 overs gone. A maiden from Coles. New ball is being shouted for by Jack Chantry. So will be available in an over's time. Open the window, a little bit of the evening warmth in, or the afternoon warmth. 4. It's a gorgeous day out there. You can see the heat haze outside. Still quite a bit of UV power in the sun at this time of year, so people being warned to make sure they've got plenty of factor protection on them. Sensible hats, and one guy's got his very pasty body out. Looks like he's been moonbathing. Start of a new over from Carson. Round the wicket from the Lumley end. Dot ball. He bowls to the Lader. Got his sunglasses on. He's got a short leg, short mid-wicket. First slip in there as well. From the Lumley end he bowls. The Lader forward to that one tentatively. It rolls away to the gully area. Picked up in the end by Harry Carvelis. Passing up to the stumps, bowls, delayed forward. Takes a slow but lengthy stride forward to meet the ball on the bounce and just snuffs it out on a length. 3 balls left. 19 overs to go in the day after this over is complete. They've brought short leg out to silly point now. Delayed forward, the ball rolls to silly point, to Allsop. Right arm over. Delayed forward, bit of bat and pad there. They all yelped and then gave up halfway through the yelp, realising there was bat in that as well. Carson here gets another dot ball. It's a maiden. It will be his 4th in 25 overs. But Delayed slaps him away through the covers for 4. Ball trickles across the rope in front of the empty Castle stand. So the new ball is available. 305 for 5. The lead is 39. 19 overs remaining. Gloves and drinks being brought out for Delayed and for Clark. And the new ball is taken by Sussex. $305 for 5. Mark 32, Delayed 24, partnership 40. The lead is 39. 19 overs left today. Anecdotes back with the ball in his hand, the Indian player. Altering his field, but the batsmen have been for their drink, so they're only just returning to their crease. Their creases. We're ready to go then. So, first delivery with the new ball. Left arm over. Gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper as he bowls to Clark. Next delivery comes in. It's a thick edge and it's away down towards third man. It's racing away for 4. That angled in rather sharply. Quite a lot of swing from that delivery. Bit of a false shot from where I'm sitting from Clark. And it went flying off to the boundary. It will count though.
There's an upset dog somewhere around the ground.
Ball number 3. Played by Clark to short mid-wicket to Jack Carson. You can get doggy season tickets here, so we had the dog in the pram down below. The music's still there. He's gone off somewhere else.
They don't charge for the dog, Marty.
I think there used to be a £10 charge for a doggy season ticket. I don't know what the crack is these days, but there was a charge.
My two would be hopeless if they were. They'd be chasing the ball around the outfield, I expect, or trying to.
Mark on strike. Pushes this wide of Daniel Ibrahim, who's a 12th man at mid-on for 1 run. This Lido that you go to.
Yes.
You say Lido, I say Lido.
Lido.
Lido. No, you say Lido, don't you?
I say Lido.
You say Lido. Where's it at?
Thorndean.
So do they allow dogs in at the end of the year?
Yeah. It's a big fundraiser.
Oh, right.
So everyone takes their dog, and if you want to jump in the pool with your dog, you can. A lot of people go, what do you want to do that for?
Do you have to jump in with a bone in your teeth as well? Next ball bowled to Delayder. That's played wide of Ibrahim. They might get 2 here. It's running towards the old scoreboard, and he stops it. 2 runs to Delayder. You can see the gold lettering on the ball glistening in the sunshine here at Chesty Street. Can't be the smell of a new corky, can you? Gorgeous.
Interesting though, Martin, you talk about runs coming quickly off the new ball, 7 off the over.
Yeah.
But I think in reality, having seen what happened yesterday with Durham picking up those 5 wickets very quickly with the new ball, Sussex really had to take the new ball. Got to make use of it though.
Final ball of the over. Pushed towards point. There's nobody there, so Delayder will get a run and he'll keep strike. Will eventually field it. It's back in the keeper's gloves. That is the end of the over. That was slightly better, that one. That's taken 3 minutes and 39 seconds.
Okay. Perhaps someone's had a little word and said in the county championship, you have to get a move on or else, we get penalised.
Ice cream.
We talked about Josh Bahanan earlier on. He's in great form for Lancashire today. He's 170 not out. Lancashire 323 for 6, leading Northants by 91. That could be the final nail in the Northamptonshire pop-in, and it could well be that Durham will replace them in the First Division next season. Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble, following on at the Oval, bowled out for 161 and already 19 for 2 in their second innings. So Surrey looking almost odds-on to retain the county championship. Harry Cavalos is going to take the new ball. Hasn't bowled much today, Harry. Bowled 2 overs last night. He's only bowled 9 today. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 40. But he picked up a wicket in his first over of the day, and he comes in with this very languid approach to the crease. He's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Delayder, who's on 27, 313 for 5. So where are we? Elsewhere, Worcestershire 74 for 1 in their second innings, leading Glamorgan now by 188. So Worcestershire looking in a good position, maybe to secure their 5th county championship victory of the season.
You were mentioning Josh Bahanan earlier, and you said you didn't think he'd pushed on like you thought he would. He's the leading run in Division 1.
No, what I meant was in comes Cavalos, bowls and played into the offside by Delayder, picks up a single. He goes to 28, 3, 14 for 5. He doesn't seem to have got the recognition. I wonder, people not really talking about him in England terms, but I don't know why. They were early on in the season, but it's not like he's had a poor season in any way.
Well, he's the leading run maker in Division 1, 1,057. James Rue of Somerset has 1,041.
Yeah, since people have started talking about Rue, he hasn't made any runs.
Yeah.
Which is often the way. In comes Cavalos, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Clark. And there is no run. Down at Worcestershire in the 50 over a couple of weeks ago, a game that Sussex got absolutely tonked in. Who's got all the runs? Sheath Ali came in at number 3 and smashed 53 in 30 balls. And he looked a terrific prospect. They've got some good players, Worcestershire. Like them as a county, like to build with their own as well. In comes Carvelos, bowls, played into the offside by Clark, and there is no run. The lead is eking up now, Marty, 48. And Sussex will be desperate to get a breakthrough with this new ball.
Alex Lee's passed 1,000 runs on the 26th of July. And Rue got there the same week for Somerset. But he got 5 in his first innings and then 55 in his second. So I think Lees was the first in the country to do 1,000 runs.
Carvelos in bowls. Oh, and that's very, very nearly got a nick on that. Carter thought he had, I think, for a moment, but it was wide outside the off stump, and Clark with a play and a miss, and the ball just seemed to swing away at the last moment with the gloves of Carter. There is no run. We were talking about the Asia Cup over in Sri Lanka, and it's raining. We said the game between India and Pakistan, they didn't finish. So I don't know if it's the wrong time to hold an Asia Cup. It's raining in that game. Nepal 230 all out, India 17 without loss, if anyone's following that game, which I doubt, if you're interested in this one. In comes Carvelos, bowls, forward comes, I'm sure it's got a huge following though in the subcontinent, has played down the track by Clark. End of the over, he's 37 not out, the leader is on 28. These two coming together when Durham were 265 for 5, so they've added 49 for this wicket, Marty. Every time it looks, during this innings, it's looked as if Durham are getting away, the Sussex seem to have picked up a wicket. But Durham are batting themselves into a very strong position here, and these two have played very sensibly.
Air ambulance is heading north over Chesley Street.
Oh dear.
Nadcad to start his third over with the new ball from our end of the ground. Angles across the leader and goes through to the keeper.
You got your stopwatch on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Started it midway through the last over.
I think he's walking back a little more quickly now.
I don't think so.
But this is when you want, you've got your overseas in, haven't you? I mean, I'm sure there's vast expense to getting these overseas players in. You're getting them in for 3 games. You've got your flights, you've got your accommodation, you've got, all sorts of bits and pieces. And this is when you want your overseas really to perform. Sussex really need him now.
Delayed awaits as this one is delivered. It's pushed into the cover area, no run there.
It goes in no guarantees. I mean, I thought it was fascinating yesterday when Marcus North, the director of cricket here at Durham, was talking about overseas players. When you bring them in, you're never really sure. You do your due diligence, you do all your homework, you speak to people, but at the end of the day, you're never quite sure if it's right. And I thought the other
flights, homes, cars.
Oh, and Marcus made the other point. He said almost the most important thing is how they fit into the dressing room as well. If you come in and you don't fit in with the lads, that's not great either.
Comes it and balls here, and that's defended by the leader off towards the covers. No run.
So it doesn't come with. I mean, last year, the game up here, you mentioned the chap's name yesterday. He played up here for Sussex last year. He played 4 matches, Pakistani international cricket, and it just didn't go well at all. You're just never sure whether players are going to fit in or not. His name.
Well, it was at the end of the season, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the scorecard here.
Yeah. He made some runs, but he didn't really impress, and it just didn't work out for whatever reason. That's no blame attached to him in any way, shape or form, but it just didn't work.
It's coming around the wicket here, and the leader pushes the ball off towards the gully and goes for a single. Last match of the season, Durham-Sussex. Durham won by an innings and 140. 50-run partnership from these 212 balls.
Very good. Just when it was needed as well. Just when Sussex might have thought, we've got a bit of a sniff here. These two are just starting to take the game away from Sussex again.
That's 1, 2, the third 50-run partnership. Best so far was the second wicket. Borthwick with 56, and Alex Lees eventually out for 103. That was worth 146 runs. And cut in again. That's cut by Clark off towards deep point. Got 1 run. He moves on to 38, and the lead has gone up to 50 at 316 for 5. So Durham won by an innings and 140. Fahim Ashraf made 33 and 26. He's your man.
Yeah, for one reason or other, it just didn't work.
With a ball 1 for 91. Sussex only bowled the once. You could look back at Nick Maddinson's spell with Durham last year. I think his highest score was a 90. He struggled with the bat, and then, lo and behold, as Adcad bowls this one to later, 29, that is the end of the over. So that's 3 minutes and 44 seconds, that over. Yeah, Maddinson will be remembered more for his bat swelling at Derby, failing to go through the bat gauge, and we ended up with Batgate, and Durham got docked points at the end of the season. That was this week last year, because it was the week that game finished in a draw in the rain the afternoon that it was announced that the Queen had died. So we've reached the anniversary of that, haven't we?
Yes. I was on my trip to Norway, Marty, when that happened.
Right.
In comes Ari Cavalos, running in from the Lumley end bowls and played firmly by Clark to mid-on. That's a well-taken single, despite the best efforts of Henry Crocombe there at mid-on. Throws at the stumps. Was it Ari Cavalos? No, it was Crocombe. Cavalos' bowling.
Were you on a cruise?
Yeah, I was. We'd gone on a trip from Southampton to the Norwegian Fjord. The weather was like this. It was beautiful weather. Going up the North Sea, we couldn't quite believe our luck. And but it was a Cunard boat. It was very nice. And although we were in, we were down the bottom of the boat somewhere. And it was announced the sad death of the Queen. So in comes Carvelos over the wicket bowls. We beats the leader outside the off stump, and there is no run. And they held a service on board, and it was really well done. Yeah, top marks.
I did meet her unofficially.
Did you?
Yeah, she came to Sunderland in about 1992, 93. Sunderland was given city status, so she came to bestow city status. And at the time, I was working for a freelance agency, and I was just told to go and mingle with the crowd just to see if anything happened. And I was standing outside of Sunderland Station, and she came straight over and started talking to me.
Carvelos in bowls down the leg side. Let's just see whether that was an edge. If it was a chance. It was a chance. That's a drop. He's put him down. Ollie Carter. It was down the leg side. And it's a chance. And the chance has gone a begging. And Sussex can ill afford for that to happen. Wouldn't have been easy, but it was a chance. He got a glove on it. And the leader has been dropped
29.
On 29. You say it was down the leg side. He obviously got a bit of bat on that. And that's the breakthrough Sussex were desperate for on 317 for 5. In comes Carvelos. Bowls, Clark drives slightly across the line. The ball ends up at mid-wicket and there is no run. Sorry, Martin. The drop interrupted your story.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the front page of the paper for you because it made national headlines.
Oh, blimey. You weren't there in your Sunderland shirt or something, were you?
No. Front page of The Sun, Wednesday, May the 19th, 1993.
Haven't you got a big one?
Yes.
There's a story behind this.
Yes.
In comes Carvelos. The sun has momentarily disappeared. Bowls to Clark. The ball finds its way through to Carter. There is no run.
So, when there's a royal visit, there used to be an organisation, I'm not sure it still exists now, called the... What was it called? It was some central government tango.
Yes,
Central Office for Information.
I forget what they call it now, but I know when we have royal visits down to our neck of the woods, when they perhaps go to Aldershot for the St Patrick's Day parade, and there's people who organise everything centrally, who can go, the journalists, etc.
So what you have to do is you've got to get on the official press list to go and attend these things. So because we worked for a freelance agency, we were persona non grata.
In comes Carvelos. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Clark. No run. 39 to Clark, 32 to leader Durham, 318 for 5. The lead is 52.
So we never got the official press pass. It went to the press association. So we used to just go along and mingle with the crowd, just make sure nothing untoward happened. And on this particular day, I'm standing at the barriers, and the Queen came up the stairs, made a beeline for me, and said, "Oh, hello, dear. I hope you haven't been waiting too long." It was chilly sort of day, and I thought, I'm a journalist, I'm not allowed to speak to the Queen. And then I'm standing there thinking, well, if I don't speak to the Queen, she's going to think, A, this is a bit weird, and B, how rude. So I muttered something along, oh, you know, no wait's too long for you. And as I was muttering my reply, thinking, there's press officers nearby who know I'm a journalist, could be in a spot of bother here, as a new over begins. That cat round the wicket, left arm over, bowling, left arm over round the wicket. What am I talking about? Round the wicket, left arm to the leader. It's defended. Just as I'm answering and I say, well, no, it's no problem. She then turns to the guy next to me and says, my, haven't you got a big one? And what on earth is she talking about there? And I look round and there's a guy I'd never seen before. And he's standing there with this mirror lens, really fat mirror lens for a camera. And I think it was probably fairly new technology at the time. It wasn't a really big telephoto lens like you see at the football these days. Driven here by the leader, and it goes all the way down towards third man for one. And I'm looking around to see what she's pointing at, and he went absolutely bright red. And she could see he was blushing, and then all the people around her were laughing. And I'm thinking, does she know what she said or not? Has she done this tongue-in-cheek or what? And then he muttered something like, oh, no, it's not as heavy as it looks. And they had a little conversation, and off she went. And he turned to me, and he said, I have never felt so embarrassed in all my life. So I got his details and took his phone number and got a few quotes out of him and thought, well, it's a little humorous tale. Nothing more than that. Might make a little filler. So I had cat bowls. Balls played up to mid-off. And filed some copy over the phone back to the office. And then about half an hour later, the Sun got onto us. Can you go and find this guy? We want a photograph of him with his camera and his lens. And anyway, he lived not far from where I live now, so we went and tracked him down. So I've still got the picture. So it was the front page of the Sun. Haven't you got a big one, says the Queen. What Queen said the photographer. And he was a lad called Simon.
And what year was
Dixon,
that?
1993.
Oh.
The Queen strolled up to a photographer, Simon Dixon, yesterday and exclaimed, my, haven't you got a big one? So this is driven wide off, mid-off and away for four, right out the meat of the bat.
Beautiful shot.
Bajara diving to try and stop the ball, couldn't get there.
The new ball isn't doing the trick here for Sussex.
No, as I said, it can go to the boundary just as quick.
Good shot, wasn't it?
It made the front page in 2 editions, and there's a picture of Simon with his camera. See the little stubby lens there? And to this day, I don't think I've seen a lens like that again. So there you are.
There you go.
So after that, I was then sent on the next royal visit, which was Princess Diana. And she came to visit the Havelock Hospital in Sunderland, and it was a lovely summer's day. It was like this, and we're standing in the gardens, and there's absolutely nothing going on. And she's talking to a few people who are patients at this hospital, and they've wheeled their beds out into the gardens, and she's chatting away. And then I'm standing there doodling. I think I was drawing the scene of the flowers in the garden. As in, having that bowls, this one, that's absolutely thumped by Graham Clark through mid-wicket, on like a rocket for 4.
Hasn't got his line right at all there, is he?
No, but Clark's finding the middle back nicely here.
Beautiful.
He moves on to 47.
Yeah, lovely little innings, isn't it? And that case, this new ball, you timing this over, Marty? Because this is.
I didn't start timing this one because I'm telling the longest story in the world about the Queen. So, but it's not going to help going to the 2/4 to the boundary.
No, that's true.
It's Clark done this year. Then he got that 100 at Bristol. Got 80 against Glamorgan here, putting on 195 with Alex Lees for the 5th wicket. Well, that was against Gloucestershire here. Best score, 109 against Glamorgan in 2017. He is on 47 from 96 balls. In comes the bowler again. Pulled hard. And there's a man out there, 1 run.
He's lucky to get away with that as well. It's always short, and I was asking to be hit. Graham Clark knows he should have hit that for 4 as well.
So what's he done, Graham Clark, this year? 3 50s and 1 century. So yeah, I'm in the gardens of this hospital, and somebody nudges me. One of the other reporters nudges me, and I said, "What?" And I said, she's talking to you. And I said, who's talking to me? She said, Princess Di. And I said, talking to who? You. And I looked up, and I could just see her pointing. It was like something in slow motion. You see her hand and her finger jabbing towards me, and all I heard was like that. And I thought, what is going on here? And as my ears tuned in,
comes Harry Cavalos over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Clark, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
She shouted, are you writing down my private conversation with this poor hospital patient? And I said, no, I'm just standing here. And I showed her my notepad, and I said, there's nothing written on there at all. And then she said, that's an absolute disgrace. The press intrude on everything these days. And she stormed off. So suddenly I'm getting the evil eyes from everybody in this hospital. I haven't done a thing here. So I went over and I showed the person who was in charge of the visit. I said, look, there's nothing on my notepad. I haven't written anything down, not a thing. Anyway, she went off to a different part of the hospital, and I was getting...
Cavalos in bowls, Clark defends down the track, no run.
I was getting a few nasty things said in my direction from varying people who were there. And I just said, hang on a minute, I'm sorry, but I'm not being the fall guy for this one. I haven't done anything. So other reporters came over from the other side of the throng, and they hadn't heard what it said. And they said, well, what happened? She just started having a go at me. I don't know why. So that became the story. Princess Diana turns on the press. Well, it was me, nobody else. But that made headlines the next day.
Cavalos in bowls, and Clark whips this one away down to fine leg footed by Cat, who's in very quickly, gets in the throw. And it's not a very good throw, in all honesty. It dribbles towards Ollie Carter, but Clark gets his 49th run. 3:29 for 5. Lead is now 63.
And so that went well in the press the next day. And then it transpired, actually, the day she'd come to Sunderland was the day they'd agreed their divorce or something like that. And so news of this came out a day later.
Right.
So.
Three slips in place. Leader's on 31. Cavalos in bowls. The leader plays firmly to mid on. Oh, it's a good bit of... Oh, well, it was a good dive, actually, by Henry Crocombe out there. He's prevented a boundary, but not saved the single. Did they take a single? Yes, they did. Yeah. The leader goes to 32. 3:30 for 5. Oh, well, Marty.
Anyway, so that was 2 royal visits in a row. So you can imagine every time there was a royal visiting the North East, I got dispatched to go and cover it, but nothing else happened after that.
I think they call it the Royal Rota.
Yeah.
Is that right? If when you
that's the nat. Yeah, that's the.
When you go to an event, I've been to a couple. I went to a barracks in Aldershot when Kate was there for the I think it was the Irish Guards on St Patrick's Day. In comes Harry Cavalos over the wicket, bowls, and Clark nudges that down to 5 leg runs coming with the new ball. 150 to Graham Clark. 50 off 101 balls. Fine innings by Clark, coming in just when Durham needed to steady the ship. He's done exactly that. 115 minutes, 5 fours. It's been a fine innings for his side, and it's just ensured that together with Baz Dalida that Durham haven't thrown away this good start, good cricket from Graham Clark. 3:31 for 5. The lead is 65. An email's coming from David Sharp, who was here yesterday and here till lunchtime today, and he was on his way back down the motorway. I'll read your email at the end of the over, David. As in comes Harry Cavalos over the wicket, bowls, and driven by
nice shot.
Leader, beautifully played, and that's going to be 4 more. And whereas the new ball did the trick for Durham yesterday, it is not doing the trick here for Sussex, because Sussex taking the new ball when it was 305 for 5, it's now 335 for 5.
Graham Clark, then, he's had 2 centuries in first-class cricket, and that's now the 14th 50. That's, of course, he converted to a 3rd century. This is his 49th game. I said earlier today, hasn't played that much county championship cricket because he's been considered by a number of coaches as generally a white ball specialist. And this year, when Ryan Campbell came, he was one of the first people he pointed out to me. During the window, he had a members' night here in January, I think it was. And I said, has anybody caught your eye? And he said, yes, Graham Clark. And he said, he looks good. He plays the attacking sort of cricket that I want in a team. And you'll be seeing him in the championship side. So
when did he come over, Ryan Campbell? Did he come over during the winter?
Yeah, he came over January time.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So Clark got 100 against Gloucestershire and Bristol on the 18th of May. He's had a 92 at Leicester on the 25th of June. And what else has he had? An 82 against Gloucestershire and Chesley Street now this one today. Change of bowling. Henry Crocombe comes in and replaces Nadcat. Dot ball.
So David says, I've now reached Leicester East services. He's doing all right.
I was there the other day.
There you go.
I was there on Thursday. We called in and we were all hungry, having driven from Boulogne. Walked in, saw the prices, walked out and drove up to Castle Donington because I had to pick the car from East Midlands Airport, and we went to the shop in Castle Donington and got some sandwiches there instead. Just turned away towards Deep Square leg for one. Why has he stopped at Leicester Forest East if he'd only just stopped at Woodhall? They're only about 3 service stations apart.
He says, I've reached Leicester East services. I've had to stop to email as I use my mobile phone to do so, and I'm also listening to the commentary on it. Yes, you are correct. I live in Twyford, Berkshire, between Maidenhead and Reading.
Lovely area.
When I moved up from Sussex with my parents, we lived near High Wycombe, which is in Buckinghamshire, near the south. I spent some time at school in High Wycombe and later lived for 5 years, hence Wycombe Wanderers. Keep up the commentary. Thank you, David. Safe journey from Leicester.
In comes Crocombe. That's turned off the legs. It was a Yorker length ball down towards long leg by the leader for 2. Of course, Sunderland skipper now is Luke O'Nien, so if he's a Wycombe Wanderers fan, he'll know about him because Sunderland signed him from Wycombe Wanderers. Kids bumped into him on the beach yesterday.
As you were saying. This is starting to get away from Sussex.
It is, isn't it?
You know, these two are batted really sensibly. I just thought when Sussex took that 5th wicket, you know, at that stage, the lead was owned. Well, they were still in arrears.
Next ball played away by the leader out through the covers. It should be cut off, slowing towards the far end of the pavilion. Ellis fields it. The run 3. Paul says, is there any cricket going on in between Marty's memoirs? I'm expecting a guest appearance in the next Netflix series of The Royals.
When these two came together, Marty, the score was 265 for 5.
Yeah.
Durham was still in arrears by 1.
Yeah.
And at that stage, we were saying, well, if Sussex take a couple of wickets here, who knows? But these two are not saying they're putting the game out of Sussex's reach, but this is now an appreciable lead.
75.
Yeah.
Derek Allen says, we don't mind saying that we always said Graham Clark was a championship player. This is thumped off the legs, and this is 4 more. Just straying too far down the leg side there, Crocombe. And Clark happy to dispatch that one to the boundary at Cow Corner, really.
I sometimes wonder with Sussex when the head goes down here. I mean, he's having a torrid time here, Henry Crocombe. He's gone for 10 in the over, and it really needs you've got the experience of Ned Cat who's standing at mid-off. Go and have a word with him. Put your arm around him, have a suggestion, but no one's really going and having a natter to Henry Crocombe here. I mean, when you're getting topped around the ground, but just someone put an arm round, you just come into the attack. He's only a young cricketer.
Oh, bottom edge this time from Clark. Stiff-armed shot, that really, wasn't it? It was underneath the bat, hit the bottom of the bat and gone through to the keeper. End of the over. 3-4-5-4-5.
Well, the lead now is 79. 12 overs remaining in the day. And Durham putting themselves into a very strong position in the match. These two have batted really well. They were initially took their time. We've got a double change, actually. It looks like Finn Hudson-Prentice, who hasn't bowled a great deal today. He's going to be coming in from the Lumley end. A quick look around scores elsewhere in the second division to keep everybody up to date. Gloucester 135 for 5 at Leicester. So leading Leicester by 90. A win for Leicester will keep them in with a shout. They come to Hove next week. Worcestershire 81 for 2 at New Road, leading Glamorgan by 195. That's an appreciable lead in a game that Glamorgan probably need to win if they're going to keep in contention. So, and in the first division, could all be over at the Oval today. Well, probably will sneak in tomorrow. Warwickshire 34 for 4, still trailing Surrey by 201. When you've got an attack, though, with the likes of Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, you're going to bowl sides out. It shows the value of really good overseas, but I guess they don't come cheap, Marty. As in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, racing in.
Comes in and bowls. This is defended. The update for Radio Newcastle in his second now. Trying to listen to you and them. The outfield was nicely mown. One of the reasons being, yeah, they've got grass cutters here, but they've got this automatic GPS controlled grass cutter, which has been brought up here by the ECB. So when I left the ground last night, it was going round and round the outfield. It seems to know where all the obstructions are, such as the on-the-field advertising mats and where the covers are and that kind of thing. Then Hudson Prentice to Deleda. This has gone out towards the square leg boundary. I don't think it's going to get there because Crocom's come round from fine leg to cut it off, but Deleda will get 3 there. So where are we with this partnership?
Well, they came together when the score...
265.
Yeah. So they're not far off the 100 partnership, Martin, and it's a partnership that I think is
83 they've added.
Is rapidly taking the game away from Sussex here.
Well, they've added 83 and 140 balls.
Yeah, and the new ball has disappeared. I mean, it was 305 for 5 when they took it. That was only 7 overs ago. They've added 43.
Here we go, update. They have a lead now of 82. Graham Clark has 55. His half century came in 101 balls, included 5 fours, and he was joined out in the middle with a score 265 for 5 when Ollie Robinson was out for 67. Baz Deleda is the man who joined him, and he's on 44. Their partnership is worth 83 from 140 balls, and they've really pushed things along here. The new ball was taken by Sussex around about 7.5 overs ago, and Durham have gone to town with it, really. It's going to the boundary well quicker than the older ball did. There's another 4. So 305 for 5 when the new ball was taken. They're now 350, so there's a third batting point as well. 350 for 5.
Well, they've added here, Martin, 45 in 7 overs and 4 balls. So the new ball is going on at more than a run a ball.
So what they added?
They've added 47 now.
Oh, I had a miss from Clark.
47 in, it'll be 8 overs after this delivery. So they're going at 6 and over with the new ball. But it's the lead is 86, and I was thinking if Sussex could restrict the lead to maybe 50-60, you're going out to bat second time around, and there's a lot of scoreboard pressure on you then. At some stage when it's going to be tomorrow, we wonder whether Sussex might bat tonight, or I did, but that's not going to happen now.
And he comes. Oh, that's in the air, but it's dropped well short of mid-on. So 48 runs in 8 overs they've added then.
Yes, they have. Yeah. So exactly 6 and over. Against a new ball, these two have done a really good job for their county. 11 overs remaining in the day. If they keep on scoring like this, Martin, if they were to score a 5 and over, that would be 55, but the lead could well be around 140 at the close of play. Now, they're keeping Henry Crocombe on, but Cheteshwar Pujara's come and had a chat to him. But he's had a disappointing day, Henry. 10 overs, no wicket for 55. I would suggest they need someone in there at mid-wicket, to be honest. They've got no one. They've only got Tom Haynes in front of square on the leg side. I would have thought they need a mid-wicket in there. Either way, let's see what happens. In comes Crocombe running in bowls and played into the offside. That's a better line from Crocombe, played into the offside, footed by Pujara, and there is no run.
There's 10.5 overs to go tonight, so the next batting point comes at 400. So the score's 353 for 5. The cut-off point is the end of the 110th over for bonus points, and they're only in the 89th. So
they're well within it.
Tons and tons of time
there is.
to get maximum batting points.
Yeah, there is. They're well within time.
And that would be maximum bonus points in the game as well.
Crocombe in bowls, pulled away by Clark. The fielder didn't see the ball. That was Jack Task out there.
In the sun.
Yeah, he did lose it in the sun. Too short, though, really, from young Henry. It was pulled away, and I think you can really afford. But I did say I think they need someone there at mid-wicket. You can't account for a poor ball. You've got to bowl to your field at this level. And that's not a great delivery. Pulled away for 4. They've got Jack Clarkson is there at. We need some sunglasses. I don't know if Jack's got some shades on, but he's shielding his eyes.
He's so bright, he's got to wear shades.
In comes Crocombe again, clipped away through mid-wicket. Well, 2 more runs. They need to put somebody there. I understand why there isn't 2 more to Clark, who goes to 66, and now they are eventually changing the field. So Pujara has brought Tom Clark out of slip, and he's going to go into mid-wicket. Probably 10 runs too late, I would say.
Chris says, I'm enjoying the anecdotes, looking forward to an evening with Marty at Sunderland Fire Station. Well, an evening I'm planning there in the next few days is Bradley Wiggins is on at the fire station on Saturday night.
In comes Crocombe bowls, clipped away straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, no run. Sunderland Fire Station, is that a...
It was the fire station, and then they built a theatre auditorium on the back. It's a lovely venue.
Okay.
Been to see quite a number of gigs there in the last year or so. It's a really lovely venue.
Might be good.
You know, see, last year I went to see China Crisis there.
Oh, crumbs, that's a band from yesteryear, Marty.
Yeah. 40+ anniversary of their big album.
Comes Crocombe bowls, and there's a better delivery. I bet he's got some protection there now. Played straight back down the track, and there is no run. 3:59 for 5. 11, is that 6 off this over? So he's going at 5.5 on over, is Henry, but Mark on 66 to lead it on 14. I like the smaller venues though, Marty. I don't know how many people you can get in there. In comes Crocombe. In and bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays to extra cover. There is no run. 3:59 for 5. 66 to Clark, 44 to DeLeader. I went to see went to the O2 last week to see Peter Kay, who's doing these sort of residencies there. I think one show a month.
At the across at Charlton.
O2, yeah, Greenwich, yeah.
Greenwich. Yeah.
It's a big auditorium that for one guy.
Holds about 20,000, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Remember going there when it was opened as the Millennium Dome in 2000 and being told to move along because there was nothing to see.
Yeah,
it was absolutely, what a waste of a day that was. Really.
But everybody went, didn't they? That was the thing.
Been Hudson Prenders bowling here to DeLeader from the lonely end. That's turned down towards long leg for 1. There was this sort of big model of the human body, and what you did was you walk round in through the legs, I think, and then you ended up in the heart chamber or the chest chamber with the heart pumping above you. And I thought it was quite atmospheric, and this steward came and said, "Move on, there's nothing to see here, you're holding people up." And I said, "There better be something to see here. We've paid about £25 a ticket for this." Total waste of a few hours, that was. 360 for 5. Defended by Clark off Hudson Prentice. Back to the bowler, because we went the next day to the Millennium Wheel.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah,
that was definitely worth the money.
Yeah.
Derek says, "What a great championship season. We've loved every minute of it, and we'll be there for the trophy lift." Well, we don't know where that would be if it is to happen. You'd
hope they'd do it back here, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah.
It'd be a shame to do it at Worcester. If only because you'd want the Durham supporters to be there and enjoy it.
Yeah. He comes. Mark defends again on off stump. The last time they had a trophy presentation here was in September 2009, that week when I got swine flu, and they let everybody in free on the final day against Nottingham. Durham were going to win it, and of course a big crowd turned up, and then it rained most of the morning. So they were planning to take us live on Radio Newcastle for the big win, and there was a rain delay, so we went back to music shows, and then eventually they came back to us and Durham won, and they had the presentation on the field across towards the pavilion. It's just gone down the leg side. Clark whacked at it. It's gone to the keeper.
How much credit do you give to Ryan Campbell for the work that obviously he's done here during the winter and maybe player recruitment? I don't know who's come in here. How do you assess his role?
Well, I think he's brought a totally different attitude to the proceedings. Everything seems fresh. It's not there was too much of a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for last year. This is defended.
Yeah, choose your words.
Too much. Yeah, it's from a PR point of view, things weren't good last year, and towards the end of the season, you had members who are normally not very vocal on Facebook becoming very vocal on Facebook, and so they've changed a lot of things this year. I mean, Ryan's presented a breakfast show in Perth on the radio, so he has quite a bit of radio experience. Marcus has been coming and doing a morning session with us each home game. I've had some players and stuff like that, so. No ball from Hudson Prentice's. Clark plays this safely away. So I think there's certainly far more openness this year. And I don't know what's the phrase I would use for last year in terms of the control of the PR side of things.
Right.
The word will come to me later on.
And how important is all the fact that Marcus North came and spoke to us the other day? I mean, Marcus clearly lives up in the northeast now.
Yeah.
Involved right through the winter months. I mean, he's obviously very keen on recruitment as well, on recruiting the right people.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice in. This is played off towards point, no run there, end of the over. So 3 from it, including the no ball. The lead is 96, Durham 362 for 9. You've got to bear in mind, Marcus North has basically had an association with Gateshead since he was about 18, because that was the age he came over to play for Gateshead Fell as an overseas player in the early 90s. And, met his wife there. Her dad helped run the club. And so he's had roots here for years. And other than going and playing for Australia and spending a bit of the winter in Perth, played for 1 or 2 other county sides. But as soon as he retired, they came back to the northeast and set up home here.
Wickham is going to carry on from the Finkel end, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Leader, who eases that one down to third man. It's looking very straightforward for Durham at the moment as these two hone in on the 100 partnership of 98 now. I'm just a little surprised here, Martin, from a Sussex perspective, that you've got the overseas in, Adcat, who's in the side. The new ball is only 10 overs old, and he only bowled, 2 overs with the new ball? Well, just a little bit surprised by that. As your strike bowler, Crocombe in bowls, and forward comes Clark, plays easily to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just thought you did bowl it over, didn't you, with the old ball?
Yeah, he's still out there walking around.
He's bowled, but also he hasn't bowled many overs. It's just an observation that I thought you'd want your strike bowler to bowl, now. You've got your new ball, you'd really want him roaring in. A la Rolly Robinson. Give him the new ball, you've got 6 overs, give it everything. That hasn't happened. Crocombe in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Clark through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. I mean, I'm saying he hasn't bowled a lot. He's bowled. He has bowled, I'll give you his figures, 20 overs, taken 1 for 69. So he's only Jack Carson has bowled more. He's bowled more than any other seamer. So I'm not saying he's been work shy here. I just wondered the way he's been used. I've just expected him to have taken the new ball and bowled several overs with it, maybe held some of the overs back or whatever. Anyway, it is what it is. Crocombe in bowls. Clark drives beautifully through the covers. This can be the 100 partnership. That's a lovely, lovely shot by Graham Clark. This is a gem of an innings, really. James Coles does really well. Chases the ball out to the pavilion and stops it, but not before Clark comes back for his third. He goes to 69. Durham to 366 for 5, and the applause around the ground is for the 100 partnership, which has come very quickly. It's come to 161 balls in 93 minutes. And it's been a partnership that may well have put this match beyond Sussex, who, when they took that for the wicket of Ollie Robinson, was still trailing by 1 run. Crocombe in and bowls. Short, pulled away by Clark. More runs here, and it's going to be... Is it going to be 4? No, it's not. Jack Carson just cuts the ball off inside the fence with a good tumbling stop. They come back for the third.
So the 100 partnership also brought up the 100 lead.
Right, yes, it did indeed. Good spot. 369 for 5 now. The lead is 103. There are still 8 overs to go tonight. And it's been a terrific partnership between these two. And the new ball just has not done the trick for Sussex at all. In fact, the new ball has gone around the park. In comes Crocombe, bowl short, hammered away.
Where's that gone?
It's a catch.
It's not.
Oh, I thought it was a catch. I thought James Coles had caught that. I think he got a hand to it because he took the pace off the ball, but the ball's going to dribble towards the boundary. Well, I thought he got a hand to it, Coles. It looked like a brilliant catch. It was slammed away by Clark through the covers. Coles, I think, got the merest finger to it. I'm not going to put that down as a chance because that would have been magnificent. So
it was difficult to see where the ball had gone because as he fell backwards and the ball went beyond him, it ran along the dark shadow from the floodlight pylon, which is stretching from the centre of the pavilion right out to the square now.
Thank you, Martin. You saved my bacon. Just to say, I'm just adding this up. There's been 11 overs since the new ball was taken, and Durham have scored 68. So it's going at more than 6 an over. So it's the point we were making about, the decision to take the new ball. I think it was the right decision, bearing in mind how well Durham bowled with it last night, or how poorly Sussex batted. It depends which way you want to look at it. But these two have really got on with it. And Henry Crocom's figures looking a little sorry for themselves. He's gone at 6 and over, Henry, 12 overs for 72.
Suppose us sitting in the shadows and here in the cool, because the sun's round the side of this building, we never see the sun unless it's an evening match in the T20.
Yeah, does it come right in?
How warm it is out there as well.
Does it come right in the box here if it's...
Yeah, by
right
midway through a evening T20 game, it's right in your face. Hudson Prentice to Deleda. Deleda plays that up to mid-off, no run there. He's actually on 49 here.
Yeah, it's just an observation, really. I feel a bit sorry for Henry Crocombe here. I mean, he's, the new ball is taken. He's clearly not bowling particularly well. They've kept him on. And I just wonder whether it's perhaps should have taken him out of the attack after the last over, or they should have held...
Deleda's highest score this year in the county championship, 85 not out in a weather-affected draw here against Glamorgan. And he's turned that off his legs down towards fine leg, and he gets the 50.
But not
in 77 balls, 2 4s and a 6. The 6 was over towards the health club, wasn't
it? Yes, it was. It's been a good knock, Martin. Youngest cricketer is only 23. He's played very nicely.
Clark on 73. Durham 374 for 5. Clark defends this one. And we're down into the last half hour of the day as well here. So we should actually be finishing in 8 minutes' time, but half an hour to go in terms of where they were at the start of this over.
I think Sussex, is that showing as a plus over rate now?
Let's have a look. Yeah.
Right. Well, at one stage it was -4. So they have speeded up.
Deleda made 65 against Gloucestershire in the win in Bristol as well. Put on that partnership with Graham Clark that I was telling you about a little bit earlier on, which pulled Durham out of a spot of bother.
Yeah.
We've got Ben Rain to come. And then after that, you're into the tail. Matty Potts, George Drizzell.
He can
Matt
Parkinson. Matt Potts could.
I think he's had a 70. I'll have to check my figures. Hudson Prentice bowls to Clark. Had to play up to mid-off, no run there.
I think it's sort of impressive here with Durham Martin, and Paul Farbrace said very openly in the interview last night they're the best team in the division. That's why they're top. But every time there's been anything of a sort of a minor crisis, someone has come to the party. So they lose a wicket in the first over of the day, Borthwick and Lees. Then a little collapse where even a collapse, a little wobble. Borthwick gets out, Beddingham gets out, they lose 2 wickets for 16 runs. Then Ollie Robinson comes in and makes runs. There always seems to be someone who's coming in and making good.
Once again, Clark defends, length ball off stump, end of the over, just a 1 run from it. Potts has got a higher score of 81 against Northants in 2021, and then last year he made, in fact this year, 64 at Derby. And he's also had a 53 not out against Derbyshire in 2017. They're just bringing you Deleda's stats there for his 50. So that's Borthwick 56, Lees 103, Robinson 67, Clark 73, Deleda 50. So there's been about 3 or 4 occasions where Durham have had 4 or 5 batsmen getting to half centuries. Either none getting to centuries or only one getting to the century. I think they did it against Glamorgan this year, actually.
Now, I speculated about Tom Haynes coming into... again, this is interesting. So we are... Believe me, I don't mean this to be a criticism, but we're 12 overs into a new ball. Tom Haynes, who hasn't bowled so far in the match, is coming into the attack. Nothing wrong with Tom's bowling. In fact, I think he's a very good bowler. He nips it around. He could well pick up a wicket here, but maybe why wasn't he introduced earlier? Just a question mark. Slip in place. 3 men saving 1. And Haynes coming running in to bowl to Delida. He's in and bowls. Delida just tucks this one down to fine leg, erring down the leg side. That's going to race away for 4 runs. And they did indeed come off the bat. So not a great first up from Tom. Delida goes to 54. Martin Collins, who's listening down in the Sussex office, I'm sorry, Martin, I've only just seen your WhatsApp message giving me the scorecard for the game between Exeter and Sussex earlier on this season, where we're talking about John Turner. In comes Haynes, bowls down the leg side again, helps it on his way. This time a little square. There'll be a couple of runs here for Delida, who goes to 56. The total to 380 for 5.
Wasn't John Turner the painter? John Turner? Was he John Turner?
There was a Turner.
Yeah, saw some of his pictures in the Louvre gallery last week. Saw the Mona Lisa.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sure it was John Turner. In comes Haynes, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. After Nick next door for a update in a moment, but I think we can do it at the end of the over. Joseph Turner.
Yeah.
Known at the time as William Turner.
Right.
In comes Haynes. Bowls. Well, that was edged down towards third man. There's a chase on here for Hudson Prentice, but going to come back for a couple of runs. Sussex just can't stem the flow of runs at the moment, Martin. Another couple of runs. That's 8 off of the over.
Going to have to go a long way to beat the record. A 6-wicket stand for Durham against Sussex. And I think this might be the record stand in all. Cameron Bancroft and Ned Eckersley put on a 282 in that Durham win at Hove in 2019.
In comes Haynes again, bowls. Forward comes Delida, runs it down to third man. On this occasion, it's fielded there by a rather weary-looking Finn Hudson Prentice. It's been a long day in the field for Sussex. It's been a hot day. And Durham are rubbing salt into the wombs here. A little 382.5. The new ball hasn't done the trick. Thank you for that scorecard, Martin. Much appreciated. We were talking about Turner, who sadly missed out on his England chance, but it's opened the door to Bryden Cass, who's going to be kept on for the 50-over competition, as Martin was saying a bit earlier on. Changing the field here. What are they doing here, Sussex? They're moving a sweep around on the deep cover boundary. They've still got a slip and a gully in place. And Tom Haynes, final ball of this over, comes running in to bowl to Delida, who's forward and plays it into the offside. And there is no run. So end of the over, 6 overs to go in the day. Durham at 362. So 382, Barton, sorry. Yes. 382 for 5. The lead 116.
That stat I was telling you about earlier, and doesn't quite stand today because we had a century with Leeds making 103, but in the draw in Cardiff this year, which was the second away game of the season, Durham made 471 for 9 and declared. 5 players made at least 50 in the first innings, but nobody got a century. They've done that 4 times. It also happened in a win against Glamorgan in Chester Street in 2021.
Right.
and Durham made 503 for 8. But today, Lees has got 100, and who's to say Clark got the leader won't join him, or indeed even both.
So John Turner bowled 17 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 68 for Essex University against Sussex in a pre-season friendly, and Jack Carson's being bowled back into the attack, which will tell you that the new ball has not done the trick for Sussex.
Carson into the attack from the Lumley end with 6 overs to go this evening. Brilliant sunshine here in Chester Street. It's been sunshine all the way today. And Clark launches him out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's picked up on the bounce by Onad Cat with his back to the pavilion. Shadows from the pavilion starting to creep onto the field now. The sun just starting to dip in the western sky. 383 for 5, leaders 117. This is tickled away down towards fine leg. There's a chase on here, and that's going to go for 4 for the leader. He moves on to 62. That's his 4th 4. So he'd only hit 2 4s when he got to his 50 in 77 balls. 121. Partnership is 121 the lead, the partnership 122. Carson in again. Quick push and run from Delader up to Pajara. That's not Pajara, is it? That's I think Daniel Tom Haynes, sorry. Far into the ground, fielding it mid-on. Pajara must be at mid-off. Indeed he is. 3 balls left. Clark with a sweep for 4. There's a man at fine leg, quite close in, about 20 yards from the bat, but he's placed it past Hitman down to the pavilion steps. And Durham rattling along here now. The run rate 4.2. Well, it moves on to 78. Lead 126, partnership 127 from 179 balls. Bit of a delay here, I'm not really sure why. Pajara wants one of his fielders moving towards long leg. Clark with a sweep cut off though by Allsop, who is in close on that leg side at fine leg. Cast in again. Driven. Slog sweep actually by Clark. I've lost sight of that. Where's that gone? Cow corner for 4. Went down on one knee and mowed it through towards Cow. So that's 12. That's 14 off the over there. 3 4s in it. 130 the lead. 5 overs to go tonight. Fancy at this rate of knots that Clark still has time to get to 100 today. He's on 82. 5 overs to go. The leader's going along at 74.1 a run rate, so that's 74 runs per every 100 balls faced. Clark at 61.7. Haynes coming in here. His second over from the Finkel end. That's defended. Medium pace. 4 more runs for the 4th batting point. They are in a commanding position. They're currently 130 ahead at 396 for 5. Basteleda has 63. Graham Clark has 82. They've put on 131. Came together just before tea when Ollie Robinson was out for 67. Prior to that, Alex Lees made 103, his 5th century of the season, his best year with the bat. He's had a fantastic year, and he's got 1,255 runs to his name so far this season. Also, a half-century earlier in the innings for Scott Borthwick, who made 56. Ollie Robinson, 67. So Durham doing very well here. There's 4.3 overs to go today. They are 4 runs away from the penultimate batting point, and there's still plenty of time to get the final one as well. And just looking at what is happening at Worcestershire, I think Durham are now increasing their lead over Worcestershire with the way the scorecard is there, because Worcestershire only made the 1 batting point. They did get 3 bowling points, but Durham are edging ahead of them again. So they're opening up that lead at the top. It's going to be something like 44, 45 points at this rate.
Well, the last hour, this game has got away from Sussex, hasn't it, in a big way. I mean, the new ball is only 15 overs old, Martin, and it's gone for 92 runs. I think that's right. 305 for 5 when it was taken.
Yeah.
So 92 runs have come in 15 overs with the new ball. And of that new ball, you know, let's break off.
Haynes. This is defended by Clark. Yeah, I said it can go to the boundary quicker than the old one.
And I'm just surprised at the tactic, really. I'd have just thought you want your strike bowler. You've got I've got a cat over from India to play in this game. You want to use him with the new ball and really get him roaring in, but it just hasn't quite happened.
Haynes bowls played past point by Clark for 1. He moves on to 83.
Just to stress, that's not a criticism of him. He's bowled 20 overs, but I just wonder if that's going to have been used in a slightly different way, or maybe Pujara's hand's been forced by the way things have gone. He's brought Jack Carson into the attack, and Jack goes around the park in that over. In fact, they're going to change the bowling again. He's only bowled 1 over there, Jack Carson, and he's out the attack. And it's going to be James Coles who's going to bowl from the Lumley end. No signs here, of Durham thinking, well, we're nearly at the close of play. We'll just bat for tomorrow. I think Durham probably feel they've got a pretty demoralised Sussex side out there at the minute, and they've got their foot on the throat. I don't see that being taken off anytime soon. James Coles is going to bowl from the Lumley end. 4 overs to go. He's going to be bowling to Graham Clark. Super, really good partnership between these two. It's been terrific stuff. Coles around the wicket, in and bowls, and short cut away to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 1 more to Clark. He goes to 84. 399 for 5. So the 4th batting bonus point is being secured any time now. And I suspect the 5th one will be secured at some stage tomorrow morning, because there is plenty of time to get them. They've got another 95, another 15 overs. In comes Coles, and Dalida just helps that one out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and the applause around the ground is for the 400 up for Durham. They've scored 394 runs today, Martin. Durham, and they've made them in good time, and they're a decent crowd in here at the Riverside as well. Have thoroughly enjoyed themselves, and why wouldn't you? Coles is in, bowls. Oh, well, and now everything is going Durham's way. It's a big, thick outside edge, goes over the top of the slips. It runs down towards the boundary. Eric Avelis is in hot pursuit with Tom Clark. But it's a couple more runs to... did they take 3 then? No, they just took the 2. Clark goes to 86. A rather weary-looking Tom Clark trudges back to the slip corner. He needs to get a bit of a move on, because James Coles is ready to bowl. Coles is in. Bowls, and he's hit that one away over extra cover as Graham Clark is going to race. I think he's got his eyes on his 100 tonight, you know. Gets a couple of runs, fielded up at deep extra cover by Jack Carson. 2 more to Clark. He goes to 88, 404 for 5. Clark goes to 88. Coles in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark smashes that one away. Well, he got his hand to it in there at shortish mid-wicket. I don't know who that was, got his hand on it, but it's raced away. He's taken the pace off the ball. Well done, whoever that was. Just wait for him to turn around and see. It's a
Allsop, I think.
It was terrific, wasn't it? He got his hand to it. Good spot. It was Tom Allsop. Clark's got his eyes on this 100 tonight. He goes to 90 of 139 balls. One more ball to go in the over. 406 for 5. Coles in again, bowls. Clark smashes this one away, but straight to Bajara at short extra cover. And there is no run. Breathless stuff. Durham, 3 overs remaining in the day, 406 for 5. The lead is 140. That's a lot of runs when Sussex come to bat again. 3 overs remaining in the day.
You can't feel that Bajara can fail twice in the same game, though, surely.
You wouldn't have thought so.
And you've seen here that runs can be made.
101 runs have come since the new ball was taken 16 overs ago. Proving the Sussex, Bajara's trying to do everything he can to change the bowling around. But it's all to no avail at the minute, and Sussex look, well, understandably, perhaps, you know, it's professional cricket. You've got to keep trying. You never know. You know, 1 wicket can lead to 2, and it's got to give yourself a chance.
Corvallis is coming back in. So he's bowled 14 overs, 1 for 52 maidens. He's got a muddy back, right arm over from our end. Thick edge, controlled, wide of the slip cordon down towards third man. And it hasn't quite gone for 4. Brings up, moves Clark on to 94. No, it was 93, wasn't it? Sorry. Start again, he got 3. So, and it was Delada who was on strike. So Clark's now on 90 as he faces the next delivery.
I reckon he's going for this 10 tonight.
Yeah. Corvallis comes in. Jogs past the umpire and bowls. Clark with a thick edge. There's nobody at second slip. That would have absolutely been bread and butter for them. It's gone for 4. He hoyed the kitchen sink at that one.
He did. He's only 6 away now, Martin. What a partnership this has been. These two came together when it was 265.
Yeah, so they've added 148, haven't they?
Yep. And it's coming quick time.
Just add 1 run to the lead.
Well, we were wondering earlier on, we said, oh, Durham might get to 400 by the close if they step on it. Well, they're well past 400.
This was the sort of partnership I thought Robinson and Clark would put together. But Robinson was out just before tea for 67, but 148 now from these two. Corvallis bowls. Clark drives. 4 more. That's wide off mid-off. It's slowing as it goes towards the rope. It will get there. He's now on 98. 142 balls, and the partnership's 152 from 196. He's on 98 from 142 balls, 13 fours. Comes the bowler. That is cut hard, and that might be 4 more. He's going to run the 2 anyway. The ball is drifting towards the boundary rope. It goes for 4. He's got there, his 2nd century of the season. And Graham Clark raises his arms towards the pavilion in the sunshine in Chester Street. 143 balls, 162 minutes, 14 fours. The 3rd time he has made a century in a county championship game. You said he's only a white ball player.
Well, that was magnificent, wasn't it? I mean, he's coming with at a stage where Durham had lost some wickets, that a rebuilding job was needed, but that's been absolutely wonderful to watch, particularly the final 50, Martin, that's come very, very quickly indeed. Tremendous.
Bowler's in again. That is left alone. Well, what did he get? The 50 on 101 balls, so it's taken him 42 balls to get the next 50.
And there's been 15 off this over.
Yeah.
The lead is 156.
So he hit another 9 fours in that second 50. All that to the stumps, played into the covers, no run there. End of the over. Partnership 156.
What can you say, really? First things first, you have to take your hat off to Durham, who have been excellent throughout the match. You just felt that Sussex had a sniff when they took the new ball, but Durham have absolutely put the attack to the sword. In comes Coles. Bowls hammered away to short extra cover by Delita, who's getting in on the act as well. He's 68 not out. So just to reiterate, in the 17 overs since the new ball was taken, Durham have scored 116. In comes Coles, Delita up on his toes, plays it all down to mid-on. Could be a run out here, you know. The throw comes in, but in fact he's safely home as the throw came in from a Tom Haynes down there at mid-on. All 22 for 5. Well, I think Durham will just bat and bat tomorrow, won't they? They'll just keep on going, and we're not going to get any rain over the next couple of days. And they're just going to make Sussex suffer, I'm sure. Coles round the wicket. Bowls and forward comes Clark. Played to backward point, fielded there by Tom Clark. Yeah, you're right that, Cheteshwar Pujara rarely fails twice in a match, and he's someone who's very capable of batting a long time, but boy, is he going to have to bat a long time as well. And with the pressure of the scoreboard as well, this already looks a huge task for Sussex. Coles in, Bowls played into the offside. And also bear in mind, Martin, this was a game that really Sussex needed to win if they were going to keep. And it's very difficult to see Sussex winning from here. Coles. Again, round the wicket. Bowls. Well, it's a horrible ball down the leg side. He's rather lucky to get away with that, actually. Didn't make contact at Graham Clark, who rehearses the shot. But, you're going to be spoilt for choice tonight, Marty, in terms of your interview with 2 Centurions. Comes Coles again, played into the offside. A relatively quiet over here, the penultimate over of the day. Well done, James Coles. 10 overs, but he's been economic. 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 25. 1 over remaining in the day. And a day that has unquestionably been that of the hosts. So the honour of the last over is going to go to Ari Cavalos. Would you like me to do it, Marty?
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick update here.
Okay. So, what can Cavalos do? He's in on bowls and clipped to mid-wicket by Baz Dalina, who remains on 69 not out. I'd imagine that Durham consider their day's work is well done here today. I think these two will fancy coming back tomorrow morning and adding a few more runs. Keep Sussex out in the field as long as they can and try to build this lead, which is already substantial, 156. Cavalos is in bowl short, and I reckon 15 minutes ago the leader would have taken that on it was short and it ballooned over his head. And I think that was all about, I just fancy being here tomorrow to... Has he scored a century for Durham yet, Baz the leader?
No. What did I say?
He may not get a better chance.
Hasn't played that many games. His I scored 85 not out against Glamorgan and Chesley Street.
Yeah, well, he's batted really well here. This has been a terrific partnership. Cavalos in again, bowls. The leader is forwards a ball of good length, plays it down the offside of the track. Cavalos fields, and there is no run. 3 more balls to go in the day. Thank you for your emails and your texts throughout the day. Thank you to Marty. It's been great fun as ever here at Chesterley Street. Thank you for arranging the weather. I'm rather afraid for Sussex that this could be the end of the road in terms of any real hopes of promotion this season. They've been outplayed convincingly over these 2 days. Cavalos is in bowls and short, and it just sails through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. Just look at the other scores in those other games, just keeping everybody right up to date. Scores in the 2nd division. Yeah, here we go. Gloucestershire are 146 for 8, leading Leicester by just 102 at Grace Road. In comes Cavalos bowls. The leader is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. 1 ball remaining in the day. And down at Worcester have collapsed actually, which is interesting. They're 116 for 6. Having been very well placed, 70 odd for 1 they were at one stage. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. McElroy's picked up wickets. Jamie McElroy's picked up 4 for 27. Worcestershire 116 for 6, leading by 230. So Glamorgan may fancy their chances there. That would be good news for everybody who's looking for this 2nd position. In comes Cavalos bowls, clipped away down towards fine leg by the leader. They'll come back for a 2nd run, I'm sure, to finish off the day. And what a day it's been for Durham. Sussex boys look pretty demoralised out there, and why wouldn't you? Because Durham have utterly dominated the day. 424 for 5. Durham finish at the close of play. The new ball really didn't do the trick for Sussex. In the 19 overs that were bowled, 119 runs came. But credit to Graham Clark. He's batted beautifully. He finishes, he went to tea on 20. He's come off with the 102 to his name. And Baz the leader was on 1. He comes off with 71 to his name. So well done to Durham. They've been terrific. And they go with a lead of 158 into tomorrow's proceedings. And they've done terrifically well.
Indeed they have. And eventually coming off at 8 minutes to 6. So 22 minutes the day drifted by, but it was looking like it was going to be a lot worse than that this morning. And only 27 of the 32 overs were bowled by Sussex, but they've got their act together this afternoon. The bowler rate is +1. Durham in a commanding position here. Just need another 26 runs for the 5th and final batting point. And lead by 158. That's it from us then. We'll go and get some reaction to the day's play, and see you in the morning at 10:15.